time that Iran has been negotiating with the U.S. and in the middle of those negotiations has been hit with strikes.
It's very, very low, the probability right now. There's no way that Iran is just going to come around. And I think the president has to understand this. And it must have been made clear by the Omani foreign minister visiting Washington yesterday. The Qataris have been obviously in constant close conversation with the Americans, made it very clear there is no way that once you escalate, you can just turn the key as you did in June last year, to just create an off-ramp diplomatically. And so it must be very clear to the president that the Iranians are not just going to return without, without actually getting something significant, immediate. And I think the regime now has already preparing for the last, since probably beginning of the year, preparing and dug in for a protracted conflict. And ultimately time, I think, plays on the side of the regime, while it will be very difficult for the U.S. to sustain this campaign for weeks and weeks on end, considering that they only have 2 carrier strike groups and basically have to use Israel as the forward operating base, because the airspaces and air bases in the Gulf are basically off limits for the U.S. Air Force. So it's not an easy campaign to endure and sustain.
In your estimation, how would Iran have been using that time, as you mentioned, if they have been looking at this since the beginning of the year and thinking that these strikes were imminent? What do you do with that time?
So the Iranian regime is not a hierarchical regime where decapitation is even on the table. So if you were to kill the supreme leader or even the line of succession, which is, I think, what the Israelis are trying at the moment, trying to take out operational and strategic commanders across the IRGC, theocratic leaders, political leaders, it doesn't mean that the regime is just going to collapse in. The fact is that what we've seen since January is that we have a complete decentralization of the chain of command and control. And so we see that despite this heavy attack this morning, there is no paralysis in Iran. Iran is sustaining it. We're very quick to actually fight back, to strike back across the Gulf, escalating, and the operational tempo is there. And that shows also that C2 command and control has been completely delegated to the local level. And we also see that the Basij, for example, which is the major component of the IRGC that controls the public on the ground, basically they organize, they have been on alert for quite some time, and they organize themselves on the local level without having to rely constantly onto the major chain of command in Tehran. And so that, again, we have to think about the Iranian regime as an organization, a system that looks a lot more like an insurgency group, and thereby being able to sustain pressure than it looks like a normal hierarchical state.
Andreas Krieg, we appreciate you joining us from London on this breaking news. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has just issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these 2 corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Hassan Ahmadian is an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and he joins us now live from the Iranian capital. Thank you for being with us. Is de-escalation an option now for Iran?
Well, everything is about escalation at this point. Of course, de-escalation would be at the table moving forward, but I think with the country falling yet again subject to aggression, the country will retaliate, and it has been retaliating, and I think the retaliation has been unprecedented. The intention for that is to basically push back against the United States and its calculations that Iran's readiness and capabilities to retaliate are limited. The Iranians are showing in their retaliation, which is geographically very much spread around the region, and in many cases in Israel and in the bases, they're showing that it is very precise. They're trying to show that this can be very costly to the United States, hoping that this will create the balance that then will lead to de-escalation.
I mean, it could be very costly for the United States, but it could also be very costly to Iran, especially because Iran says that it will continue operations relentlessly until the enemy is decisively defeated. Does Iran have the stockpiles and the willpower of the people to do that?
You're right in that Iran will endure costs maybe more than what the United States will and what Israel will. But you know, options are limited. Iran is subject to aggression, so it has to retaliate. Otherwise, you will see another Gaza unfold in Iran if Iran doesn't have the might. So it has to retaliate, though enduring more pain maybe moving forward. But I think the Iranians are trying to showcase that it's not going to be June all over again. It's going to be a different scene in which the Iranian retaliation is wider, bigger, mightier, and that the United States, that was not dealt with decisively back in June when it attacked in the midnight hammer Iran's nuclear facilities. This time around, the Iranians will hit it hard where it hurts. Now, of course, you know, sustainability is a matter, but I think because the bases and what the Iranians are using around their country are basically not far away from Iran borders, I think the Iranians have immense ammunition. As I said earlier, that the Israeli and American assessments is that the Iranians have like 3,000 long-range missiles that can hit Israel. But medium-range missiles that can hit U.S. bases around the country are in the tens of thousands. So it can sustain very much for a lengthy period a conflict with the United States. We don't know to what extent the United States can sustain a campaign based on 2 aircraft carriers and bases that are being hit around the clock moving forward.
Right, but I suppose my other question to you would be, has Iran made calculations for a wider or a longer conflict given the economic situation that's happening in the country? Have the Iranian people been able to make calculations for that?
Yeah, I think the previous war has taught the Iranians a lot in terms of managing their economy. There were no shortages back in June, and I think the Iranians have a bit of a confidence in that there will not be shortages moving forward in this conflict as well. So that's why we didn't see really much panic when it comes to what the nation needs in terms of its basic needs in their daily lives. Things are normal to a large extent in the streets. Of course, the government is trying to manage, and it's under pressure by war, and of course the economic needs of the nation. But I think the past war is very much of an example for it, for what it wants to do. I think in terms of managing the economy back in June, it was successful to a large extent, and I expect it to be so in this conflict as well.
Hassan Ahmadian, we appreciate you joining us from Tehran. Now, the strikes on Iran came despite some optimism over the progress of indirect nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran. Oman's Foreign Minister Bada al-Busaidi said had been mediating those talks, and he met with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance on Friday. Speaking to U.S. media before Saturday's attack, al-Busaidi said Iran had agreed to not stockpile enriched uranium and described the development as a breakthrough. So joining us now from D.C. is Alan Iyer, a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute. He's also a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal. Alan, thank you very much. It's good to have you with us. Donald Trump once again has said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has consistently, throughout these negotiations, says they don't have one and they don't want one. So the casual viewer could be forgiven, perhaps, for wondering how we went from these talks just yesterday to strikes today.
Well, the talks really, despite what the Omani foreign minister had said, had not progressed. They were at a deadlock. The United States had not changed its red lines, and Iran was unwilling to accept those red lines. So I understand the Omani foreign minister trying to keep the negotiations alive, but it is not the case that we were close to some type of breakthrough or overall agreement. In terms of this attack on Iran by Iran and Israel, it is also not the case that Iran is any sort of imminent threat to the United States. despite what President Trump said. U.S. officials have been describing Iran as the weakest it's ever been for a long time. So there was no nuclear threat and there was no missile threat. It seems to be the case that what President Trump wants to do is roll the dice and hope that he can inflict enough damage so as to encourage regime change in Iran.
Well, Iran had consistently said also during this that the idea of sort of negotiating with all of this firepower in your face is not the way to get to a proper agreement. Did they have a point where these talks sort of doomed before they got off the starting blocks?
They weren't doomed before they got off the starting block, but neither side really gave negotiations any sort of chance. For the U.S. side, they would meet every couple of weeks. I mean, the second round, the first round before the June 12th war also was somewhat desultory. So was this. You have two people on the U.S. side who were negotiating Gaza, Ukraine, and Iran with no relevant expertise, even though I'm sure they're very smart in their own fields, Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner. And on the Iranian side, you had this insistence on indirect talks as opposed to direct talks. So neither side, for various reasons, really put all their chips down on negotiation. And certainly Iran assumed that it was probable that the U.S. would resume aggression after last year's ceasefire after the 12-day war.
How difficult will it be after this? And of course, we are in very early hours, so there is a lot more to come. How difficult is this to get to any sort of negotiating position now for either country?
Forget negotiations. Those are over. That's not going to happen in any sort of time frame. Okay? I mean, what's happening now is there's going to be military action, at least for days, perhaps weeks, with Iran, with the U.S. and Israel hoping that they decapitate enough Iranian leadership, destroy enough regime infrastructure and institutions so that when they cease bombing, the Iranian people rise up and commit regime change, or, and this would satisfy Israel, the regime is a near failed state. Iran, for its part, is going to try to inflict enough damage on the U.S. and its allies so that the U.S. stops its military aggression. That's what's happening now.
From the U.S. perspective, that seems like a lot of ifs. Now that the strikes have been launched, it's, you know, if they've managed to get rid of any senior authorities in the Iranian government, if the people decide to rise up, how do we have any idea what goes on from here?
Well, no, you're exactly right. It's a long shot, and according to leaks in the U.S. press, many of President Trump's military advisors were telling him the same thing, that there's no clear line from essentially a protracted, intense air campaign, because we're not going to put boots on the ground, to a regime change. So, yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem probable, but President Trump before has been willing to roll the dice on military action for a variety of reasons. And despite the fact that this is a unilateral action that contravenes international law, and he's given no realistic justification for doing it, this is what he wants to do.
Alan Iyer, thank you for your insight for us from Washington, D.C. We appreciate it. Let's bring Ali Hashem back in now. Now, you heard what Alan was saying there, and he's talking about just how many ifs and uncontrollables there are now that we're in the midst of this. If you could, walk us through how the Iranian government works and functions, because people have said, you know, it'll be a limited strike like Venezuela. Venezuela's government is organized and functions very differently than the government in Iran does.
Absolutely. In Iran, there is a system built on a very intertwined and complicated web of councils and institutions. This makes this system one of its kind in the world, whereas even if the leader is removed, the whole system will be preserved. And it's actually built in a way to preserve the system, even if the head of the state is removed. So this is based on historical reasons, because Iran was always ruled by one man, either a king, either a shah. So the moment this king falls, the whole system will fall. So when Khomeini came in 1979, he built this new system with a cleric on the head but with a very complicated web of institutions to preserve this system. And that's why when he died in 1989, the system continued, even if there is someone, because there are procedures and measures that immediately will be taken to keep the system going on. So for now, what we are witnessing is a system that has gone through a war in 2025, was going through or was raised over the past 47 years on shocks, on sanctions, on pressure. So they are very good in crisis management because actually most of their time, or all the 4 or 5 decades that passed, they've been crisis managing. So now in a situation of war, with President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, putting the main objective or the mandate, actually collapsing the system, the main mandate for the system is to just stay, is to survive. The moment they survive, then the other side's objective has failed.
Right, and so that does bring into question sort of the idea of how long we're in this for and whether or not it will ultimately be successful. And what happens if it's not?
Well, there are a lot of, as you said, ifs and questions. The issue is that Iran is a vast country. Iran has several apparatuses and elements that it can involve in its defensive mechanisms. And there's nothing guaranteed. There's nothing guaranteed that this campaign is going to end up successful. There's nothing guaranteed that the Iranians will at the end accept President Trump's conditions and just surrender. So the issue might take us towards a very complicated regional situation. We're already seeing it from the first hours. From the first hours, this became a regional crisis. Regional, we can hear actually the sounds, the interceptions.
And I'm going to hold you there, Ali, because as you just alluded to, we have been hearing in the last few minutes more explosions in Qatar. I want to show you some of the latest pictures that we have that show some smoke rising over the capital of Doha. We can hear them again. I'm not sure if you could hear that. So let's cross over now to Zain Basravi, who is live for us in Doha. Zain, can you tell me what you've been seeing where you are?
Absolutely. It is 2:51 p.m. local time right now here in Doha. Between around 2 or 2:15 p.m., we observed at least 2 rounds of interceptions of missiles. So multiple explosions, about 3 or 4 at a time in the skies over the city. When you look up, even now, you can see plumes of smoke where those defensive weapons, where those Patriot missiles are hitting incoming Iranian projectiles. At 2:35 p.m., another round, similar number, about 3 or 4. Just now, began about 2 or 3 minutes ago at around 2:48 p.m. There was another round, and we've counted about 7 or 8 different explosions so far this morning. Now, there's been dozens since these attacks started this morning of interceptions of these missiles over Doha. In the last hour, at least a dozen different explosions have been heard. We can assume that that's at least a dozen different interceptions of Iranian projectiles. These interceptions, it has to be said, are happening over civilian populated areas. They're happening in parts of Doha around Al Udeid Air Base as the Iranians try to strike that U.S. air base, as they try to strike CENTCOM headquarters. But these interceptions are happening around civilian areas. The last time that Iran tried to hit Al Udeid in June of last year, we saw debris falling onto people's yards, on side streets, people posting videos showing parts of missiles and rockets. And what we are seeing now is at least 2 separate videos that are still pending confirmation. We can't confirm what we're looking at, but smoke rising over part of the city and seemingly a missile hitting the ground as well. But we're still waiting for confirmation on whether or not these can be verified. But what we do know for certain is that so far this morning, dozens of missiles have been fired at Qatar from Iran, and there have been dozens of interceptions.
Okay, Zain, thank you very much. Let's bring back in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, now. So, Alan, Donald Trump's statement seems to be inviting the Iranian people to rise up. Is that the only way that this attack could be seen as a success in the United States, if that is what comes out of it?
Well, he set himself up for regime change. That's what he's talking about. And we're hearing that the Israelis are particularly targeting not just the leadership in Tehran, but also any possible line of succession, something that they've done in various other conflicts elsewhere in the region. By Donald Trump saying to the people, we will do our part. You've asked for our support for years. This is what we're doing now. We're putting our efforts into this. Stay at home. Once the bombing's done, it's entirely up to you. This is the moment of your freedom, the day of your freedom. And so he's putting the pressure on the Iranian people really to rise up and change the government, to increase the protests that we've seen and to take action. And then it gives them an out. I mean, if it's not successful, if there is no regime change, if the Ayatollah and the Supreme Council are still there afterwards, he can say, well, we tried. It was the people of Iran who didn't do their part. So it gives them a feasible out, something that he can actually say. But there is a problem with this, of course, and that is no one knows what the plan is. There's no obvious group to take over. And if you go back to the Iranian Revolution in the 70s, the Ayatollah only succeeded after there was some very fierce fighting at numerous places around Iran by groups that were described as radical Islamists who were ready to take over. And the Ayatollah managed to win in that battle. And there's really no idea what may follow if there was a fight for power in Iran, because a lot of the groups that were around in the 1970s, they haven't gone away, you know.
Yeah, and as Ali was telling us, the power structure in Iran is set up so that it does not fail and that it does continue. Now, the president has fancied himself, as you've mentioned, Alan, a peacemaker. This is what he said in his inaugural address. He wants to be the peacemaker. He does not want to be involved in foreign wars. So how is this going to be seen by his base and by the people who voted for him?
And remember, it was just February the 19th, not far from where I'm sitting at the moment, where Donald Trump launched the Board of Peace. And as someone pointed out on social media, a Democrat opposition, it's clear that he's become Board of Peace at this point, and that is why he's launched the attack. Look, Donald Trump talked about Barack Obama staging a war in Iran to try and shore up his plummeting, in his words, approval ratings. He criticised neocons for launching wars and sending your children, as he put it, to fight the wars that they have started. That struck a chord with America in 2016. There's no doubt about it. People were receptive to that message because they had seen the wars in Afghanistan and the wars in Iraq, and they were tired of it. And so when he said we wouldn't get involved in foreign wars, that's one of the reasons people voted for him. And he campaigned on that. He said in 2024, look, if you vote for Kamala Harris, she will start World War III. There's going to be a conflagration in the Middle East, and she's going to be responsible for it. And so the fact that people voted for him thinking he would steer away from that, and they now seem to be heading towards a war in Iran. Even though he said they can't get a nuclear weapon, it was always thought he would rather have a conversation about this. And there has been reporting, which hasn't been confirmed, that those senior figures in the army and in the Air Force are concerned about launching a war with Iran, because you can game out what happens. You can war game everything and say, well, they could do this and we could do that. But no one really knows how Iran is going to react. And there are consequences to this. And Donald Trump mentioned it in his video address that he released on social media, that there is the real possibility that America might lose service personnel in that. And if bodies start coming back to Dover Air Base, if they start being repatriated, Donald Trump's support will take a massive hit.
Alan Fisher, thank you. Let's go back to Ali Hashim now. And Ali, you've been covering Iran extensively. You've been covering sort of the build-up to this extensively. And one of the things that Alan kind of touched on here is the concern that was had not just in America, but in this wider region specifically. A number of U.S. allies and U.S. partners had been lobbying the president to stay out of exactly this sort of situation. How will this be received by the people who are now intercepting missiles?
Well, the main idea right now is that this whole area is now in a situation of paralysis. You know, this is mainly an economic area. It's built on economic systems, and this is the model. So now everything is paralyzed, everything is halted, and no one knows really what's the horizon, what's the future, what's coming. So there are going to be absolutely pressure on President Trump. There's going to be pressure on Iran, also on Israel. But it depends whether we are heading towards a zero-sum confrontation that's not going to end, an endless one, or there are certain objectives that should be, or President Trump would be accepting to achieve, and then see whether the Iranians would want to get back to the table. I don't know what kind of a table, because
Right.
the settings of the negotiation table is going to be different from the one before. There's zero confidence. You know, before the last war in June, there were negotiations, and on the day of the sixth round, there was the war. And now, just a couple of days before the new round of negotiations, we have this war. So what kind of negotiations and on what terms, and who is capable of giving guarantees? If the Omani mediator went yesterday on television, and it seems that he was desperate and he knew that this is happening, so that was the last resort. So now, yeah, it's very difficult to see people coming down the ladder. However, at the moment, everyone will get down. But how and on which basis, what conditions? This is the big question.
Right, and how long does that take, and what happens to the people on the ground that are dealing with this at
Absolutely.
the end of all of it as well? Ali Hashim, we appreciate you. We appreciate all the reporting that you've done from Tehran for us as well this year. All right, it is just about 12 GMT. I'm Riley Carlson, and you are watching our continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israel's attack on Iran. Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' elementary school in the country's south has killed at least 40 people. It was one of the numerous and ongoing strikes the U.S. and Israel have launched across the country. Iran has retaliated with its own waves of missiles and drones against Israel and against U.S. assets in the region. Hamza Mohammed begins our coverage.
The strikes began in the Iranian capital and quickly spread to cities across the country. In Tehran, air raids hit some of Iran's most sensitive sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Parshin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He is understood not to have been harmed and to be in a safe place. Israel said it targeted dozens of military sites in Iran and that it will continue strikes. The U.S. coordinated the attacks with Israel. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and said Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has repeatedly said its nuclear program was for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched across the capital. The attacks come after negotiators from Washington and Tehran concluded indirect talks in Geneva on Thursday. Iran has closed its airspace and says it will retaliate. State media says several U.S. bases in Gulf states have been targeted by the Iranian military, thus raising fears the region could be dragged into a wider conflict. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
We have correspondents in Washington, D.C., here in Doha, in Ramallah, the occupied West Bank, and in Moscow. But first, let's go to Mohammed Val, who joins us from Tehran. Mohammed, what more can you tell us about this strike on a school in southern Iran?
Yes, as you've just mentioned in your intro, there are confirmations, new reports confirming that the number of people killed in that strike has now gone above 40. And that means that it has been a huge attack on a school. That's a civilian target, and that's one of the targets that might really become problematic with regards to this campaign by the Americans and the Israelis, who are saying that they are targeting only military targets and that they are trying to punish the regime, but not the people of Iran. President Trump has promised the Iranian people that aid or help is coming their way, but now we are seeing civilian casualties. That's something that the Iranian government will stress as a case of violation of international law and an aggression against the Iranian people. And it's going to be a disservice to the purposes of this campaign by the United States and Israel. We have also heard just minutes ago about another strike that targeted a school to the east of Tehran. It's called, the district is called Normak, but we don't have yet all the details. But we know from the reports we have that that place is very close to the home of the former president of Iran, Ahmadinejad. So probably the target is not the school, but also we don't know why Ahmadinejad is being targeted in this attack. Still preliminary reports, we don't have the details. We know that this campaign has been going on since the morning, and it's clear now to many people, including here in Tehran, that this is not a one-off situation. This is not just a one-day or couple of days war, but it is going to continue. The Americans have promised that this is a war that is going to change Iran. So here, the government is bracing for this, and it is giving instructions to people to stay put, to avoid locations where they can be hurt, and also saying that the situation is under control and that the roads are open for people who want to leave Tehran for safer areas in the country.
Okay, Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, now, who joins us now from Washington. So, Alan, the U.S. president did not make the case for war in his State of the Union address, which happened just a few days ago. We've heard very little from members of Congress so far this morning, although it is early there. What will he have to contend with when Washington gets to work this morning?
The fact that he's talking about regime change and this isn't about the nuclear program, the fact that for the second time in negotiations with Iran, like he did in June when he launched Midnight Hammer, that he's been involved in negotiations with the Iranians. There's the suggestion that they could be close to a breakthrough, and he launches a military attack. That even though his allies in the region said that this was a bad idea, the whole idea of pursuing regime change in Iran, he has gone along with the idea of replacing the Ayatollah and those who serve under him. All of these things will concern people, but what will concern a lot of his own supporters is the fact that for so long he talked about no pointless, no foolish foreign wars, and they will see this as exactly that the United States is getting involved in regime change in the Middle East again. And if you listen to Donald Trump's statement, a lot of what he said, there are echoes there of 2003 and George Bush, that they're developing a nuclear weapon. The Iranians have said repeatedly that they're not interested in developing a nuclear bomb, that they have missiles that can target Europe and could soon target the US homeland. Again, that's something that was said about Saddam Hussein. And he listed a litany of offences that Iran have committed or supported around the world. He maybe has a case on that point, but there'll be many here in the United States who are saying he hasn't really made a case for what is something against international law by launching this so-called preemptive strike. There's nothing in international law allows that sort of thing, and there will be concern that he's acted on this with the Israelis and got the United States into, at the moment, an operation that doesn't have an end date and doesn't seem to have a goal that they can stand up and say, well, we did that at the end of it.
Alan, I'm going to come back to you in just a few minutes, but first we want to go to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has made an address saying that the attack on Iran has been launched to remove, quote, an existential threat. He added a call for the Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Alan, the core of the statements between the U.S. president and the Israeli prime minister are very similar. They start with existential threat. They end with calling for the Iranians to rise up themselves. But there are a lot of Americans who went to bed hearing the president say that he was unhappy with the talks, but still willing to have them continue, and are now waking up to this. Do we know what happened in those moments, in those hours, who the president was talking to, what might have changed his mind?
Well, given that the operation has obviously been planned because they knew who was attacking what sites in Iran, this has been in the works for some considerable time. But he travelled to Texas and then on to Florida on Friday, and with him was Lindsey Graham, who is one of his biggest fans. He's a Republican senator from North Carolina, and he has talked for a very long time about the idea of regime change in Iran. He also said recently that he's in Israel every other week, which raised a few eyebrows here, not least from his constituents in North Carolina, who say it's very hard to see Lindsey Graham in his home state. But he's clearly been pushing the idea of regime change, that this was more than just Iran's nuclear program. We are told that Marco Rubio, and I'm seeing reporting that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has informed the so-called Gang of Eight, the four main leaders on both sides of the House and the Senate, on both parties, about the operation that was underway. And also members of key committees have also been informed, but they were only informed when the operation was underway. We're looking to get confirmation of that. And Marco Rubio was due to fly to Israel. That had been flagged up. He was going to leave on Sunday, be there he was due to arrive on Sunday, probably leaving sometime late on Saturday night. The State Department have not said that that trip has been cancelled. What was interesting is that unusually, when that trip was announced, there was no invitation for reporters to join the Secretary of State. That goes against the norms that we've seen. So that suggests that it might well be that this trip is still on, that he is heading to Israel, and one of the things he will be doing is discussing what is going on in Iran. Because, of course, remember, Marco Rubio doesn't just hold the title of Secretary of State. He is also Donald Trump's Chief National Security Advisor.
Yeah, that's a very important reminder. Alan Fisher, thank you very much. Let's bring in Noor O'Day now, who's joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, there have been explosions reported in Israel. You continue to hear them during your reporting. Bring us up to speed on what's happening where you are.
Well, Riley, there have been explosions and sirens going off throughout the day, and this is a departure. It's very different from the last time this happened in June of 2025, when Israel launched a series of attacks against Iran. We didn't see Israelis hunkering down in bunkers for this long, but certainly this is, if it is foreshadowing what will come next, then it is very, very different from the confrontation in June. So far, a 9-story building has been confirmed to have been hit. A car has sustained damage, and several other locations reported impact. The Israeli military censor issued a very long, very detailed directive to the media, instructing them on what they can and cannot say or report. And really, they can report very little. There are severe restrictions on sharing videos of the locations of impact or the affected locations. Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have reported and posted videos of large pieces of shrapnel and pieces of missiles that were intercepted over their skies, landing on their land. Of course, in the occupied West Bank, there are no shelters, there are no sirens. Palestinians really rely on the sirens coming from the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank to know that something is coming. This is very different. A state of emergency has been declared in Israel, and also in Palestine. All instruction on all levels has been suspended and moved online, at least for the next 2 days. Everybody understands this is different from anything they've seen in the past 2.5 years.
And so how are people reacting to that, Noor? How do they react going forward? You mentioned they're spending more time in the shelters. We know last June, one of the big differences between what happened in Iran and what happened in Israel was that Israel had this infrastructure in place and Iran at the time did not. So how are people using that, and what are people saying right now?
Well, I mean, in Israel, attacking Iran, changing the government, crippling the government, if you will, is a point of consensus politically. For decades, Israelis have been told Iran is the biggest of all evils, the biggest of all enemies. And for decades, we've been hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran was only weeks away from weapons-grade nuclear capacity. All of those claims through all of those decades have been proven false. And but they're not really challenged in Israel. In fact, even the statements from the Omani foreign minister, who was in D.C., as Alan was discussing earlier, and who had said that an agreement was within grasp, all of those kinds of statements signaling that there is a path, a possible path through diplomacy, are ignored. They're not really discussed. They're even dismissed in Israeli discussions as just tactics to buy time. The focus really, especially given the Israeli military and political doctrine, is one of achieving hegemony without toppling the government in Tehran. Israel does not feel that it can achieve that. So for now, Israel is united behind this attack. It's too early to tell whether we would hear any voices of opposition. But we have seen a 210% increase, for example, in the number of calls to hotlines offering psychological support. Israel, just in 12 days of war, paid billions of dollars for the war effort. This is expected to be more. So it will be interesting and important to monitor what is the threshold of the Israeli public? How much will they tolerate being hit, being near bunkers or inside them, before they start questioning why Israel was so keen on pushing the U.S. for this joint assault on Tehran rather than talking to them, especially if, given everything that we've heard from the Omani mediator and others in the region, that an agreement was within reach.
Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks, Noor. Qatar's foreign ministry has released a statement. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risk of escalation. Let's cross over now to Zain Basravi, who's live for us in Doha. So, Zain, tell us what you've been seeing there and what's been happening where you are in the past couple of hours.
Well, what we've seen since this morning is Iran striking out, as it said it would, against every neighboring country in the region, in the GCC, that hosts some kind of U.S. presence, whether it's troops, whether it's the naval fleet in Bahrain, it's tens of thousands of soldiers in Kuwait, CENTCOM headquarters here in Doha in Qatar. They've attacked every GCC country except for Oman. And so far this morning, every other country that was hit, those attacks seem to be the beginning salvo and seem to have ended there. But so far, consistently, well into this afternoon, we've seen continuous strikes trying to hit Al Udeid Air Base here in Doha, Qatar. In the last hour, between 2 and 3 p.m. local time, we had multiple explosions, dozens of interceptions and plumes of smoke over the sky. And this morning, or this afternoon, just in the last 20 minutes or so, we heard 8 explosions in quick succession, and you can look up, you can see those interceptions happening in the skies over Qatar. Now, these interceptions of Iranian missiles with Patriot missile systems are happening over highly populated civilian areas. The last time this happened in June of last year, debris fell in many areas, but it was a short-lived attack. It lasted, if memory serves me, for around an hour or so. So far, this has been going on all morning. We've seen dozens of incidents of explosions in the sky, of these interceptions happening, and we have unconfirmed reports now being posted onto social media, seeming to show where debris has landed, causing some destruction in parts of the city. But again, these videos are pending confirmation, but it would track with what happened in June when we saw debris landing in people's yards on the side of the road. So we have to remind people that even though Al Udeid Air Base is far away, Doha is not a very big place, and these missiles flying from Iran over airspace in Qatar are being intercepted over heavily civilian populated areas. It's been going on all morning. And according to a U.S. official speaking to the Washington Post, the ongoing attacks are expected to continue until at least the end of the week. So this is going to be what they describe as a multi-day pressure campaign. So this is likely only the beginning of what is to come.
And Zain, as you mentioned, it's not just airspace that's closed, though. This area, economically, the repercussions could be huge. The Strait of Hormuz is here, and if all of this comes to a standstill, what does that mean, sort of from an economic perspective going forward?
Well, 20% of the world's energy goes through the Strait of Hormuz, as does so much international trade. And this region, the Middle East region, especially the Gulf countries, are major centers of economic trade, of financial markets, of all kinds of investment, of the inflow and outflow of people. These are bustling areas. These are bustling cities with bustling marketplaces. And the majority population in much of the GCC are generally expatriate workers that come here to live and work and earn a living. And so it is certainly a major world marketplace that is also currently under attack. But I don't think it is to overstate that what is going to happen now is perhaps a massive shift. Economically, geopolitically, this could be the beginning of major changes in the region. What that looks like, how things are when the guns fall silent, if they do soon enough, that is still an open question. But the reality is that, especially in so far as relations between Qatar and Iran, they've been warm for a very, very long time. Iran was a close ally during the blockade of Qatar, when GCC countries blockaded Qatar for a time. It was a major diplomatic issue. Iran was an ally. Iran has been an important negotiating partner. It also shares a major gas and oil field with Iran. All of those connections are at risk with these attacks. But Iran has said over and over again that any country in the region, though it may be a brotherly, neighborly Islamic country, a warm, close ally in trade and in political relations, Iran has warned these countries that if you host the United States, if you're allied with the United States, if you have sanctions against us and you acquiesce to that, then you will be a fair target if we are attacked. And Iran now has been attacked.
Zain Basravi, thank you. Oman's foreign minister has just released a statement. He had just mediated the third round of indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran. Just a day ago, he said that peace was within reach. But now Badr al-Busaidi says, I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this, and I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. Saudi Arabia is condemning the Iranian strikes on the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan as a breach of sovereignty. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum, and he joins us now live from the Saudi capital of Riyadh. Thank you very much for being here with us for this breaking news. Can we start with, please, how is this being received in Saudi Arabia, and what are people there saying today?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I mean, needless to say, things aren't really hunky-dory. It is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has been trying to avoid for years. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario has been manifesting before our very eyes. And this is why, unfortunately, the diplomacy has been invested in so much to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have reached this limit. Right now, I think the strikes on Iran, which led to the strikes on these Gulf capitals and these Gulf states, is just simply making sure that, or reminding us that of how insecure we are really in the region. And therefore, I think that the condemnation that Saudi Arabia has issued speaks to the fact that I think it has done everything it can, just like what the Qatari statement suggested, that it does everything it can to try to avoid being targeted. It did not facilitate any American, needless to say Israeli, strikes on Iran, yet Iran still decided to strike some of these states and trespass the sovereignty. So we're right now in an era, really, of a nightmare scenario that's just taking place time and again. And I think what we're going to see now is a new era of just insecurity. The reason why, Riley, we have invested a great deal of this diplomacy is because we in the GCC and Saudi Arabia are on the front line of two other people's wars, and now three people's wars. It's the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are on the front line here. And then as a result, the landscape is something that we're going to suffer from. So this is why there's going to be a lot of frustration and a lot of diplomacy going to be at play. And we're just going to have to wait and see. There's just many variables that are not in our hands or not in the hands of the GCC. So I anticipate the Saudi ruling elite, as well as the Gulf states and their ruling elites, are not going to throw more fuel into the fire. I think they are the most level-headed out of all these actors. So we are just going to wait and see. I think American officials have suggested that this may be a few days long.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. We have another guest that we have to get to in short order. Hamid Ganbari is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, and he joins us now live from Dubai. Thank you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Iran has strongly condemned the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. What is Iran's official assessment of these attacks?
Hello, and thank you for having me. Iran strongly condemns these airstrikes. From our perspective, they constitute a clear violation of the UN Charter, especially the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and prohibition of use of force. Military attacks on Iranian territory undermines international law and threaten regional peace and stability. Iran has always emphasized that disputes should be resolved through diplomacy, not through force.
So these strikes occurred while diplomatic contacts between Iran and the United States were ongoing. How does Iran interpret this timing?
You know, the timing is deeply troubling. Iran entered diplomatic contacts in good faith because we believe that dialogue and diplomacy are the most responsible ways to reduce tensions and avoid conflicts. When military attacks take place during diplomatic engagement, it damages trust and raises serious doubts about the commitment to peaceful solutions.
So Iran has now responded to the missile strikes, on Israeli targets and U.S. military facilities in the region. What is the legal basis you have for this response?
Iran's response is based on the inherent rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. When a state faces an armed attack, it has a right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human sufferings caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Mina, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. According to the latest reports, around 40 people have been killed, many of them young school children and school staff. This is not only a military issue, this is a humanitarian tragedy. Children, schools, and civilians must never become victims of war. The loss of those young lives is heartbreaking and reminds the world that the human cost of conflict is always the heaviest for the most innocent.
Some of these strikes targeted U.S. bases in Gulf countries. How does Iran address concerns from the regional states about this?
Iran respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all regional countries, especially our neighbors in Persian Gulf. Our actions were not directed at those states or their people. They targeted specific foreign military facilities that were used in operations against Iran. Iran remains committed to regional dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation with neighboring countries.
At this point, is Iran expecting that the United Nations or the international community will play any role at this stage of the crisis?
Definitely, Iran expects the United Nations and the international community to uphold international law and to protect civilians. The tragedy in Mina, where children lost their lives in school, shows why the world must take humanitarian law seriously. Schools, students, and civilians must be protected at all times. The United Nations Security Council has a responsibility to address this situation, to prevent further escalation, and to ensure accountability for attacks that harm civilians.
Do you see, looking forward, any possibility for de-escalation or a route to de-escalation in the near future?
Actually, Iran does not seek escalation. Our priority remains peace, stability, and diplomacy. But de-escalation requires the attacks to stop and that Iran's sovereignty and rights are respected. The world must remember that behind political tensions, there are human lives, including children, whose futures should never be destroyed by war. If aggression stops and respect for international law returns, there would be hope for, coming back to de-escalation and to respecting the territorial integrity of countries and coming back to the international relation based on the rule of law.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Hamid Ganbari is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. Hassan Ahmadian is an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and he joins us from the Iranian capital. Ali Hashim is here for us on set. He's been covering Iran extensively, especially throughout this year. Ali, I'll start with you, or sorry, let's go actually to Hassan first. How are things moving in Iran in terms of how people are moving, given that communications are down? How is it for people to get information about what's going on right now?
Well, internal communication are up, but international internet yet again is facing challenges to communicate through. But news and state TV and of course internal internet is the main source at this point. The war started when people were at work, kids were at school, so it created a bit of a mess in the city. It was hard to move around because of the immense traffic, but generally things are back to normal. Of course, the country faced the aggression, as you have been reporting, and the Iranians have also retaliated the way they promised to. That is, geographically wider than the June war and more precise, targeting U.S. bases, Israel, in many places around the region.
What is the purpose? Sorry, and I apologize for interrupting, but what is the purpose of widening the geographical scope of the retaliation so early on?
Because the Iranians thought it learned the hard way that showing any weakness would be interpreted as Iran being weak and that it can be threatened by war anytime the aggressor wants. That was the main lesson they learned from the June attack. When Iran put a cap on its retaliations against the United States specifically, then we saw that talks about attacking the country continued to this day. The Iranians now are telling the United States that no, this is not going to be the case. The Iranians my interpretation is that they're trying to change the calculations in Washington. That's the main target. If you attack us, we have the capacity and the willingness to go for all your assets, bases, whatever belongs to you around us. And that's not something that we cannot sustain, because those bases, those assets are not that far away from our borders. That's the main message I read in the Iranian official response to the attack the country has faced. And of course, this can drag on for some time now.
Okay, Hassan, stay with us, because I want to bring in Ali Hashim. And Ali, that is something that Iran has been saying throughout these negotiations. It's been saying, we're ready for talks, but we're ready for war, and we will hit at every military target, base, piece of equipment that the U.S. has here if we are attacked first. Is it likely that actually doing that would change the calculus in Washington?
Well, the issue right now is that Iran is in the situation of responding and retaliating. It's not the one that initiated the attack. So what it's trying to do is just to raise the price. So it's putting a high price on the United States and on Israel. Now, it's just been a few hours since the beginning of the war and the Iranian retaliation. We don't know what's going to happen tonight. We were not aware what the Iranians might have or might not have. Will they be able to sustain and to continue and be consistent with their retaliation? This all will frame how things are going to be. And it's clear the Iranians are trying to exert pressure mainly on Gulf countries so that on their own, they will also exert pressure on the Americans. They're trying to hit inside Israel and to put more pressure on the Israeli government. But it's clear that the Israeli government doesn't really give much attention to this. As far as it's concerned, the main objective is just ending the establishment in Iran. It wants that. And this has been clear in Prime Minister Netanyahu's rhetoric. It's been clear in all what the Israeli officials have been saying, even the former officials. The former defense minister Gallant yesterday tweeted that what's going to happen in the coming weeks in the region will frame what's going to be the future of this region for coming decades. So yes, they are trying to make history out of what's happening right now.
And Hassan, I want to put that to you, because does Iran, given everything that has happened over the past year, the additional sanctions, the war last summer, does Iran have the staying power to continue pressure for a prolonged period of time and a prolonged conflict, if that's what it comes to?
Well, because we are in a war, everything will stay focused on war and how to deal with it and its repercussions internally. The administration in the previous war was successful in managing the needs of the society, economic and basic needs of the society, while the country was waging its retaliatory attacks on Israel and then on the United States. I think this will be the case. The Iranians, wars are the costliest yet most effective learning process a country and an armed force can go through. And I think the Iranians learned a lot from the June of 2025 attack on the country and the way they dealt with it. They saw the shortcomings, and I think they've been building and remedying those shortcomings for eight months, not to face any shortcoming moving forward. And that's why we see a rather different way in which the Iranians are dealing with the attack. There was no surprise. The Iranians were expecting to be basically betrayed on the negotiating table. That's why there was no surprise. That's a big difference. And also, the Iranians have been, as I said, accumulating their capabilities for this because they were expecting it, because threats never stopped in the past few months that there will be a war. And so they went for negotiations, hoping that this can cap an escalation with the United States, can tell the United States that you do not need to be sleptwalked into a conflict with Iran by the Israelis. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And though the hope was really minimal in that, but still they went for it. Now we are facing the grim reality. It's war, and they have to deal with it.
Okay. Hassan Ahmadian in Tehran, thank you. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran with more on the attacks in Iran.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after its initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures leaving fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
So here's what we know about the regional implications following the attack on Iran. This is the moment that a missile hit the center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Bahrain calls the attack a blatant violation of the kingdom's sovereignty and security. Several explosions have been heard shortly after. Qatar says it shot down all the missiles targeted in its territory. In Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, at least one person was killed. Authorities say the victim was from somewhere else. Sirens have been activated in Kuwait after explosions were heard. The country also closed its airspace and suspended all flights to Iran until further notice. And in Jordan, the military says it intercepted 2 ballistic missiles over the skies in that country. Now, I want to go back to Abdulaziz Al-Gashien, who joins us now from Riyadh. Thank you so much for staying with us. I apologize for leaving you, because we were talking about exactly this, the regional implications that are coming out of this. And you were telling me about the significant regional diplomacy that has been happening, because the Gulf, as you say, is now in the middle of other people's wars, as you put it. So tell me what happens now on that diplomatic front.
Well, I think firstly, the GCC states will continue to pursue this diplomacy. They will try to find any way and try to find levers to try to de-escalate the situation. There is a risk that if the Iranian ballistic missiles continues to fire at airspace or at sovereign airspace in the GCC, that there could be a retaliation of sorts from the Arab Gulf countries. I personally think that they will not rush to this, but clearly from the statements, all the Gulf countries, the Arab Gulf countries, have indicated their readiness to do so, but they are simply in a position where they do not want to put more fuel in the fire. And they feel
what could that retaliation look like?
Well, this is something I really can't speak to, because I think what they are going to do is they're simply going to make sure they're going to be covered defensively. I think they're going to intensify their air defense capabilities and make sure they're going to be, that's the posture. Will it go into and spill over into offensive capabilities? This is something I just genuinely can't, I don't feel, it won't be responsible for me to speculate upon that. What I would say is that, listen, we have seen these kind of tit-tats before in the 80s. So the Gulf states are not going to just sit back and relax and just let this play out, because they are not passive. The issue is they're going to try to do as much as they can to de-escalate. So it just speaks to how precarious and complicated the Gulf security terrain is.
It's also a difficult thing. Apologies for jumping in on you. It's also a difficult thing to sit back and watch, as you say, because it does have such a profound effect on these countries economically, with the airspace closed, with shipping interrupted, with all of these things. And these are countries that do very much depend on foreign investment at this point.
Well, this is exactly what I was trying to say, which is that they're not going to simply sit back and watch this militarily. Now, this does not mean they're just going to not do anything. They will invoke their diplomatic architecture, but they will try to de-escalate because of the reasons that you mentioned. Now, jumping into using military endeavors willy-nilly, or just because it's a very emotive response, is not probably the best option at the moment. So we will just see what are the options and how this play out. How will this play out You know, we're still in the opening hours of this. We don't know how this will evolve. And to be honest with you, we don't know when it will stop. And that's one of the reasons why, and this goes against other people in other places in the region, whether it's in Israel or the United States, that, hey, you should really jump in on this. All the Lindsey Grahams who are saying, you know, you're crazy if you're not going to jump into this. Clearly, you know, the road post these attacks are going to be more riddled with chaos more than clarity. So I think the Saudis and the others understand very well that these actions will leave residual strategic implications that they will be stuck with. Other actors like Israel may be more accommodated to the situation of war that they find themselves in. The United States is literally 14 hours away by plane. We are not even an hour away. And this is one of the probably the security lack of coordination or the lack of compatibility at times that really it compounds the security dilemma that we find ourselves in. So I think you know, after this we are going to see, and let me just say this: we've in the months prior, we've been saying that Israel was the main security threat in the region. And then we see Iranian strikes on the GCC territory. We are now in between two threatening capabilities. And this is going to be a question that we're going to have to really engage with and grapple with. How can we boost our security capabilities and deterrence capabilities? And so this is something clearly we're going to be developing. We're going to be, you know, there is going to be that discussion in postmortem, and it'll be important to follow what happens next. But there is going to be immense amount of insecurity, and unfortunately, the trajectory of the region does not look bright.
Abdulaziz Al-Gashien, thank you for staying with us and for your insight here on Al Jazeera. Countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the U.S. Moscow has called for an immediate end to the conflict. In a statement, the Foreign Ministry said Russia urges an immediate stop to the attacks on Iran. It says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Let's get more now from Dmitry Medvedenko, who joins us now live from Moscow. Dmitry, Russia is one of Iran's biggest allies. Tell us more about what the Kremlin's been saying.
Well, we've just learned that Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi called his Russian counterpart on the phone. He talked to Sergei Lavrov and discussed the situation and said that he's going to be initiating an emergency UN Security Council meeting. Sergei Lavrov condemned the attacks on Iran and offered his assurances that Moscow will be aiding Iran in finding a peaceful resolution to the situation, including in the Security Council. Now, in this statement that you've mentioned from the Foreign Ministry, the Foreign Ministry has called the attack on Iran a reckless step. It said that Moscow has no doubts that it is a premeditated and unprovoked act of aggression against the sovereign nation in violation of international law. It also said that Washington and Tel Aviv bear full responsibility for all negative consequences in the region and around the world as a result of this attack. Now, Moscow has also said that additional condemnation should come from the fact that the attack happened under the cover, as it said, of peace negotiations with the United States, and contrary to signals coming from Israel that Israel does not seek any military confrontation with Iran. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that Israel provided these signals to Moscow. Now, let me quote also two lines here from the statement. The international community, including the leadership of the UN and IAEA, must immediately give an objective and uncompromising assessment of the situation aimed at these irresponsible actions aimed at destroying peace, stability and security in the Middle East. And Washington and Tel Aviv have once again embarked on a dangerous adventure that is rapidly bringing the region closer to a humanitarian, economic and possibly radiological catastrophe. This is an important part because The only nuclear power plant in Iran is in Bushehr. It is a plant that Russia helped build and helps operate. Russia provides the fuel for the plant and also takes in the spent nuclear fuel. So the situation around that, because we have had reports that one of the strikes came on Bushehr. We don't have any reports of damage there. Moscow is obviously concerned with what happens with that nuclear power plant. It evacuated some of its staff in the June attacks last year.
Okay. Dmitry Medvedenko, thank you for that update from Moscow. Earlier, I spoke to Hamid Ganbari, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, who joined us from Dubai. He says his country was attacked while it was trying to find a diplomatic solution through negotiations.
The timing is deeply troubling. Iran entered diplomatic contacts in good faith because we believe that dialogue and diplomacy are the most responsible ways to reduce tensions and avoid conflicts. When military attacks take place through diplomatic engagement, it damages trust and raises serious doubts about the commitment to peaceful solutions. Iran's response is based on the inherent rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. When a state faces an armed attack, it has the right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human suffering caused by the human sufferings caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Minab, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. Iran respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all regional countries, especially our neighbors in Persian Gulf. Our actions were not directed at those states or their people. They targeted specific foreign military facilities that were used in operations against Iran. Iran remains committed to regional dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation with neighboring countries.
Ali Hashem joins us now back in studio. Ali, so when we're talking about what is happening in the region now, there had always been concern that there would be a regional spillover here. What I think many people possibly did not calculate was that it would happen so quickly. How does this calculus change what Iran is doing from conflicts that we've seen in the past?
Well, first of all, it depends also on the setup. The setup is different. So it's a deja vu moment when it comes to negotiations that were followed by an attack, but it's not a deja vu moment when the United States and Israel are together attacking Iran. So this is a new setup. This new setup is imposing a new calculus on the Iranians and new targets. So but they've been warning that these targets are going to be hit. So they've been saying this repeatedly. The Iranian Supreme Leader said that on several occasions that in a case of a war, there is nothing called limited strike. A limited strike will be faced with an attack on the whole region. And this is what I mean, he said American assets in the region. And this is what the Iranians are doing currently. We're seeing them launching attacks towards Israel, launching attacks towards the capitals of the GCC. And it's clear that the command and control is intact. It's different from the last time. Last time, the command and control was affected. Many of the commanders were killed. In this strike, there are reports of killings within the military officers. However, we don't have any information on who and how, but it's clear that the way they've planned their response, the way they've planned their management of battle management is different. It's clear that there are kind of a decentralized command, and this decentralized command is giving them the opportunity to respond in different ways. And as we can see till now, it's been several hours and they are still launching rockets. Now, how is this going to continue? It all depends on how much the Iranians can be consistent and how much they can sustain hits and how much the United States and Israel are going to escalate more and more in their hits.
Right, and that is the question. And let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who also joins us now live from Washington. Kimberly, this will obviously have been a talked about and coordinated plan by the U.S. and Israel. Do we know anything else now about what that might look like going forward, or indeed what Congress there is going to wake up to and think about what happened overnight?
Well, Congress is aware of what happened overnight. The administration briefed the so-called Gang of Eight. That is the Democrat as well as Republican leadership in both the House of Representatives, the lower chamber of the U.S. Congress, and the U.S. Senate, the upper chamber. So that message has or already is being disseminated. So this is no surprise to the U.S. Congress. Add to that there was at least a large swath of the U.S. Congress that was very in support of this and had been pushing for conflict with Iran. As recently as last Tuesday, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and also the National Security Advisor for the president, was on Capitol Hill briefing the members, again, the Gang of Eight, on Iran. Now, what we know is coming out of that Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the U.S. Senate, said that this was in no way a sufficient explanation, but it was instead what was provided, and the top Democrat in the U.S. Senate said that he expected there to be further briefings. Obviously, that has not happened. And now what we know is that these strikes have been carried out and are ongoing. But what we're waiting for now is for the U.S. president, who's already made one address regarding this, to speak to Americans. Americans are waking up. It is 8 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, D.C., so the West Coast is still fast asleep. Many Americans not aware of what has occurred. What I can tell you, though, is the polling data suggests that most Americans suspected this was inevitable. A majority said that they saw this happening in the next 30 days. Having said that, what we also know is the polling data showed a majority of Americans did not want to see the United States involved in a conflict with Iran. And that is really broken down along party lines, with Republicans mostly in favor and independents and Democrats opposed. Now, having said that, what we know is that in the midst of all of this, there were obviously negotiations that were ongoing. The United States had just had its Middle East envoys return from the Middle East, and it was known from the Yemeni foreign minister that there was, in fact, a briefing between the Yemeni foreign minister and J.D. Vance, the vice president, that suggested that peace was in reach. But obviously, the United States had other calculations.
And Ali, that is one thing that many analysts have been saying, is this visit by the Iranian foreign minister yesterday to Washington was perhaps an indication that talks weren't as close to an agreement as some people would have liked to believe. How does that play into the sort of wider concern of the region? Oman is obviously the mediator, the representative, but they are also close to Iran. They are close to all of these people that have been dealing with these strikes today. So how will they be looking at this today?
Well, the fact that from Friday, when the talks took place in Geneva, and there were attempts to project some optimism from these talks, but it was clear that there's nothing that was reached. And from the moment the Omani foreign minister tweeted on Friday that both sides are open to new ideas, observers, including me, concluded that there's nothing on the table right now. So the second day, when the Omani foreign minister went to the United States for consultations with J.D. Vance, it was clear that was the last attempt to try convince the United States leadership to not take this decision and start the war. Nothing was reached. So out of, he went to channels, and we know that the Omanis are discreet. They don't like media. He went on TV. He spoke on TV, and I think that was the last attempt to try say, well, you guys should stop there, but it wasn't possible anymore.
And Kimberly, what do we know about how the president has been speaking to allies in the region, perhaps European allies, about what was set to happen today? For people who were casually watching in the media, it obviously came on short order, but that was likely not the case given how coordinated this attack was. Will the president be making a lot of phone calls today?
Well, the White House hasn't. We have been in touch with the White House. They have not released any readouts of phone calls with foreign leaders, but that is a safe assumption that those will be occurring or occurred prior to these strikes. The United States usually does give an indication to its allies, but there were many other indications that this was imminent. You have to remember that when the U.S. president launched Midnight Hammer late in the summer of last year, the United States was again negotiating with Iran to limit its nuclear program. So this is really the second time under this presidency that while there has been so-called efforts to negotiate peace, what was really happening behind the scenes was Iran and the United States were scheming to launch strikes. So it's, for the U.S. reputation, obviously going to harm it even further. There is going to be a perception among allies that the word of the United States can't be trusted. We also saw other indications that this was imminent, and that has to do with Israel's strikes in Lebanon just prior to the attack by the United States and Israel. And military analysts that I spoke to expressed that the reason for that is because once the launch of strikes by the United States into Iran, that will obviously activate the defensive measures of Iran's proxies. And so in order to protect Israel, this was another signal that things were imminent or underway. And so this is certainly something that is going to be of concern to the American people, given the fact that, again, this is not something that the American people wanted. And also, you have to remember, it's not what Donald Trump campaigned on. He campaigned on getting out of foreign entanglements. That, in large part, was a reason why independents supported him. He was also elected on the economy and immigration issues, but those who maybe swung towards the left were able to tolerate and even cast a vote for Donald Trump because he promised to end foreign wars. But under this president, we've seen just the opposite. Despite his claims that he solved 8 wars and he was on his way to his 9th, we also know that he's conducted strikes in Syria, twice in Iran now, and of course, the United States was instrumental in supplying the Israeli military for its war in Gaza. So this, many Americans are going to say, is hardly the peaceful president. Well, he says one thing and describes himself as the peaceful president. He obviously is instigating war on the other hand. Now, we need to hear from the president again, and we are waiting for that. The U.S. president is down in Florida in Mar-a-Lago, his Florida residence. He was expected to speak in the coming hours, but we have just had word from the pool, that is the press team from the White House that covers the president, and their so-called call time, or the time they would gather to cover such an event, has been pushed back. So we know that, in fact, there will be some sort of speech, but the question is when.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington. Kimberly, many thanks indeed. It is just past 1300 hours GMT, 4 o'clock here in Doha. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the US and Israel's attack on Iran. Iranian authorities say that a strike on a girls' elementary school in the country's south has killed at least 52 people. It was one of the numerous and ongoing strikes the US and Israel have launched across the country. Iran has retaliated with its own waves of missiles and drones against Israel and US assets in the region. Al Jazeera's Hamza Mohammed begins our coverage.
The strikes began in the Iranian capital and quickly spread to cities across the country. In Tehran, air raids hit some of Iran's most sensitive sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Parshin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He is understood not to have been harmed and to be in a safe place. Israel said it targeted dozens of military sites in Iran and that it will continue strikes. The US coordinated the attacks with Israel. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and said Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has repeatedly said its nuclear program was for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched across the capital. The attacks come after negotiators from Washington and Tehran concluded indirect talks in Geneva on Thursday. Iran has closed its airspace and says it will retaliate. State media says several US bases in Gulf states have been targeted by the Iranian military, thus raising fears the region could be dragged into a wider conflict. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Hamid Gambari is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. He's currently in Dubai and says that his country was attacked while it was trying to find a diplomatic solution through negotiations.
The timing is deeply troubling. Iran entered diplomatic contacts in good faith because we believe that dialogue and diplomacy are the most responsible ways to reduce tensions and avoid conflicts. When military attacks take place during diplomatic engagement, it damages trust and raises serious doubts about the commitment to peaceful solutions. Iran's response is based on the inherent rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. When a state faces an armed attack, it has the right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human suffering caused by the human sufferings caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Minab, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. Iran respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all regional countries, especially our neighbors in Persian Gulf. Our actions were not directed at those states or their people. They targeted specific foreign military facilities that were used in operations against Iran. Iran remains committed to regional dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation with neighboring countries.
Al Jazeera has correspondents in Washington, D.C., Doha, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank and Geneva. But first, let's take you live to the Iranian capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. Mohammed, widespread targets were hit. What do we know about the targets that have been hit so far today in Iran?
Yes, Adrian, there has been some calm over the last couple of hours, but there have been very many intensive strikes this morning, including here in the capital, Tehran, particularly the Pastor district. That's a place where you have more government institutions and military institutions around the area that has been hit, and also the presidential palace and the homes of some of the leadership members. Across the country, many cities, probably up to 10 cities, have been targeted in all corners of Iran. And the Americans and Israelis say they have targeted military sites, strategic locations, but we haven't had much of a focus on the nuclear sites during this campaign today, and that matches the motto of this new campaign is not just the nuclear capabilities of Iran, but also weakening the regime and taking out the missile capabilities of the country. President Trump has promised that, so now we are seeing a campaign that is different from the one we saw in June. Now the country here feels that throughout the country, the institutions of the government, including military and also strategic institutions, are under attack. The government here is reassuring people that although this has been a very powerful attack this morning and across the day, things are under control. They are reassuring people that, you know, now they can move if they want. They can travel from city to city to go to safer locations. They say provisions are in place. There is no need to panic. And also they are talking about the failure of the attack so far, because the leadership hasn't been touched. All the major leaders of the country, the most top-ranking government officials and military officials are safe, as they say here in the official reports. And also the bet on the country, the people who are opposed to the regime by the Americans and the Israelis, the bet that they will go into the streets and try to change the regime. We haven't seen any signs of that. And that's something that people here are talking about. The government is talking about this and giving orders and instructions that any suspicious movement in the streets will be crushed. So, I mean, we can already talk about like the Iranians saying that they have absorbed this first shock, this first wave of attacks, and that this only makes the purposes of the attacks by the Americans, of the campaign, more distant than the Americans and the Israelis have been expecting. It's going to be a protruded war. It's going to be painful. It's going to be very costly to the Americans. And the foreign minister has promised in different statements that Iran is going to strike back stronger than ever before, and that it is going to teach the Americans and the Israelis a lesson they have never seen before.
Israel and the US have said that this is just the start of what is going to be a prolonged campaign. Is Iran prepared for that?
That's what they say. The Iranians are saying that because of what happened in June, they have been preparing for this war, and that no matter how long it will take, they have the means, the capabilities, the national resolve to counter this campaign and to ascertain that it is going to fail. That's what they say. They say they have the military capabilities, that they have these capabilities safe now in places that cannot be easily destroyed by the Americans and the Israelis. And what happened today is, for them, a proof that, waves of attacks by the Iranian military are, following each other. And now the army has just issued statements over the last couple of hours that it hasn't been in the early attacks, it hasn't been involved. Now it is involved. It is just joining, and we know that only the Iranian National Guard Corps has been involved in the attacks in the morning and also in June. Now, for the first time, the Iranian army is officially saying that it has launched its own attacks, including missiles and drones. So Iran is betting on the strategic power that it has. And apparently what we heard is that they haven't launched their strongest missiles yet, because they want to send a message to the Americans and to the Israelis and also to allies in the region that Iran still has cards close to its chest to use if the war is protracted. They have not used their best weapons, and it's like leaving the door open for negotiations if they want to negotiate, that we are not yet into the full-out war that you might expect. But once there, Iran is saying that it is going to teach a lesson to its enemies that it has never expected.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Wael reporting live from Iran's capital, Tehran. Mohammed, many thanks indeed. Well, President Donald Trump has warned that there will likely be American casualties following US and Israel attacks on Iran. He's also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms or face certain death.
My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach.
Live to Washington, our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is with us again. Kimberly, you were saying a few moments ago that it's, just after 8 a.m. there. People will be waking up to news that they are at war, and with so far the only message from the president being that video on his Truth Social platform. Will they be on board with the idea that Iran was an imminent threat to the U.S.?
Well, certainly in the last week or so, we have seen public statements from the Secretary of State as well as the U.S. President and some of the more hawkish Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham making the case without evidence that there was an imminent threat to the United States. And so there will be a lot of skepticism from ordinary Americans that this is something that needed to be done now. What we know is that the U.S. president has said, as well as the Secretary of State, that Iran was on a pathway to developing a weapon that could strike the United States. But the language was very vague, and so many Americans were led to believe that this was some sort of nuclear threat. But the Defense Intelligence Agency's own intelligence, which is publicly available and has been widely discussed among government officials, states that not only was that not true, but the capabilities of Iran to get some sort of ballistic missile even that could reach the United States was years away, at earliest 8 years or beyond. And that right now, the capabilities, if there was to be anything that struck the United States, would do such little damage that it was equated to, as one analyst told me, striking part of an apartment block, but not even taking it down. So the United States, America, and the ordinary Americans have overwhelmingly for years now been stating that they do not want to see their personal tax dollars going to foreign entanglements, that they want to see this president spending that money on the U.S. economy and improving the lives of ordinary Americans. So there is going to be frustration among so many when they wake up and find out the news that the president they elected to end foreign entanglements has embroiled ordinary Americans in yet another one.
This time yesterday, Kimberly, I was sitting in this very chair reporting that Trump was unhappy with the way in which the negotiations on Iran's nuclear program were going, but that he was happy to continue talking. What changed in just the few hours between that statement and when the bombing began?
Well, I think that anyone who is watching this carefully knows that what the United States says and what it actually does are two different things. And often those public statements are just projected deception in order to launch a planned attack. And that is the second time that the United States has done this to Iran, as there have been ongoing negotiations, whether it was back in June of 2025 or now in February of 2026, even as the United States says it is negotiating to limit Iran's nuclear program. What you'll also notice is that the goalpost for what Iran must agree to constantly continues to move. And so what the United States has done, yet again, is made Iran faced with an impossible choice of essentially going to war or being so vulnerable that it would be decimated by war. And so this is why the negotiations never quite reached the mark. But we should point out that the Omani foreign minister was very clear and went on the airwaves in the United States on Friday to make it public that he believed that peace was within reach and that this was the first opportunity in weeks that there had been they were on the cusp of an agreement. And perhaps there is the speculation that because there was finally the opportunity for peace, that is what instigated the war.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington, D.C. Many thanks indeed, Kimberly. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also made an address saying that the attack on Iran has been launched to remove, quote, an existential threat. He also added a call for the Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Let's take you live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day is there. Noor, explosions have been reported today right across Israel. What can you tell us about what's been happening there?
Well, the last sirens, Adrian, went off about 15 minutes ago. From where we are here in Ramallah, we could hear loud explosions of the Israel's air defense missiles intercepting some of those incoming Iranian missiles. In the distance right behind me, that's where Tel Aviv is. And before it, in the horizon, is an illegal Israeli settlement. The sirens going off there are audible here, and it's what residents in Ramallah rely on to know that something is happening and that they should take shelter, even though there are no bunkers in the homes of Palestinians. Now, Israel has been very clear that there is a state of emergency. There are no public gatherings, no schooling, no activity except for essential services. So far, no injuries have been reported, although we've seen some reports in Israeli social media circles about several direct impacts. The Israeli military censor has been very clear from the early morning hours about the restrictions imposed on media coverage, on videos of direct impact sites, that those would not be allowed to be shown under penalty basically for whoever publishes them. So we have very little in the way of footage about what is happening. We're relying on reports from eyewitnesses, but certainly we have not seen this kind of intensity of sirens going off, of Israelis being told to be in shelters or next to them for such prolonged periods, certainly not in June 2025 when Israel launched another attack on Iran. This is different, and Israelis and Palestinians understand this is like nothing they've seen before.
Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day reporting live there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, many thanks indeed. Going to take you now to Geneva. Joining us from there, Ali Vez, who is the director of the Iran Project at the International Crisis Group. Good to have you with us, sir. What failed in the diplomatic track? Talks were ongoing. What's changed that made military action necessary?
Well, diplomacy ran out of time because President Trump ran out of patience. We always knew that the president wanted to have quick wins and the Iranian negotiating style and the degree of mistrust between Iran and the United States and the complexity of issues at hand didn't really permit for the kind of rapid progress that he had in mind. I also think President Trump wanted Iran not really to agree to a fair and equitable deal, but wanted Iran to capitulate. And capitulating to U.S. terms from the Iranian perspective is even more dangerous than suffering another U.S. and Israeli strike.
Israel and the US described this as preemptive action. What was the imminent threat that required force now?
There was no imminent threat. This is a war of choice. This is a war of opportunity because Israel and the United States believe that the Islamic Republic is in a position of historic weakness. Its allies in the region have been degraded. Its air defenses have been weakened. And it's a regime that has lost a lot of legitimacy at home, given that it committed a bloody massacre just last month. And so they thought this is a moment where if they further degrade the regime, the Iranian people will come to the streets and would finish the job. It might prove to be wishful thinking.
I just wonder if there was any realistic diplomatic off-ramp available to Iran here, and if so, why it wasn't pursued.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Iran were to completely capitulate on its nuclear program and say that it would shut it down entirely, it is quite possible that President Trump would then ask for Iran to also disarm itself and give away its ballistic missiles, which are its only viable tool of deterrence and defense. So that it wasn't really available to the Iranians. And President Trump, again, was not seeking any kind of balanced agreement. And also remember the history here, Adrian. There was a nuclear deal between Iran and the US that President Trump reneged on in 2018. There were negotiations last year. In the middle of those negotiations, he did provide a green light for Israel to bomb Iran and joined that fight as well. And this time, again, in the middle of negotiations, he has bombed Iran. Yeah. So I think he has now proven that the U.S. is simply not a reliable negotiating partner.
Yeah, it can't be trusted to negotiate in good faith, having done it a second time in the middle of negotiations.
Absolutely. And put yourself also in the shoes of the Omanis, who had put their political capital and enormous efforts in trying to bring two sides together. And Foreign Minister of Oman was in Washington yesterday reporting to Vice President Vance of the degree of progress that was made in the negotiations. But in the end, I think the war camp in Washington and Prime Minister Netanyahu succeeded in dragging the United States to try to finish the job. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a viable strategy here, because at the end of the day, none of these issues have a military solution, although there is a military option. 8 months after President Trump said that Iran's nuclear program was obliterated, the U.S. had to go at it again. And I think the concept of regime change fits into the same category, that there is a lot of wishful thinking that by destabilizing the Iranian regime, something better will come into place. But of course, we've seen this movie before. And in that part of the world, U.S. regime change policies often end in grief.
Good to talk to you, Ali. Many thanks indeed for being with us. Ali Verz there in Geneva. Well, Iran has also launched strikes on U.S. assets right across the Middle East region. This was the moment a missile hit the center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain's capital. Explosions and interceptions have also been reported in countries including the UAE, Qatar, Iraq and Jordan. One person is reported to have been killed in Abu Dhabi. Let's go live now to my colleague Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha. Zain, we've been hearing explosions here in the newsroom, a booming sound, but they appear to come in waves, or have done over the last 3 hours. What have you been seeing from your vantage point there?
Well, just in the last few minutes, we heard 2 more loud explosions that sounded like those interceptions we've been hearing all morning of Iranian missiles using the defensive systems that Doha has at its disposal. Now, that was just a few minutes ago. Throughout the course of the last hour, there were at least a dozen explosions And since this morning, there have been dozens of explosions. And an urgent report just about an hour ago also saying that Dubai has seen another couple of explosions. Those reports pending confirmation, of course. But what we have been seeing throughout the morning is that Iran has hit every single country in the GCC except for Oman. We have the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. They were hit. We have troops and bases in Saudi. Riyadh was hit. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, close allies of the United States. CENTCOM is headquartered here in Qatar. And also Kuwait has tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers at any given time. But it seems attacks, by and large, on other places were a single salvo. Doha seems to have been receiving multiple strikes over the course of the day, multiple interceptions being carried out throughout this morning. Now, what we have heard are several different reports. Qatar continues to say that it has taken on 3 waves, multiple waves of these strikes successfully targeting these missiles before they make landfall. But we have seen the debris fall has caused some damage. In Barwa village, a suburb just outside of Doha, what seemed like the fuel canister of one of the missiles, debris falling from the sky, landed in a residential area. There was a large fireball explosion, a large plume of smoke, and social media footage posted on various outlets did show ambulances at the scene and large crowds and a good deal of panic. That happening in Barwa, not too far, about 20 or 30 minutes drive from where I am now. Now, the IRGC has put out a statement saying that it destroyed an American long-range radar system here in Qatar, the American FP-132. That's according to an IRGC statement. Qatar saying that it has managed to deflect any attack before it's made actual landfall. So that seems to be a contradiction of messaging from the two sides. We also see that the relationship between Iran and Qatar is now being tested, a relationship that was a close diplomatic one, tested now, tested back in June last year when Iran tried to hit Al Udeid Air Base. That attack was relatively short-lived. It was choreographed with Washington to avoid any kind of escalation. But what we're seeing since this morning is that escalation.
Okay, Zain, for the moment, many thanks indeed. Qatar's foreign minister has released a statement. It says that the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risk of escalation. Joining me is Rashid Al-Mohanadi, who's the Vice President of the Center for International Policy Research. Good to have you with us, sir. Iran has long warned that any strike would trigger retaliation across this region. And we heard our correspondent there saying that the relationship between Qatar and Iran has already been tested. How can a nation like Qatar respond without making things worse, without risking further escalation?
Well, Adrian, as all of us, we've been woken up by the news of the Israeli and U.S. attack on Iran. And then we were also woken up again in, Saturday morning on a Ramadan day, which people usually sleep in, by the warning messages we received on my mobile phones about an imminent Iranian attack. So first, I'd like to focus on the Iranian attack. The attack on June, there was apparent, enough heads up before the attack happened. This one came at a surprise and a shock to us in Qatar, and I think to the Qatari government. And it came, as waves, not as a single attack. And I think until now, Qatar has been one of the most targeted states out of all of the other Arab states being targeted by Iran. I think the decision makers in Tehran don't understand how potentially damaging this is, not just for Qatari-Iranian relations, but also to Arab-Iranian relations.
But for countries hosting U.S. assets, as Qatar does, are they participants, bystanders? Does it make them legitimate targets regardless?
Well, the view from Doha is Al Udeid is a Qatari base. We have defense and security relationships with multiple states, not only the US. And I think all Gulf states made it very clear that no strikes will come out of Gulf bases. And we can see that using open source information that most of the strikes happened between the US and Israel from different vectors, not including the Gulf states. And I think what will be read now is that this is, and has been in the statements we've read from all the Gulf states, that this is an attack on Qatari and Gulf sovereignty.
Let's bring in our correspondent one more time, Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha. Zain, earlier today, all of us here living in Qatar, we had alerts on our phone, several of them, advising us to shelter in place immediately. I see the road behind you there is fairly busy right now. I mean, how do people in Doha feel about what's happened today?
Well, when we were out in the morning by the Corniche and we were reporting from there, the alerts were coming in, people were aware, you could hear the explosions, and there were multiple already. But it does give you a sense of how incongruous this kind of violence is to what a peaceful place the GCC has been for so long. A peaceful place on the edge of all kinds of conflicts. And people were really unaffected. They were going about their business, there were tour groups coming in, cycling groups coming in, they were taking pictures. And it went on for a good long while. It wasn't until a few hours in that the crowd began to dissipate and people began to go back. But as we can see, there's still traffic on the streets. Largely, people are staying home, those that are residents here, but life is continuing. And even though these attacks have been consistent throughout the day, dozens of interceptions have happened throughout the day, it isn't this sort of widespread chaos that no doubt Iran is experiencing, for instance. But one thing that we should point out is that Qatar has been a long-time ally of Iran. Even Saudi Arabia has enjoyed much warmer relations with Iran in recent years. And diplomatically, this is going to be a real strain. It's going to be a strain going forward that is likely to affect life in all of these cities. Earlier today, there was a phone call between Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Again, two people that have been, in one form or another, advocates and allies of Iran in the past 12 to 14 months, despite perhaps the less than cordial relations that Saudi and Iran have had in the past. But most recently, there has been call for cooperation. Every country here in the Gulf that's come under attack today has said that it would not let its space be used for attacks being launched onto Iran, even though it may host different U.S. assets. Both sides in that phone call, the two leaders of Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they emphasized the necessity for an immediate cessation of all escalatory actions and a return to dialogue to preserve the region's security and prevent a slide into wider confrontations. Now, that's a statement from the Emiri Diwan here in Qatar. But the reality is what the U.S. is telling newspapers and outlets in the United States is that this is likely to be the first day of a campaign that will go on for at least a week, at least until the end of the week. So we are likely to see more interceptions, more explosions, more escalation in the days ahead.
All right, Zain, for the moment, many thanks indeed. Back to Rashid. Of course, Qatar known for the role it plays as a mediator, a peacemaker. What would a realistic off-ramp for Iran look like now? And who has the leverage to create it? Could Qatar somehow get involved, even though it's one of the nations that is coming under attack?
That's a really good question, Adrian. I think currently the priority is for de-escalation. I don't see a diplomatic off-ramp forming anytime soon. We might see in the coming days, depends on how intensive the strikes are on both sides. I think only time will tell if we can reach a condition where we can find a diplomatic off-ramp, but like all the states in the region have called for, the next step is, I think, deconflicting and de-escalation on both sides, because nobody in the region benefits from what's happening, what happened today and potentially will happen for the next week or coming weeks. Well, you know, as a defense analyst, one of the good things that I noticed was how prepared the Qatari forces were in terms of interceptions. And until now, the level of interceptions have been quite good. We hope we don't need to intercept any missiles anytime soon, but it's just an important thing to put it out there compared to and building on the lessons learned from last year.
Really good to talk to you, Rashid. Many thanks
you very
indeed.
much,
That's Rashid Al Mohanadi there.
Thanks.
Oman's foreign minister has just released a statement. He had just mediated a third round of indirect talks between the US and Iran. A day ago, he said that peace was within reach, but now Badr al-Busaidi says, "I'm dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this, and I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war." Let's go live now to Geneva. Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed joins us from there. He was covering the talks. I have to say that Oman's foreign minister has a point, doesn't he?
Well, absolutely. We saw him just a couple of days ago before he went to the United States. A few hours ago, he was talking to the U.S. media about this possibility of a deal which is unprecedented, that the U.S. president is able to get what he wants. The Iranians are able to agree that they will not make a nuclear weapon and get rid of their fissile material. But there has been a lot of dismay and there's been a lot of reaction after all of this. I'm here in Geneva on a Saturday, but there's been reaction coming in from all European capitals. Some of the very clear reaction has been from the Norwegians, where the Norwegian foreign minister, if I could read you the statement, says that Israel calls this attack a preemptive strike, but it is contrary to international law. A preemptive strike requires an imminent and immediate threat, and he's deeply concerned that they will have a new extensive war in the Middle East. Now, you're also hearing from the Spanish Prime Minister rejecting what he calls a unilateral military action by the Israeli government, which represents an escalation and contributes to a more uncertain world. You're hearing from the French Emmanuel Macron, who's actually calling for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council and saying that the current escalation is dangerous for everyone and it must stop. And that is the undertone that we're hearing from across the European Union right now, a call for restraint, a call for things to de-escalate, a call to come back to the negotiating table. But remember that Iran had been warning about this. Even here in Geneva, I met diplomats and people who are close to the Iranian foreign minister who told me that this is, if there is another option apart from the diplomacy, then this will not be limited to Iran. Iran is not going to show restraint that it did in the previous rounds of escalations, and it is going to make sure that it is a regional issue. What you're seeing right now is the Iranian attacks on military personnel, but what you still have not seen are the Iranian allied groups, the Ansar Allah in Yemen, the various militias in Iraq, and other options that Iran has, including military options to further escalate things. So right now in Europe, the mood is to try and secure its citizens and people who are in the region, evacuate them from where possible, but then call for restraint and come back somehow to de-escalate so the missiles can stop and the words can begin.
You say, Osama, that even while negotiations were going on this week, Iranian diplomats were warning you that something like this might happen. Is there any indication of what exactly failed diplomatically here? Because Iran was putting such a spin on how well the talks were going.
But that was the mood in the room, both from the Iranian team, the Omani team, and you heard that in multiple rounds that they met for hours in Geneva, where they were only supposed to meet and exchange this proposal that was put on the table by the Iranians. The Iranians went even further to get the U.S. administration to show that they're interested and give financial incentives. So, you know, if there is an economic release of sanctions, then the U.S. companies would be able to come and work in Iran and so on and so forth. So it appears that it's not a diplomatic failure. It is essentially a war of choice. What Iranians would tell you is that the hawks in Iran had been saying all along that the United States is dragging them along for talks while it continues to amass its military hardware. And as diplomats walk on eggshells, the sledgehammer of military might is being swung in the air and can hit them anytime. And that is precisely what has happened. So it is going to be disruptive, not just to the diplomatic process, but also to all the mediators and everyone in the middle who was dealing with this in good faith. faith in saying that there is a diplomatic off-ramp, there is a solution where this can be resolved if it's about Iran's nuclear program. But as various Iranian leaders, including the Speaker of the Parliament, have said that if the option the United States think it has is to remove the Iranian regime, then it has something of a surprise coming for it. So it will be, we'll have to wait and see for how long it drags out for, how Iran responds, and if the strategy, as the US President and the Israeli Prime Minister have said, is of decapitation, well, Iran has multiple succession plans.
Osama bin Javid reporting live from Geneva. Many thanks indeed, Osama. We're just hearing more booms above our studio here in Doha. These attacks come on Iran after weeks of US military buildup in the region. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has been deployed. It left its naval base in Crete on Thursday. The Ford's 2 nuclear reactors power advanced aircraft launch systems, allowing it to operate up to 220 missions a day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion system also allows long-term deployment. They're being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving them air defense, strike, and anti-submarine capabilities. Kenneth Katzman is a senior fellow at the Soufan Center. He joins us now live from Miami. I'm sorry if I seem a bit distracted while we talk, but there are some very big booms we can hear in the skies above Qatar right now. Kenneth, who's driving US policy on Iran right now? Is it hawks within the administration or Israel? Is it being driven by American national interests or Israeli security priorities?
Adrian, thank you for having me. It's being driven by Mr. Trump, and I think his statement today was very clear that this didn't come out of nowhere. This is a 47-year history of continued challenges, attacks by Iran, animosity between the United States and Iran, death to America, the seizure of the U.S. Embassy. This is the culmination of nearly 50 years of the Islamic Republic basically destabilizing the region. So, Adrian, your other guests are talking about off-ramps and diplomacy. I'm sorry to tell you, this ends with the regime gone. Mr. Trump cannot go to the American people now and say he's undertaken a campaign of this magnitude and the regime survives. So it may involve U.S. ground forces at some point. And that's been, I've said on this network and Al Jazeera Arabic and others, it's very difficult to remove a regime with just airstrikes, and it may have to involve at some point ground troops. But Mr. Trump cannot end this with Mr. Khamenei still in charge in Iran. So that's kind of where we are.
Under international law, preemptive self-defense usually requires a proven imminent threat. Has that threshold been met at all here?
Well, I don't think so. No, I mean, there was diplomacy going on. And Mr. Trump said Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated by the June strike, Operation Midnight Hammer. So, no, I don't think that threshold was met. But Mr. Trump is not going by that threshold. His view is not international. His criteria is not international law. It's U.S. national interests. And in his mind, the Iranian regime has done tremendous damage to the United States and its allies over 50 years, and he wants it to come to a complete end under his term now.
The administration insisted that talks were making progress until about this time yesterday, when we got news that Trump was saying that he wasn't happy. Were the statements that the negotiations were going well deliberately misleading, or did policy suddenly change?
Well, if you remember the June Operation Midnight Hammer and the Israeli campaign, Rising Lion, was similar circumstances. There were about to be another round of talks, and Israel began striking. Now, Mr. Trump and Israel have begun striking with talks. Supposedly, there was supposed to be technical talks in 2 days, right? So it's hard to know whether the talks were going well. There were some proposals that could have perhaps met the U.S. criteria on the nuclear issue. But again, as I'm saying, Adrian, this is not about Iran's nuclear program per se. This is about a broad range of the perceived U.S. threats and attacks from Iran over 50 years. That's what this is about. It's not about specifically Iran's nuclear program.
All right, I'm going to get you to repeat what you were saying just a few minutes ago, because it is extremely alarming. If escalation continues, how far are the US and Israel prepared to go?
Adrian, it's very hard to say. You know, it would not surprise me. I'm not saying I know this, but it would not surprise me if there are U.S. Special Forces inside Iranian territory right now. You know, I've said, other experts have said, not just me, many have said, you cannot remove a regime just with airstrikes and missiles. You need personnel on the ground, finding out where these leaders are, where they're moving, identifying targets on a rolling basis. I'm willing to predict that this is going to involve some U.S. ground units. It could be special forces, it could be Mossad agents and U.S. special forces in tandem. It could be more than special forces. It could be regular U.S. Army troops at some point coming in from Kurdistan and Iraq, Azerbaijan. But this is not going to end with airstrikes if the regime stays. So, you know, the regime may dissolve. That's possible. I think that's what Mr. Trump wants, and I think that's what he probably has to come out of this with, to be able to come to the American people and justify this action.
Good to talk to you, Kenneth. Many thanks indeed. Kenneth Katzman there from the Soufan Center. Countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spain's Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, says they reject the military action against Iran. Despite calling the developments in the region perilous, the EU's Foreign Affairs Chief, Kaja Kallas, says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashyan is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He says the Israeli-US attacks have led to an era of volatile uncertainty in the region.
It is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has been trying to avoid for years. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario has been manifesting before our very eyes. And this is why, unfortunately, the diplomacy has been invested in so much to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have reached this limit. Right now, I think the strikes on Iran, which led to the strikes on these Gulf capitals and these Gulf states, is just simply making sure that, or reminding us that of how insecure we are really in the region. And therefore, I think that the condemnation that Saudi Arabia has issued speaks to the fact that I think it has done everything it can, just like what the Qatari statement suggested, that it does everything it can to try to avoid being targeted. It did not facilitate any American, needless to say Israeli, strikes on Iran, yet Iran still decided to strike some of these states and trespass the sovereignty. So we're right now in an era really of a nightmare scenario that's just taking place time and again. And I think what we're going to see now is a new era of just insecurity. The reason why, Riley, the reason why we have invested a great deal of this diplomacy is because we in the GCC and Saudi Arabia are on the front line of two other people's wars, and now three people's wars. It's the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are on the front line here. And then as a result, the landscape is something that we're going to suffer from. So this is why there's going to be a lot of frustration and a lot of diplomacy going to be at play. And we're just going to have to wait and see. There's just many variables that are not in our hands or not in the hands of the GCC. So I anticipate the Saudi ruling elite, as well as the Gulf states and their ruling elites, are not going to throw more fuel into the fire. I think they are the most level-headed out of all these actors. So we are just going to wait and see.
Let's take you live once again to Iran's capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. Mohammed, Iran's Supreme National Security Council issued a statement earlier talking about how the government would address public daily life in Iran. What did it say? Hello, Mohammed. I don't think you can hear me. Actually, I can read you what the Supreme National Security Council said in its statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there's no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. He has more on today's attacks on the country.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after its initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
Akiva Elder is an Israeli political analyst. He says that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking Iran to boost his political support at home and has no interest in the US and Iran agreeing a nuclear deal.
It is clear that it has to do with domestic politics. There was a poll published yesterday in one of the newspapers that shows that close to 2/3 of the Israelis, of the Israeli public, is in favor of war with Iran rather than reaching some settlement between Trump and the Iranian regime. The other thing is that every evening in the news, the networks are offering some kind of interview with an Iranian, with, of course, his face covered, that is telling us about the atrocities, what is happening there. And Netanyahu is playing kind of a Robin Hood. He's coming now to save the Iranian people. And this is the big difference, because this is happening after the big, involvement of many Iranian people in the kind of revolution and what the Iranian regime is doing to its people. So now Israel wants to appear as the peacemaker in the Middle East and as saving the Iranian people from the Ayatollahs and from their own leaders.
And now I'm glad to say we can go live to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val standing there. Mohammed, we're expecting to hear from the nation's supreme leader shortly, is that right?
Well, that's the reports we have, but we don't have any idea when. We know only that, there's been talking about a recorded statement, but as of now, we can't confirm the timing. In any case, if it happens, it's going to be very reassuring for the people who support the regime, for the regime itself. Has been talking about stability despite the strikes, the ability to control the situation, reassuring people that now there is no need to panic. They can travel to places they want to go to safe places, and that there are enough provisions in terms of food and so on. So that statement, if it comes, is going to boost the status or the situation of the regime, saying that it is in control still.
How are people dealing with what's happened there today in Tehran?
We have seen, at the beginning, we have seen a lot of chaos in the streets. We have seen traffic jams. But now the streets are cleared, and apparently the government has opened the roads in all corners of Tehran for people who want to leave. That doesn't mean that there is a mass exodus from Tehran, but there is the possibility for people who want to leave. There are no roadblocks. No people are prevented from going anywhere they want. And there are instructions that any suspicious activities in the streets should be reported to the authorities in charge. And that's probably a message to the Americans and Israelis who have been saying that the purpose of these strikes is to pave the way to create the conditions for people to rise against the regime. We haven't seen any signs of that. We have seen only statements after statements by the ministries, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about situation being under control. And those reports about civilian casualties, of course, that's a minus for the Americans and the Israelis. There have been reports about more than 60 people now killed in that school. So, lots of failures there, or a number of failures for this campaign so far. The top leadership hasn't been killed, and there is no rising up of people against the regime. And they are, instead of destroying the targets, they are now killing civilians. So all the signs of, what can be said here by the authorities in charge, that this campaign is failing and that the Iranians are absorbing the shock, and they're going to show more resolve and more action in the next few days if the campaign continues, talking about tough lessons to be taught to the Americans and the Israelis, and about the most destructive weapons not being used yet by Iran.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran. Mohammed, we'll be back with you in just a few moments. It is a little after 1400 hours GMT, 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in Doha. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan, and this is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the US and Israel's attack on Iran. Iran's health ministry says that at least 60 people have been killed in a strike on a girls' elementary school in the country's south. The US and Israel have launched strikes across Iran, and Tehran has retaliated with its own waves of missiles and drones against Israeli and US assets in the Middle East region. Al Jazeera's Hamza Mohammed begins our coverage.
Israel and America's attacks began in the Iranian capital and quickly spread to other cities. A strike targeted a girls' school in Minab district in the south, killing dozens of students and injuring many others. In Tehran, air raids hit some of Iran's most sensitive sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Parshin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He is understood not to have been harmed and to be in a safe place. Israel said it targeted dozens of military sites in Iran and that it will continue strikes. The US coordinated the attacks with Israel. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and said Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has repeatedly said its nuclear program was for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched across the capital. The attacks come after negotiators from Washington and Tehran concluded indirect talks in Geneva on Thursday. Iran has closed its airspace and says it will retaliate. State media says several US bases in Gulf states have been targeted by the Iranian military, thus raising fears the region could be dragged into a wider conflict. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Hamid Ganbari is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran. He says his country was attacked while it was trying to find a diplomatic solution through negotiations.
The timing is deeply troubling. Iran entered diplomatic contacts in good faith because we believe that dialogue and diplomacy are the most responsible ways to reduce tensions and avoid conflicts. When military attacks take place during diplomatic engagement, it damages trust and raises serious doubts about the commitment to peaceful solutions. Iran's response is based on the inherent rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. When a state faces an armed attack, it has the right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human suffering caused by the human sufferings caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Minab, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. Iran respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all regional countries, especially our neighbors in Persian Gulf. Our actions were not directed at those states or their people. They targeted specific foreign military facilities that were used in operations against Iran. Iran remains committed to regional dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation with neighboring countries.
We have correspondents standing by at the White House, as well as here in Doha, Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Berlin, and in Moscow. But first, let's take you live once again to Iran's capital, Tehran, and to Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val. Widespread targets were hit across the country today. Mohammed, what do we know about what's been struck today?
Well, Adrian, there are no official reports with the details of what has been struck, but those reports from the security apparatus here in Iran talking about military targets and strategic facilities, but no details from the Iranians about what has been destroyed and what has been spared and so on. But we know it is a variety, it is a wide range of targets across Tehran, the capital, including one of the most important airports in the country, and also other cities. There is almost 20 places that have been hit today, but there is no detail, as I said, about what specific targets have been destroyed. What we know is that the government is reassuring people that this campaign is being absorbed, has mostly failed. No top leadership has been killed in these attacks, and the purpose of creating chaos also has failed, according to the government. It is giving instructions to people to stay calm, to stay put, to go to places where they think they will be safe. There is freedom of movement in the streets. There has been some traffic chaos in the morning, but now, if you look behind me, the streets are really open in every direction. And there is also this expectation now, reports expecting a statement by the supreme leader of the revolution. That's another message of reassurance to the people of Iran, the people who support the regime, that things are under control, that the leadership is still in charge, that the supreme leader of the revolution is safe and is going to address the nation.
Okay, Mohammed, for the moment, many thanks indeed. Mohammed Val, live in Tehran. Oman's foreign minister has released a statement. Now, he'd mediated the third round of indirect talks between the US and Iran. Just a day ago, he said that peace was in reach. But now, Badr al-Busaidi says that I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this, and I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This, he said, is not your war. Let's go live now to Washington. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is with us. Kimberly, it's just after 9 a.m. there in Washington. The American people have woken up this morning to news that they are at war. And with so far being the early message from President Trump, a video posted overnight on his Truth Social platform, will they be on board with the idea that Iran was an imminent threat to the U.S.?
Well, I can tell you that we had been expecting that the U.S. president would be addressing the nation sometime on Saturday. But what we have now learned from the White House is that all the American people are going to wake up to is the posted video, that 8-minute video put out by the U.S. president at about 2:30 in the morning, Washington, D.C. time. And that is all the explanation that the American public is going to get. And I can tell you that this is probably not going to sit well with the American public, given that a majority of Americans did not want to see the United States go to a war with Iran. Now, we have had some reaction from various members of Congress who, of course, represent the American people. And the public statements that have been put out, Democrats, not surprisingly, very critical of the actions taken by the U.S. president. One New York State representative saying Trump is dragging our nation into another reckless and unjustified war in the Middle East. Americans don't want regime change that costs trillions and sacrifices the lives of American troops. Congress must convene at once to put a stop at this. And there is also a very strongly worded statement from a Democratic senator calling this an illegal and unconstitutional conflict, not approved by Congress. And he goes even further to say that Donald Trump has consistently, in his words, exaggerated Iran's nuclear threat. Americans do not want another war in the Middle East. But again, this is under party lines or along party lines, Adrian, because while Democrats and independents are, according to polling data, opposed to the U.S. being involved in conflict with Iran, Republicans support it. In fact, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, saying that Iran is facing severe consequences for its evil actions. The Trump administration made every effort to pursue peaceful and diplomatic solutions. Yet we know that's not true because the talks had just wrapped up and were still ongoing. There was expected to be more diplomatic discussions next week to try and limit Iran's nuclear program and to come to some sort of agreement. In fact, we know that the Omani foreign minister said it was within reach, but the United States decided to pull the trigger instead.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington. Kimberly, many thanks. The Israeli military says that it's preemptively imposed restrictions on people moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Let's go live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day is there. Tell us more about these restrictions, Noor.
Well, Adrian, the occupied West Bank is divided and dissected by about 1,000 Israeli military checkpoints and gates. Once any of those gates closes, the communities affected are basically under lockdown. They cannot move out of their areas. They cannot access cities and services provided in those main cities. And so Palestinians have to basically stay where they are. Of course, schooling and university instruction has been moved online for at least the next 2 days. Local authorities in the various cities and the Palestinian Authority have issued several statements assuring the public that there's enough food reserves in those cities to last for a few months. And that is an added assurance for people who know they cannot be moving around, that trucks won't be able to move around services. Now, this is all part of the state of emergency that Israel has declared. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but sirens are going off in the illegal settlement right behind me, and there are more missiles expected in the coastal area of Israel as well as the central area, which also includes the occupied West Bank, and we expect to hear some thuds, as we have been hearing all day, with Israel's air defense system trying to intercept those missiles. We have not seen visuals of what is happening inside Israel because the military censor has made it very clear no publication of videos of areas impacted by Iranian missiles are allowed under threat of penalty.
All right, Noel, many thanks indeed. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day reporting live there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Qatar's foreign ministry has released a statement saying that the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defence of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasises that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risks of escalation. My colleague Zain Basravi is live for us here in Doha. Zain, about 30 minutes ago, we heard another series of pretty loud booms over the city of Doha. They seem to have been coming in waves since, about 1 o'clock this afternoon, some 4 or 5 hours ago. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
That is correct. Throughout the morning, we've seen multiple waves of what has become a bit of a pattern, but it seems to be escalating. The initial rounds were about 3 or 4 explosions at a time, interceptions happening overhead. You could see plumes of smoke in the sky where those missiles were being targeted by Patriot and THAAD defense systems. But in the hours that followed, they went from 3 or 4 to about 6 or 7. And in the last 30 minutes, what we heard was a round of explosions, about 7 or 8 different explosions. And what I can tell you from what sounded familiar, it's what sounded like sustained anti-aircraft fire commonly used against unmanned drones. Now, Iran has many unmanned drones, famously the Shahid drone. We don't know what exactly is being used, but we can tell you what we're hearing in the skies over Doha right now. We'll have to wait and see what is confirmed, exactly how things played out and what is actually happening on the ground. Now, these interceptions that have been happening throughout the day, dozens so far since this morning, they are happening over heavily populated civilian areas. And we've already seen what debris fall can do. In Barwa village, a suburb about 20 or 30 minutes drive from where we are now, outside of the city of Doha, what seemed like a fuel can from one of the missiles that had been intercepted fell on a compound of apartments. There was a large fireball and smoke, a large explosion, and it created a great deal of panic among people there. Ambulances seen there at Barwa village shortly thereafter. Not dissimilar to the debris fall that we saw in June when Iran attacked Al Udeid air base at the time then, but there were no casualties then. And that was a very short-lived attack. What we're seeing now and what we're hearing from the United States and officials in the military there is there have been these interception and attacks and these potential strikes on Al Udeid air base all morning. And the promise is from the U.S. that this event, this campaign, this attack on Iran, this is only the first day of what will go on for at least a week, if not longer. So what we are likely to see is more similar debris fall like what we saw today. And the worry is that that will carry on for at least a week, perhaps even more.
Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi reporting live from Doha. Zain, many thanks indeed. Well, countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says that his government rejects the military action against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also said that the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Let's go live now to Moscow and to Berlin. Dmitry Medvedenko is in Moscow. Dominic Kane is in Berlin. We'll start with you, Dominic. Tell us more about European reaction to what's happened today.
Well, in addition to what you were saying just there, Adrian, from the EU perspective, we've now had a statement from the E3. That's three countries, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, from their respective heads of state, heads of government, about what has been happening, what is unfolding. It's quite long, but I will read a précis of it. It says that we have consistently urged the Iranian regime to end its nuclear program, curb its ballistic missile program, refrain from its destabilizing activity in the region and our homelands, and to cease the appalling violence and repression against its own people. We did not participate in these strikes, but are in close contact with our international partners, including the United States, Israel, and partners in the region. We reiterate our commitment to regional stability and to the protection of civilian life. We condemn Iranian attacks on countries in the region in the strongest terms. Iran must refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. We call for a resumption of negotiations and urge the Iranian leadership to seek a negotiated solution. Ultimately, it says here, the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future. Well, remember that these three countries have been part of those who were seeking to, over the course of the last 10, 15 years, back to the Obama administration, been trying to find peaceful ways to prevent Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and they saying what they've said just there. Contrast that with the view, as you were saying, of the Spanish Prime Minister condemning both Israel and the United States and Iran. So a degree of disagreement, as it were, amongst European leaders. And one final thought here in Germany, there were several planned demonstrations taking place today by people who are against the Iranian government. They were planned several days in advance. Many people have turned up to them, brandishing the flag of pre-revolutionary Iran. There have also been one or two protests, certainly one here in Berlin, of people who support the Iranian regime. But that's the perspective from here, at least.
Dominic, many thanks. Let's go live then to Moscow. Dmitry Medvedenko is there. Dmitry, tell us more about what the Kremlin's had to say about all of this.
Well, when it comes to the Kremlin, all we know is that President Vladimir Putin has discussed the situation with Russia's Security Council. There were no other lines coming from that, but there were quite a few coming from the foreign ministry. We know that the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi called Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov on the phone, and they discussed the situation, and Araghchi said that he would be convening or calling to convene the UN Security Council meeting to discuss this whole situation, where Lavrov assured his Iranian colleague, Sergei Lavrov assured his Iranian colleague that Russia is going to be providing help to Iran in finding a peaceful resolution to the situation, including in the UN Security Council. Now, in a statement that came out from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there were a few interesting lines from there. The ministry called the attack reckless and said there's absolutely no doubt that it was unprovoked and premeditated. It's an attack on a foreign sovereign nation, which is in violation of international law. And here's another line I would like to read. By plunging the Middle East into the abyss of uncontrolled escalation, Washington and Tel Aviv are in fact encouraging countries around the world, especially in the region, to acquire increasingly serious means to counter emerging threats. So stopping short of saying that, more countries will be willing to actually acquire nuclear weapons as a deterrent. Now, we've also heard from the foreign ministry that there's concerns about a radiological risk in the region. This is in reference to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. We've received information that there was no damage done in strikes that hit Bushehr to the nuclear power plant, but the Russian company that's operating it has evacuated around 100 people out of Iran.
Dmitry Medvedenko, reporting live from Moscow. Dmitry, many thanks indeed. Trita Parsi is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He joins us now live from Washington. Trita, both the US and Israel say that this is a preemptive action. What was the imminent threat that required this?
There was none. There was no international legal basis. There was no domestic legal basis from the U.S. standpoint. There was no debate. There was no vote. There was none of these things. These are just words that are being thrown out by the administration at this point in an ever-changing effort at justifying what clearly is not only an illegal war, but also a clear betrayal of the promise that Donald Trump made to his voters when he said that he would be the peace president and that he would be rally against these unnecessary and forever wars in the Middle East and beyond.
So what, if anything, changed that made military action inevitable?
It was never inevitable. I think what happened, though, that put Trump on the path towards it is that he adopted the Israeli red lines. He accepted the premise of the Israeli reasoning, and that led him onto a path in which he increasingly boxed himself in. And in that effort to try to get out of that, he was hoping that the Iranians would essentially just surrender to him and give him some sort of a face-saving exit. But the Iranians fear surrender more than they fear war, and were not in the mood and had no need to surrender to Trump. And as a result, now we have seen that Trump was willing to escalate further, despite the fact that everything indicates that this is not going to end up clean and easily the manner that his previous military operations have done. Even in his speech, he made it very clear that there would be casualties. So I think he's trying to prepare his own public, a skeptical public, that this is going to be much, much more difficult than anything else that he's done before.
Who's driving U.S. policy on Iran right now? The president himself, hawks within the administration, or Israel?
The president is the one that, from everything I'm hearing from people close in the White House, is the driving force of this, but very much pushed on by the Prime Minister of Israel, as well as key pro-Israeli voices in the United States, including in the U.S. Senate. And he has chosen once again to listen to them rather than to listen to his own constituency, his own voters, where we have seen that the support level for this war is somewhere between 20 and 30% amongst his own MAGA supporters. So this is clearly a huge political risk beyond the military risk that he has now taken.
Trita, many thanks indeed. Trita Parsi there in Washington. Also in Washington
Thank you so much.
Is our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, you heard what Trita was saying there. What changed in the short amount of time between this time yesterday, when we were talking about President Trump saying he wasn't happy with the way that the talks were going, but that he'd give them more time, to launching strikes barely hours later?
Well, according to the public statements, it doesn't appear that anything changed. It appears that this planning between the United States and Israel for this very attack has been going on for weeks. And the diplomatic discussions may have been just to allow for the military to buy time to get into position, to perhaps give the appearance on the part of the U.S. president that he had exhausted all possibilities to achieve peace and that war was his only option, given the fact that we know that there is, in the weeks leading up to these strikes, there has been a tremendous military buildup. Not only the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier, as well as destroyers and warships and aircraft, but also an additional aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, which is the largest in the world. So in terms of what changed, perhaps nothing, to answer your question. Perhaps this was the plan all along, and there was never a desire for peace, but simply a timeline that was necessary in order to get military assets into the region, in order to make the timing optimal for U.S. strikes.
The president made no case for war in his State of the Union address just a few days ago, Kimberly. Will he now have to contend with Congress?
And the U.S. Congress is sending out a flurry of public written statements. I'm getting them in my inbox now. And I can tell you that there are, along party lines, a lot of Democratic and independent criticism of the president's actions. Democratic Senator Andy Kim is calling on lawmakers to return to Washington immediately to pass a war powers resolution that would limit Trump's authority to carry out additional military action without congressional approval. Other Democrats have called this an illegal action. And what they're referring to is that the U.S. president can only defend the United States and act and use the military in a case of emergency. But when it comes to declaring war, that is a constitutional responsibility of the U.S. Congress. And lawmakers are angry that they have not only had the administration make a case for why the United States should be at war with the Iranian people, but also that they have been completely removed from the constitutional process of the United States, which allows the United States representatives to vote on whether or not the United States should be at war. So the feeling from critics on Capitol Hill is that the American people and their constitutional rights have been completely cast aside in favor of a hawkish agenda by a select few Republicans, whether they be on Capitol Hill or in the White House behind me.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett, live in Washington. Thanks, Kimberly. Let's speak to Mohammed Al-Masri, a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Where do we start? It's 5:30 in the afternoon here in Doha. This all began at about, 9 a.m. Doha time. I mean, what do you make of it?
I mean, it's an incredible escalation. I think that, as other analysts have been saying, this is a very high-stakes moment because I think we're on the precipice of possibly a very significant regional war that would loop in multiple actors and countries, and it's also possible that this goes on for quite a long time. We're already seeing the disruptions to travel and other things, and we're seeing some of the civilian toll as well. There was a school hit in Iran earlier today, and reporting suggests that at least 50 little girls were killed in that attack by Israel and the United States. So it's a tragic event.
Iran, though, has long warned that any strike on it would trigger retaliation across the region. How can a small nation like Qatar, which has come under attack several times throughout the day on Saturday, respond without risking further escalation?
Well, I think you're not going to get a response, a military response from Qatar. I don't think not at this time. I think they issued a statement, as have other countries in the region. And I don't think we should expect anything beyond that kind of rhetoric at this stage. I do think it was interesting what the Omani foreign minister said in his tweet or his post on X. He said, "This is not America's war." And that was an indication that this is Israel's war. And I think that's the feeling, not just in the region, but I think that's the feeling globally as well, is that the United States and Donald Trump are fighting Israel's war. And it's quite ironic for the America First president to perhaps be fighting a war on behalf of the Israelis.
Indeed, do you share the view that launching strikes in the middle of negotiations, and there we go, some more booms overhead as we speak, risk confirming Iran's argument that the United States is simply not to be trusted? It's not acting in good faith.
Well, yeah, I personally believe that the United States should not be trusted. I mean, they attacked in June. When they were in the middle of negotiations. They were scheduling another round, and the United States attacked. So, I don't think we need to, hear from Iran on that. I think you could ask any number of international actors, and they would tell you that the United States shouldn't be trusted. But here, and going back to the Omani foreign minister, they've been mediating. He had just reported a breakthrough. And so during a breakthrough in negotiations, the United States decided to attack. And I think that tells us everything that we need to know, that this was on the table, this was sort of premeditated and was going to happen no matter what.
You say it was premeditated. Why now? I mean, Iran's nuclear program has existed for decades, and here they were in another round of negotiations, and here once again an attack. What changed? Why now?
Well, from Israel's perspective, there's no better time than now, except in the past. They've wanted this for decades. Benjamin Netanyahu has been lobbying for war with Iran, regime change specifically in Iran, not since October of 2023 or for years, but literally for decades. This is about Israel's hegemonic position in the region. They want to be able to carry out their expansionist agenda without any resistance, without any sort of hindrances. And Iran and some of its proxies in the region represent a kind of threat to Israel. And so they've wanted to do this for quite a long time.
How far are the US and Israel prepared to go? Do you share the view that we've heard several times today that this is likely to escalate and continue?
Yeah, I think this is really poorly calculated by the Trump administration, because I think they're really setting themselves up for either failure or a very protracted conflict. There's no quick route to regime change. As other analysts have been noting, the Iranian structure has been largely decentralized over the last several months and even a few years. And so they're really prepared to, I think, withstand an attack like this, even if it is prolonged. And so short of putting boots on the ground, which I think is very unlikely, I just don't see a path toward regime change. And if that's not the case, and if Iran doesn't surrender, which is also unlikely, then I think this is going to be a prolonged conflict.
Good to talk to you, Professor. Many thanks indeed for being with us. Mohammed Al-Masri there. Saudi Arabia has confirmed that it was also targeted by Iran. The government has released a statement. It says that the kingdom rejects and condemns in the strongest terms the blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks that targeted the Riyadh region and the eastern province and were repelled. It goes on to say the attacks can't be justified under any pretext or in any way, and which came despite the Iranian authorities' knowledge that the kingdom has affirmed that it will not allow its airspace or territory to be used to target Iran. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashyan is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He spoke earlier to my colleague Riley Carlson. He says the attacks by Israel and the US mark a new era of volatile uncertainty.
It is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has been trying to avoid for years. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario has been manifesting before our very eyes. And this is why, unfortunately, the diplomacy has been invested in so much to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have reached this limit. Right now, I think the strikes on Iran, which led to the strikes on these Gulf capitals and these Gulf states, just simply making sure that, or reminding us that of how insecure we are really in the region. And therefore, I think that the condemnation that Saudi Arabia has issued speaks to the fact that I think it has done everything it can, just like what the Qatari statement suggested, that it does everything it can to try to avoid being targeted. It did not facilitate any American, needless to say Israeli, strikes on Iran, yet Iran still decided to strike some of these states and trespass the sovereignty. So we're right now in an era really of a nightmare scenario that's just taking place time and again. And I think what we're going to see now is a new era of just insecurity. The reason why, Riley, the reason why we have invested a great deal of this diplomacy is because we in the GCC and Saudi Arabia are on the front line of two other people's wars, and now three people's wars. It's the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are on the front line here. And then as a result, the landscape is something that we're going to suffer from. So this is why there's going to be a lot of frustration and a lot of diplomacy going to be at play. And we're just going to have to wait and see. There's just many variables that are not in our hands or not in the hands of the GCC. So I anticipate the Saudi ruling elite, as well as the Gulf states and their ruling elites, are not going to throw more fuel into the fire. I think they are the most level-headed out of all these actors. So we are just going to wait and see.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack on Iran has been launched to remove, quote, an existential threat. He added a call for the Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces.
I'm going to break out of that to take you live to London, where Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer is making a statement. Let's listen in.
In line with international law, we've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer there speaking in Downing Street. He said that British planes had been in the sky today in the Middle East as part of a coordinated regional defensive operation to protect our people, he said, our interests and our values. Some Israelis have expressed their support for the decision to attack Iran.
Everything is going to be okay. It's about time. I don't want to wait anymore for what's coming. Now it's coming. Let's finish it and let's start the day. We've got Purim in 3 days, celebration of freedom. And it's kind of the history repeats itself because it was with Iran in Diamond Passion and it's coming back.
The attack about Israel and the American attack on Iran, that I think it's something we had to do. We see our enemies trying to get us back into war and to attack and threaten us, and they didn't have enough, and we need to protect ourselves. And I think with the Arab enemies, we noticed, I'm 43, I've knew some wars in my life, that we have to be the first. We have to establish that we are strong, we are not scared, and we are here to protect our land.
To say the truth, I'm quite surprised that Israel is the first one to attack. I was expecting the United States to attack first. I'm not sure that it's good for Israel to be the first one, but once it's taken and once it's done, I think and the hope for a great change in the Mediterranean.
President Donald Trump has warned that there will likely be American casualties following the US and Israel's attacks on Iran. He's also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down its arms.
My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach.
Another series of loud booms above us here in Doha. We'll get more on that in a few moments. Iran's foreign minister, meanwhile, has been speaking to U.S. media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also went on to say, we're not giving up our right, including for enrichment. We're interested in de-escalation. The attack should stop first, and then there is the possibility to talk. He went on to say, we don't need anybody for our defense. We are capable enough to defend ourselves. You're with our continuing coverage of the US and Israel's attack on Iran. Let's remind you of the latest this hour. Iran's health ministry says the death toll after a strike on a girls' elementary school in the south of the country has now risen to at least 60. Joint US-Israeli strikes began in the Iranian capital on Saturday morning and have spread across the country. Iran has launched waves of retaliatory attacks. Israel has intercepted a number of Iranian missiles over the country's north. It's declared a state of emergency and also warned citizens to avoid airports and to stay near emergency shelters. We have correspondents at the White House as well as in Doha and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's speak to Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who's in Iran's capital, Tehran. Mohammed, what can you tell us about what has been hit today by US and Israeli missiles?
Well, Adrian, the authorities here in Iran are strictly preventing anybody to talk about this, particularly the Iranian people and the local media. And there is a total obscurity about the details of what has been hit. We know about the cities, we know about some of the locations, including in the Pastor district, where some of the government facilities and also defense facilities might be located. Also, the presidential palace there. That area has been hit with several missiles this morning. And we also know about many cities in the interior. There are reports about at least 40 locations in different provinces and in different states that have been, regions that have been hit. But the government, as I said, is very, very, very strict about details. It hasn't given those details, and it is even forbidding local media to give any details to the enemy. We know that the Israelis are talking about military sites, talking about facilities and so on, and also the Americans. But that is not really very clear here in the interior of Iran in terms of the flow of information. We know that a school has been hit in Hormozgan province, and now the latest, by the way, we have to update the lines that we have. The latest we have from medical sources there is that the death toll has risen to 70 now. At least 70 people have been killed in that school attack. That's something that the Iranians are talking about very strongly, particularly the leadership, saying that clearly this is a war that is targeting the Iranian people, and that civilians are bearing the brunt of these attacks. Araghchi, the foreign minister, as you mentioned in your intro, has talked about this to the foreign media, particularly American media, and said that one or two top commanders might have been killed. But that's not a big problem. He means that that's not going to prevent the Iranians from continuing to defend themselves. By the way, he has been also asked a question about the supreme leader of the revolution. And he has been put on the spot there, asked whether he can confirm that he's not hurt. And he said, as far as I know, he's safe. So the Iranians are beginning probably to give some signs that, this campaign hasn't been without bloodshed, hasn't been without a cost to the regime, but they're not giving as much information as the people on the ground here need, and also in the outside world. What they are confirming is that they have the means, the capabilities to continue to defend the country, and that they are going to strike back at any location from which an attack on Iran has been conducted. And this he has made clear, the foreign minister, to his regional counterparts. This is no ill intention against the countries, the neighboring countries, but it is the right of self-defense. And those countries, because they host U.S. troops and U.S. facilities, have to brace for that. Also, the High Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, has been talking about 200 soldiers that have been either wounded or killed in at least 14 U.S. bases that have been hit by Iranian missiles across the region. And also the Iranian army has joined this campaign for the first time, saying that they have also sent their own missiles and their own drones against Israeli targets in Israel.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Iran's capital, Tehran. The Walla news agency says that a rocket has fallen in the greater Tel Aviv area in central Israel. Let's go live to Ramallah and the occupied West Bank to Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh, who can tell us more, hopefully, about those reports, Noor.
Yeah, well, we're receiving initial reports of at least two areas that have suffered direct impact in the center, in the Gush Dan area, Bani Brak, Ramat Gan. Their emergency crews have been called to that area in case there are any injuries. We do not have more details as to whether it is just structural damage or there are injuries. And at the same time, we have reports of fresh Iranian missiles coming in the direction of Israeli territory, and so more sirens are expected to go off in the coming few minutes. This has been sustained almost non-stop since the morning hours when Israel launched an attack against Iran along with the United States in the hours of the morning. Israelis have been basically keeping either in the shelter or close to public shelters or private safe rooms across Israeli territory. The central area of Israel, the Tel Aviv area, the Haifa area also at the coast have been the ones most affected by these sirens and by these warnings. And we have reports that Israel has suspended gas excavation activities in the coastal area because of the situation. An emergency, of course, has been declared since the morning, and so all activities except those essential have been suspended. People are staying home and hunkering down, waiting for further instructions. So far, no casualties reported in Israel or in the occupied West Bank, where several incidents of shrapnel falling in Palestinian territory have been confirmed.
Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh reporting live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Some breaking news: the UN Security Council is due to meet later on Saturday over what's happening today in the Middle East, these US and Israeli attacks on Iran and Iran's retaliation across the region. My colleague Zain Basravi is live for us in Doha. I told you a few moments ago about another series of booms, pretty loud booms, that we were hearing here in the studio, intercepted Iranian missiles. Zain, I was watching you on a monitor outside. You were looking up at the sky. What did you see?
Second time this hour that we're talking about those loud booms. Just a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, we saw at least maybe 6 to 8 different large explosions in the sky, indicating an interception by those defensive missiles, by Patriots or THAADs, against incoming Iranian attacks. The sky lit up with 6 or 7 different spots where you could see explosions happening in the sky. You could see the cloud of smoke, that poof turning into a cloud and then floating away in the wind. That's been happening all day long. And while we've seen almost every country in the GCC other than Oman come under Iranian attack since this morning. And with renewed explosions this evening in Kuwait and Abu Dhabi also being reported, Doha, Qatar has been the target of, I think it is safe to say, the majority of those strikes happening on neighboring countries in retaliation for Iran coming under attack. That, of course, likely because they are desperate to try to hit Al Udeid Air Base, to try to hit U.S. Central Command headquarters at Al Udeid. We're seeing this consistent barrage every hour, sometimes twice in an hour, and between 3 and 6 different interceptions happening, indicating that those missiles are consistent as they come in from Iran.
Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi reporting live from Doha. Let's go back to Washington. Tehran had warned that it would retaliate if the U.S. were to attack Iran. It's described U.S. military across the Middle East as legitimate targets. Now, the U.S. has more than 45,000 troops and civilian personnel stationed across the region, backed by warships, aircraft and air defense systems. One of the largest deployments is in Kuwait. More than 13,000 servicemen and women are stationed there across 5 bases. For decades, Kuwait has served as a launch pad for U.S. military operations. The largest U.S. military base in the region, though, is at Al Udeid in Qatar. It houses around 10,000 personnel and serves as the headquarters of U.S. Central Command. Another 9,000 U.S. personnel are stationed in Bahrain, where the U.S. Fifth Fleet is based. From there, American forces patrol the Strait of Hormuz, a vital route for global energy supplies. In the UAE, about 3,500 U.S. military personnel are based at Al Dhafra Air Base. The base is focused on surveillance, intelligence gathering, and supporting combat air operations. And more than 11,000 troops are deployed across sites in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Kimberly Halkett is our White House correspondent. She's with us now once again. Kimberly, the president, in that video statement that he published on his Truth Social platform late in the evening yesterday, warned Americans that they may well suffer losses in this operation.
Yeah, that's right. And that is not going to sit well with a generation of young Americans that grew up with the war in Afghanistan, Iraq, and you have to remember that the U.S. president, despite calling himself a peacemaker, has, since coming into office, fired strikes in Syria, in Iran, now a second time. And just weeks ago, the military was responsible for the capture and detainment of Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro. So young people who typically are more in favor of peace in the United States are going to be scratching their heads about how the U.S. president can make this claim of being a peacemaker when he has ignited so many conflicts. Now, we should point out that the U.S. president has, in the last couple of hours, made an early morning phone call to the Washington Post, and he tried to justify why he has taken this action, saying that he just wants a safe nation. That's what we're going to have. All I want is freedom for the people of Iran. But again, the U.S. president has, along with his administration, not made a case about how the United States is in any way at risk from Iran and why the U.S. military needs to be defending the interests of the United States by carrying out military strikes. What we know is that the initial focus so far of the military operations by the United States has been on Iran's military assets, Iranian leadership. But what we know is that the U.S. president is pretty much resigned, despite the polling data that suggests Americans don't support this, to taking these actions. He said just on Friday that he would love to not have to use force, but sometimes you have to. And that was really the first indication that the U.S. president was intent on carrying out these strikes, even as the United States was in the midst of diplomatic negotiations that were set to resume next week.
It is the weekend, as we know. Washington empties out over the weekend. The president himself is in Florida. When will the president have to contend with Congress over this?
Well, he's already having to contend with Congress. In advance of these military actions, the U.S. president dispatched his really top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. He was briefing the so-called Gang of Eight. That's the top 8 leaders in Congress in the Democratic and Republican sides. We know that when this occurred, he also notified them. That's what he has to do in terms of contending with the U.S. Congress.
Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett live there in Washington. Many thanks, Kimberly. Tawhid Asadi has more now from Tehran on Saturday's attacks.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after the initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
And we'll have much more from Iran's capital live coming up here on Al Jazeera. In about 30 seconds' time, it will be 1500 hours GMT, 6 o'clock in the evening here in Qatar. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. Let's bring you up to date. The military operation began around 9 hours ago with several attacks on Iranian cities. Tehran retaliated by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and US assets across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says that it struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that attacks will continue as required. Iran says that a strike on a girls' primary school in the south killed at least 60 people. It was one of numerous strikes that have been attributed to Israel and the US. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. This is happening just days, of course, after representatives from Tehran and Washington held indirect negotiations in Geneva. Aside from the capital Tehran, several other cities have come under attack, including the holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah, Urume and Ilam, both in the west towards the border with Iraq. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and a base near Damavand as well. As we mentioned, that girls' school in the south of the country in Menab County. A satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant disruption at the office of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, in Tehran. It's unclear if he was inside the compound at the time of the attack or if there are any casualties. President Donald Trump called on Iranians to take over their government when he announced the attack.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Al Jazeera has correspondents in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Doha, Moscow, and Berlin. But first, let's get a report from Hamza Mohammed.
Israel and America's attacks began in the Iranian capital and quickly spread to other cities. A strike targeted a girls' school in Minab district in the south, killing dozens of students and injuring many others. In Tehran, air raids hit some of Iran's most sensitive sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Parshin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He is understood not to have been harmed and to be in a safe place. Israel said it targeted dozens of military sites in Iran and that it will continue strikes. The U.S. coordinated the attacks with Israel. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program and said Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has repeatedly said its nuclear program was for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched across the capital. The attacks come after negotiators from Washington and Tehran concluded indirect talks in Geneva on Thursday. Iran has closed its airspace and says it will retaliate. State media says several U.S. bases in Gulf states have been targeted by the Iranian military, thus raising fears the region could be dragged into a wider conflict. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Iran has launched a wave of retaliatory airstrikes towards Israel. Sirens have been sounding across the country with citizens warned to take shelter. The Israeli military says that air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. These are images from the city of Haifa in northern Israel, where a number of missiles were intercepted. Some appear to have made impact, as you can see in these images. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a state of emergency across the country, warning the public of Iranian missile and drone attacks. Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also went on to say, we're not giving up our right, including for enrichment. We're interested in de-escalation, he said. The attack should stop first, and then there is the possibility to talk. He went on to say, we don't need anybody for our defense. We are capable enough to defend ourselves. Let's go live now to Iran's capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. It's just after dusk now, Mohammed, on what's been an eventful day. Bring us up to speed with what has happened there in Tehran and across the country today.
Well, Adrian, at 4:45 this morning, local time, attacks began, and the Israelis and Americans announced that it was a joint operation, a sustained operation that would continue until there is major change and the goals of the campaign are met. And those are not just the nuclear goals, not just the destruction of the Iranian nuclear program, but also they are talking about regime change, creating the possibility for the people of Iran to rise up and take matters into their own hands. They are talking about a complete destruction of the missile capabilities of Iran. And that's a tall order when we know about the capabilities of the country here and what the country can do in terms of sustaining itself during this campaign. The government here has been reassuring people that this wave of attacks today has failed miserably, that it has failed to kill the top leaders, that it has failed to create the chaos that they needed, the Americans and the Israelis, for the people to rise against the regime. There have been instructions to people to report any suspected activities in the streets, and that there will be very strong measures against any kind of espionage operations or any kind of behavior that might be seen as helping the enemy. So the main message of the government is that things are under control, that probably some damage has been inflicted on the country. The foreign minister, of course, in that interview with an American TV outlet, spoke about 1 or 2 commanders that might be killed. He did not describe them as top commanders. And when he was asked about the supreme leader of the revolution, he said that as far as he knows, he's safe. All of these reassurances are in the favor of the story or the narrative of the regime, saying that it has absorbed the shock and it is going to continue to defend the country.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, live in Tehran. Stay with us, Mohammed. We'll be back with you in a few moments. But first, let's go live to Washington. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is with us again. This time yesterday, Kimberly, you and I were talking about President Trump's comments on the latest round of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. He said he wasn't particularly happy, but that the negotiations would go on. And then hours later, we have attacks led by the US and Israel on Iran. What is his justification?
Well, the U.S. president hasn't provided a justification for why he abruptly gave up on the diplomatic negotiations, which, according to the Yemeni foreign minister, peace was within reach after meeting with the Vice President J.D. Vance here in Washington on Friday. And so there are real questions about why the U.S. president took the action overnight Washington time as he did. But I can tell you that many military analysts here in the United States are speculating that peace was never the end game for the U.S. president. These diplomatic discussions were merely to allow for military assets to fully get into position. And as we know, in addition to the USS Abraham Lincoln and that carrier strike group, which includes not only the aircraft carrier, but also destroyers and, of course, aircraft, there was the second deployment of the Gerald Ford, which is the largest aircraft carrier in the world. And it had really just gotten into position where the United States felt that it was time and they were able, with the military assets in place, to begin this and commence this operation. And so as a result, it appears that perhaps the United States never really wanted to try and find a diplomatic solution or agreement to limit Iran's nuclear program, but that the plan was really to get the military assets in place all along.
All right, back to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Given the military build-up in the region, Mohammed, people in Iran knew that something like this might have been coming. To what extent is there almost a sense of resignation among people there?
Oh, that's right, Adrian. From what happened this morning and the ability of the regime or the government to absorb, according to their reports, to absorb that initial wave of attacks, it's very clear that they have been preparing for this war, particularly after what happened in June, when the Iranian leadership has lost many of its members because they were not well prepared for that attack. So it's a different scenario today. And they are saying that only 1 or 2 commanders and not top commanders might have been killed. But that's not going to change the situation. That's not going to reduce the resolve and the capabilities, the possibilities of self-defense here in the country. People on the other people, when we talk to the normal people, yes, they have been resigned to this. They have been waiting for this. Both those who support the regime and those who oppose the regime, and each one have their own narrative and their own expectations from this conflict. We have seen millions taking to the streets in support of the regime just a few weeks ago. We have also seen millions of people across the country protesting and demanding regime change, or at least demanding an end of what they describe as harsh measures and lack of democracy, lack of freedoms in the country. So we can only expect that there are two categories of Iranians tonight thinking about this and probably hoping for different results.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran. Many thanks, Mohammed. Kimberly, in Washington, it's still only, just after 10 a.m. there. What's been the reaction from politicians?
Yeah, there's been a lot of reaction on Capitol Hill, even as the U.S. president in his video said that he's defending the American people from Iran's menacing activities. The U.S. Congress is overwhelmingly along party lines, with Democrats and independents in the majority on this, opposed to the president's actions. Many are calling it illegal, unconstitutional, and further are calling on the U.S. Congress and lawmakers to assemble, to immediately vote, to put a stop to what the U.S. president has convened. Very quickly, let me tell you why they're saying this is illegal and unconstitutional. Because the U.S. president doesn't have constitutional authority to declare war. Only the U.S. Congress does. And that's why lawmakers believe that they should have had a vote on this. Now, there are executive powers that are reserved for emergency if there's an attack on the United States or if there is this fear that there will be an imminent attack. But the U.S. president has not provided any evidence, nor has his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, or his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Instead, they've only said that Iran was on a pathway to developing a weapon that could strike the United States. But the Defense Intelligence Agency's own intelligence says that was, at minimum, 8 years away.
Kimberly, many thanks indeed. Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attacks on Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Trump's call for Iranians to take their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
The Israeli military says that it's preemptively imposed restrictions on people moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day is joining us now live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Tell us more about these restrictions, Noor.
Well, Adrian, let me just update you with the some damage sustained in several buildings in the Dan area, in the central area of Israel, because of shrapnel from interceptor missiles. Of course, when we talk about shrapnel from missiles intercepting ballistic missiles, these are very large chunks of metal that are quite hot, and they do create damage. At least one person has been injured. The Israeli army also issued a statement saying that they had targeted an advanced air defense missile system in the western part of Iran, and that attack in particular has ended. In the occupied West Bank, and as one of the ways to control the Palestinian population under occupation, there are about 1,000 military checkpoints and gates. When those checkpoints and gates are closed, Adrian, the Palestinians are under lockdown. And that is what is happening. Palestinians have been looking to their government and local authorities to see whether there is enough food and basic supplies in their respective cities and towns to sustain them given this lockdown. And they have been assured there's enough food for 3 months in the various cities. Palestinians do not have public shelters. Their building codes imposed by Israel do not allow it. They rely on sirens going off in nearby illegal Israeli settlements to know that something is in the air and to try and hunker down in what they perceive to be safe areas in their apartments. Already, several incidents of shrapnel falling in the occupied West Bank have been documented.
And Noor, what are we to make of what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was saying? We heard it just a few moments ago, effectively framing this as a war for the people of Iran. I mean, how will that message land, do you think, coming from the Prime Minister of Israel?
Well, I mean, first of all, the message was in Hebrew, so, I'm not sure how many Iranians would have understood it. But this is part of the narrative that that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government is attempting to create, that this is not a war against Iranians, that even the sanctions that, Israel had asked the U.S. not to lift, even in the context of negotiations, that even those sanctions weren't targeting ordinary Iranians, even though it had crippled their economy. That idea that Israel can foment discord in Iran, encourage Iranians to rise up against the government, is all part of the policy, declared policy in Israel, that the Iranian government must go. And that is why it is not making any secret that the initial attacks, the initial strikes this morning targeted senior Iranian officials. In the words of one unnamed source that was widely reported in Israeli media, Israel is targeting current, former and future Iranian officials.
No, many thanks. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day reporting live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Iran's also launched strikes on U.S. assets right across the Middle East region. This was the moment a missile hit the center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain's capital. Explosions and interceptions have also been reported in countries including Qatar, the UAE, Iraq and Jordan. One person has reported to have been killed in Abu Dhabi. Well, Qatar's foreign ministry has released a statement. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risks of escalation. Al Jazeera's Zain Basrawi is live for us here in Doha. Zain, it's been quiet for the last 30 minutes or so, but once again, we've had a series of loud booms that have come almost in waves for the last 5 or 6 hours over Qatar. What's happening right now?
That is correct. Every hour on the hour since it began this morning, we've heard these waves of explosions, and they've been escalating. The majority of them have been interceptions, and Qatar continues to say that it has successfully combated wave after wave with its defensive weapons, Iranian strikes. It's combated these wave after waves of strikes coming in. We've seen them escalate from 3 or 4 at the top of every hour to happening multiple times in an hour and going from 3 to 4 to about 6, 7, sometimes 8. And we've seen those interceptions happening in the skies over our position here. You see those coming in and being intercepted and smoke clouds forming where the explosions happen. As the night began to come, those explosions became much more clear. We very clearly saw the interceptions taking place, the bright fireball of explosions in the sky. And it has to be said that these interceptions, while they are successful, they're happening over civilian populated areas. Doha is not very big. The majority of the 3 million people in Qatar live here in Doha, about 2.3 million. And the debris that's been falling has been affecting different parts of the city. Earlier today, or in the earlier part of the day, we saw what happened in Barwa village, where what looked to be the fuel can of one of the missiles fell into a compound of apartments. There was a fireball and smoke, and a great deal of panic that came from that ambulances on the scene. So the debris fall, even though these interceptions are happening, the debris fall that is happening still represents a danger to the residents of the city.
Several times throughout the day, anyone who lives in Qatar, our mobile phones screamed at us. We had these national alerts. I mean, how are people feeling? I mean, the roads were still busy despite people being urged to shelter in place.
That is correct. There is a certain incongruency that this kind of violence happening in a place that is traditionally very safe. Now, that's not entirely true. Last year, we saw attacks by Iran in retaliation for U.S. strikes on its nuclear sites in concert with Israel. We saw Israel attack the Hamas offices during negotiations in June and September. Those incidents did happen. So people have become familiar with this kind of thing. But what seems to be happening is that people do realize that what Iran is trying to hit, and we've seen this consistently with the trajectory of the missiles that have been intercepted, they are trying to hit Al Udeid Air Base. They're trying to hit U.S. assets. People here know that the civilian populated areas aren't necessarily the target. Iran has said over and over again, it will target U.S. assets in the Gulf countries that are neighboring it. And that is largely what people are expecting to have happen. But there is very little doubt that people here are rattled. Those that we've been talking to say that the explosions are loud, they are unfamiliar, even if they are outgoing defensive fire that represent less of a threat. It is unfamiliar to the residents of what has largely been a peaceful place to live. So there is a great deal of nervousness and tension among those that live here with this ongoing fire that's been going on all day. And if reports from the U.S. are to be believed, this is just the first day of something that's going to carry on for a week, maybe longer.
Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi reporting live from Doha. Many thanks indeed, Zain. Other countries in the region have reacted to Iran's attacks. Jordan has called for an immediate halt to military escalation, but said it would defend the kingdom's interests, quote, with all its might. Kuwait said it reserves the right to defend itself following Iranian attacks there. And Saudi Arabia said the kingdom condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the blatant Iranian aggression, warning of what it called grave consequences if violations of state sovereignty continue. We're going to have a discussion now with three guests. Fawad Izadi is professor at the University of Tehran, at the Faculty of World Studies. He joins us live from Tehran. Mark Kimmitt is a retired American general and a former Assistant Secretary for Political Military Affairs. He joins us from Washington, D.C. And Paul Musgrave is Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Fawad Izadi, let's begin with you. What are your thoughts on why? Why now? What has happened? The last time you and I spoke, I mean, just, 2 days ago, we were discussing the positive mood music around the talks in Geneva, which apparently both sides agreed were going reasonably well. And then we hear that President Trump decides he's not very happy. 24 hours later, we get these military strikes. What's happened?
You know, we became even more encouraged last night after we saw the interview of the Omani foreign minister with CBS News, the American news channel, saying that an agreement is available within 24 hours. He said that we could have it by tomorrow, which is today. He said that last night. And he said that the Iranian side has given concessions that they were not available to give in 2015. So Iran wanted to avoid what you see today. The United States wanted to avoid diplomacy because they want to do regime change. This is what Trump said. This is what Netanyahu said. And if you want to do regime change, you don't reach an agreement with the regime you want to change. And that's why they attacked today. In the morning, we heard the explosions. I went to my daughter's schools. We had to pick them up because the school was closing. As you know, we lost 70 school children, young girls today because of these illegal American-Israeli attacks.
Mark Kimmitt, does launching strikes in the middle of ongoing negotiations risk confirming the argument that Iran's been putting forward for a while, that the United States simply cannot be trusted to negotiate in good faith?
Well, I would recharacterize it. You're discussing what has been announced as positive and moving forward. Look, we understood that was simply happy talk coming out of the Iranians and the negotiators for the simple reason, the mediators, for the simple reason that they were trying to prepare the narrative of what we're hearing now. Fact is, you did not hear the Americans say anything. It's clear that the Americans were constantly rebuffed at the negotiating table. The Americans gave up the issue of ballistic missiles. The Americans gave up the issue of proxies, and then it became very apparent that the Iranians were going to dig in. For some reason, it seems that they pulled the wrong playbook off the shelf. They pulled the 2016 Obama playbook off the shelf, which says delay, deny, deceive. The Americans want a deal. They're not prepared to do anything. So I think those who have been looking at this from a sober mind understood that the Iranians had a choice. They could either negotiate or they would face military pressure. They failed to negotiate. They demonstrated they're unwilling to move on the key issues of the negotiations. And unfortunately, because of that, Iran has brought their people into this war.
Paul Musgrave, under international law, preemptive self-defense usually requires some sort of imminent threat. I mean, was that threshold clearly met here?
You know, I would not say it's been clearly met. I don't have access to the intelligence that the Israelis or the Americans would be claiming, but it's hard to see what has changed from this week to last week. The talks, you know, publicly the Omanis were saying the talks were going well, but it's difficult to imagine that the Iranians were planning to launch an offensive that would have justified this sort of attack by the Americans and the Israelis. And this is an attack that took almost everybody by surprise. I'm sure you, like me, have been checking social media in the middle of the night because we're accustomed to these sorts of crises unfolding overnight. But this, you know, the timing, everything just felt very off. So that claim about a preventative war also sits very poorly with President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu's elaboration of the goals as being regime change, which really just seems to, you know, not say that there was an imminent threat, but rather some sort of a target of opportunity or that some countdown had run out.
Fouad Izzadi, would you agree with that? That this is not about Iran's nuclear program at all. It's about regime change.
This is what they said. You know, they couldn't be any more specific. Trump said it. Netanyahu said it. They have been telling Iranians that they need to change Iran's government. It was the United States government that changed Iran's government in 1953 through a coup. They want to change Iran's government through these military strikes. They were successful in 1953. They are not going to be successful in 2026. There is this culture of resistance here. We are going to see a rally around flag effect. Last time they attacked Iran, Iranians were more united than before. I was watching people on the streets shouting against Trump and Netanyahu. We are going to see millions of people coming to the streets in a matter of 24 hours, 48 hours, opposing their country to be attacked by genocidal regimes. These are the people who engaged in a genocide in Gaza. They want to have Tehran look like Gaza. They're not going to be able to do that. Iran has defense capabilities that will defend the country. There are going to be many American soldiers who will get killed, unfortunately. Iran didn't want this. Iran didn't want to have war. Iran doesn't want to fight two nuclear regimes. Unfortunately, this is the situation we have. Sober minds don't engage in genocide, don't engage in this type of criminal behavior.
Mark, what do you make of that, the US and Israel want Tehran to look like Gaza? How far are the US and Israel prepared to go? How long will those of us who live in cities like Doha, in Abu Dhabi, in Riyadh, in Kuwait, be under the threat of missile attack?
Well, first of all, let's go back to the points that my friend Fawad was making. The United States is not seeking to conduct regime change. If it has taken out key leaders, that's leadership targeting. The regime change will not come from the American 82nd Airborne parachuting into Tehran. And it's going to come from inside the country, from internal opposition to the regime. And now with the key leaders, such as the RGC commander and perhaps some political leaders, that there a vacuum, a leadership vacuum would be created that could either be filled by the people of Iran, or if Fawad is correct, it will simply see leaders replaced and the Iranian regime will continue. The United States not only does not want to conduct regime change, it doesn't have the capability. We're not going to put boots on the ground. On the other hand, there is a window of opportunity here provided by the West that says, okay, we've taken out the top level of leadership. This is what you have been protesting about. If you want to fill that vacuum with a different type of government, we have provided the opportunity. We have set the table for you. On the other hand, if you want to maintain the status quo, then maintain the status quo. But this will not be a decision made by America or Israel. It will be made by the people of Iran, and we will see what the people of Iran choose.
Mark, if major powers like the US and Israel claim the right to strike countries over potential future threats, what happens to the rules-based international order? Was there any attempt to seek international legitimacy for these strikes, or do the US and Israel simply not care?
If you can characterize it in terms that stark, but the fact remains is that the international community was fully aware that the United States was prepared to use military force if the imminent threat of a continued enrichment program, illegal enrichment program by Israel, by Iran to develop a nuclear capability. At what point does it go from being a concept to an imminent threat? So I understand your point about international law. I think that there would be many that disagree with it, but it is clear that we should now understand where we are and focus on what happens next.
Paul, who gets to decide what counts as an imminent threat? Certainly in the nuclear context, intelligence agencies or politicians like President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, this is a fundamentally political decision. It's one that has to be communicated, and it's one that has to be accepted by an international audience. And we have seen countries around the world in the global north, countries like the UK, France, and others, line up to condemn the Iranian response. We've also obviously seen many folks who have condemned what the United States and Israel are doing. So this is something where international law, there are sometimes courts, there's other things, but customary public law that has to be communicated. I think that what really matters here is the degree to which the Trump administration's public discussions and the Israeli government's public discussions of their aims get muddled here. Was this about Iran's ballistic missile capability? Was this about the nuclear weapons program? Was this about the protests? Saying that you're doing it for any one of these reasons has a very different justification, a very different political implication. And saying that we're going to remove the top layer of leadership and then let the Iranian people do what comes naturally, that really runs the risk from the U.S. and Israel's point of view that what comes next could be much worse, because the existing power structure in Iran is much more revolutionary, literally, than the incumbent leadership.
Fawad, what do you make of what you just heard there? Where do you see this going? Is there an off-ramp for Iran?
I think what will happen is that even if the United States is able to kill illegally Iranian leaders, the next generation of Iranians, the Iranians that did not see American atrocities in Iran before 1979, some Iranians that did not understand why their parents and grandparents were anti-American, those Iranians will take over. Now they understand why American government is an imperialist, vicious government, and a government that attacks other countries and kills little children. They understand they're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls. This is the government that we are witnessing, we are going to fight back against that government, and they're going to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran will live many years after America destroys itself.
Mark Kimmett has had to leave us. Gentlemen, many thanks indeed. Fouad and Mark. It's Paul, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Paul. It's been a long day. Thanks for being with us. Now then, we're getting reports that a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Sources told Al Jazeera that no injuries have been reported in the targeting of the early warning radar. We are assessing the material damage, they said. We'll bring you more on that as and when we get it. In the meantime, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that British forces and planes were taking part in coordinated efforts to protect the country's interests and allies.
Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table.
Let's take you live down to Berlin. Al Jazeera's Dominic Kane can tell us more about how other European nations, particularly Germany, have reacted to today's developments. Dominic?
Well, certainly we know that the E3, that's the three European countries, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, who previously were in negotiations with Iran going back many years to try to bring about a peaceful end to its nuclear program, where they put out a joint statement in which they called for Iran to end its nuclear program, to curb its ballistic missile program, to refrain from what they call its destabilizing activities in the region, and to cease its repressive actions against its own people. They said they did not take part in these strikes, but they are in close cooperation and consultation with with Israel and with the United States and other regional partners. They're also making clear that they say that they believe the Iranian government should return to the negotiating table. Point to make here also is that we know that the French President Emmanuel Macron has called an emergency cabinet meeting, which will be taking place in the course of the next hour and a half, to discuss security and defense issues. We know also that President Macron called for a meeting of the United Nations Security Council. We believe that will take place later on, perhaps 21 GMT. Here in Germany, we know that Chancellor Merz has said he has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The view very much coming from the governments of those three countries is to try to bring about an end to what's taking place, with no condemnation of what the Israeli or American United States governments have done, condemning what the Iranian government has done. One final thought in Madrid, a discordant thought. The Spanish Prime Minister there condemning both the actions of the United States and Israel and of Iran, which differentiates his government from the three I was talking about.
Dominic Kane, live in Berlin. Many thanks indeed, Dominic. In Moscow is Dmitry Medvedenko, who can tell us more, Dmitry, about what Russia has been saying about today.
Well, Russia has just convened, together with Beijing, the emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. As Dominic mentioned just a second ago, it's going to happen around 21 GMT, or midnight Moscow or Doha time. We have to remember that, of course, Russia, China, and the US, three parties out of several countries which are permanent members of the UN Security Council, which have veto rights. Therefore, any resolution condemning or supporting US action in Iran is likely to be met with a veto. So Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier spoke on the phone with his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov, where they discussed the situation, and Russia pledged assurances that it will support Iran in trying to pursue a peaceful resolution to this crisis, including at the UN Security Council. And we've heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the statement, they called the attacks on Iran reckless, unprovoked, premeditated, and said that Washington and Tel Aviv bear full responsibility for any consequences of this man-made crisis. And let me just read one line to you from that statement. By plunging the Middle East into the abyss of uncontrolled escalation, they're effectively promoting countries across the globe, including the Middle East, to pursue even more grave means of countering emerging threats, stopping short of saying nuclear weapons.
Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko reporting live from Moscow. I want to go back to Berlin and to Dominic. Dominic, what do people there in Germany think about these attacks on Iran?
Well, the thing to say, Adrian, is that over the course of the past few hours, in at least 2 different German cities, there have been demonstrations taking place. It has to be said, demonstrations that had already been planned prior to what has been unfolding over the course of the last many hours today. And yet, at those protests, these demonstrations, they've predominantly been by people who are opposed to the government in Iran. They've been brandishing the flags of pre-revolutionary Iran. Here in Berlin, one very loud, raucous demonstration was going past our building. It is actually, as I look off camera, I can see them walking through the city near to where our bureau is. So no question that those who oppose the government in Iran here in Germany, they'd planned these demonstrations. They clearly didn't know what was about to happen, and yet they seem to be welcoming it. Certainly that's the view amongst those, as I say, who were taking part in those demonstrations.
All right, Dominic, many thanks indeed. The US strikes on Iran are being carried out from air and sea in cooperation with Israel. According to a US official speaking to Al Jazeera, the strikes on Iran will continue for the coming days. The official says if it is an extensive air and sea campaign against Iran, the objectives are broad and tangible and will include strikes across the country. Dismantling Iranian security forces is the main purpose of the strikes. Al Jazeera's senior political analyst is Marwan Bishara. He's with us now live from here in Doha. I've been looking forward to this moment to get your thoughts on all of this. I know that you were predicting that this was going to happen. Was it, though, avoidable or inevitable?
Well, now after the fact, we probably should say inevitable, because clearly the negotiations this time and the last time back in June last year were a window dressing. Clearly, the United States was involved in the negotiations and only to buy time to prepare for the attack along with Israel. They needed the time to deploy the USS Ford, apparently, and the other Armada parts in the region. And hence, they were involved in the negotiations to see what's what. My sense, Adrian, is that the war was launched this weekend not because there was a breakdown in the negotiations, rather because there was a breakthrough in the negotiations. Because when the negotiations are only meant to be window dressing and they sort of start to work with the mediator, Oman, in this case saying, wow, we have some real progress because the Iranians have come up with some serious economic proposals in addition to the nuclear proposals, something that really put the American delegation under pressure. That's when the United States and Israel decided to attack.
So how far are the United States and Israel going to push this? This is now not just about Iran's nuclear program, but about regime change?
Well, you see, this is the thing, right? We would have said that the nature of the operation will decide, of course, its objective. If it was limited operation, then it would be meant to bring back the humiliated Iranians to the negotiation table with more concessions. But if it is the type of operations we've heard about earlier this morning from President Trump, 8.5+ minutes of diatribe against the Iranian regime and all the evil that it has committed and so on and so forth, and asking the Iranian people to rise against it, then clearly we're talking about a regime change, whether it is direct or indirect. And here, of course, this is what is the most puzzling, Adrian. You and I and others have spoken over the past good number of years about American involvement in the Middle East, and everyone has, in the United States we spoke to, except perhaps one of your earlier guests, regretted the Iraq war back in 2003. But it seems President Trump is borrowing not a page, not 2 pages, not 5 pages, not a chapter. He's borrowing the entire book, the entire playbook of the Bush administrations that it used in the war against Iraq, in his war against Iran. The pretexts, the missiles, the liberal intervention, the mushroom crowd, the imminent danger, the threat against its own people, the threat against the region and regional stability. All the excuses have been used again. But it was Trump who said he will end forever wars. It was Trump who dumped nonstop on the Bush administrations for its war on Iraq. And now he's repeating exactly the same disasters we've seen back in 2003, 2014, meaning all these years, a total disaster that cost the Americans thousands of American soldiers, trillions of dollars, and of course, was incredibly tragic to the people of Iraq. Okay. Is it being repeated in Iran again?
And I know that you're going to sound a cynical note here when I ask you about, and as we speak, I don't know whether you can hear it, but there are more booms above our head. What it means for the international rules-based order. There was obviously no attempt to seek any form of international legitimacy through the UN Security Council, the IAEA, even Congress wasn't informed. Does that matter to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu?
It is quite extraordinary. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We were just talking about Bush. Bush, regardless, how history judged him, at the end of the day, he was involved in all kinds of debates and discussions. He tried Congress. He tried even the Europeans. A lot of them didn't listen. And he tried the UN Security Council. If you remember, Powell, then Secretary of State Powell showed up at the United Nations showing these apparently fake news about Iraqi nuclear program and so on and so forth. But here you have an American president and Israeli prime ministers who are basically implementing Netanyahu's, and it's good to refresh people's memory because we keep our conversations only in the present. It was in 1996, that 30 years ago exactly, that Netanyahu shared, along with American neoconservatives, his clean break. And the clean break was how to break out of the peace process and involved in the kind of hegemonic wars in the Middle East. That was the 1996 clean break that later on became the project for the new American century. In that playbook, Iran is not mentioned. Netanyahu tells his American counterparts, no. The most dangerous country in the Middle East is not Iraq, it's not Syria, it's what? It's Iran. It's Iran. So this has been in the making for a long time, and the last thing they're paying attention to is international law or the so-called international rules-based order or what have you. This is a hegemonic imperial war that is meant for regime change in Iran. The thing is, this is not an accusation or criticism. This is something being admitted. Netanyahu just talked about regime change in Iran. President Trump, throughout his 8+ minutes, talked extensively about destroying Iranian Navy, about bombing this and that and the other place, and calling on the Iranian people to rise against the regime. When we saw Bush back in 1990, 91, call on the Iraqis to rise against the Saddam regime, we saw what happened to them. The United States, of course, neglected them. Saddam Hussein killed countless number of them. And we're probably going to see something similar today unraveling in Iran.
Al Jazeera's senior political analyst Marwan Bashara there. Marwan, many thanks indeed. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi is in Iran's capital, Tehran. He's been reporting from the ground throughout the day. We're going to show you something from earlier when ongoing strikes were shaking the Iranian capital.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after the initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Hostor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
Mohammed El-Masri is a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He's with me now in the studio. You were listening to what Marwan Bashara was saying a few moments ago. I was going to begin by asking you once again what failed on the diplomatic track. The talks, there was such good mood music around them. We were hearing that the talks were going well, and then suddenly this. And Marwan was saying it wasn't because anything failed, it was because the talks were actually going too well for President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I said something similar, probably not as articulately as Marwan did, but I said something similar in an earlier interview. Very much, I think that the United States and Israel had been planning this and fully intending to carry out this this attack. Right, for some time. I think their minds were made up, and the negotiations were just kind of a smoke screen, some distraction, and a delay tactic to kind of get the military assets into the region in order. So I very much agree with what Marwan said.
So it is the strikes that we've seen throughout the day on Saturday. Is it about the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, destroying its capabilities and its arsenal of missiles, or is it about regime change now, do you think?
There's no question that it's about regime change. If this were about the nuclear program, then the United States would take the negotiation process more seriously. We should remind everyone that there was an agreement already in place, the JCPOA, and Iran had abided by the terms. They did not seek a nuclear weapon during that time. There was regular monitoring, and it was the United States under Donald Trump during his first term in office that unilaterally canceled that agreement. So it can't really be about the nuclear program. This is about regime change, and it's a regime change operation that Israel wants, and which Israel has sought not for years, but for decades.
Which begs the question, who's driving U.S. foreign policy at the moment? Is it hawks within the administration? Is it the president himself? Or is it Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, they're all aligned. I mean, the hawks and Trump and Netanyahu are all aligned. But I would refer people to the classic book that was written about 20 years ago by Mearsheimer and Walt about the power of the Israel lobby inside the United States. The Israel lobby controls much of American foreign policy. So I think the answer is in that academic text.
And you talk about this being about regime change, but you can't just remove Ayatollah Khamenei and Iran's president and say, okay, job done. So, I mean, this is going to be long and protracted, isn't it? And when President Trump warns the nation that American servicemen may be lost in this operation, I mean, it's going to take some time, isn't it? Will we see American boots on the ground, do you think, in Iran?
I don't think we're going to see American boots on the ground, and I think this is an operation that's doomed to failure. I do not see a path forward to regime change, certainly not a quick path forward. But the U.S. operates with this kind of very chaotic foreign policy, and they don't seem to learn lessons very well. Marwan was speaking about the disaster of Iraq. But even if we look at Iran, and one of your earlier guests was reminding all of us that in 1953, the U.S. then, in tandem with the British, carried out a military coup or an inside job coup in Iran against the first democratically elected prime minister in the country's history, Mohammad Mossadegh. And what they did at the time is they funded protests. That's why I say it was an inside job. They funded protests. They paid thugs. They bribed officials. Right. This is what they did. They try to create chaos on the ground and then hope that the people kind of finish the job on the ground, and that's what Netanyahu and Trump were speaking to in their remarks, and that's what their hope is this time around.
What does this mean for the region, Iran's neighborhood? People like you and I living in Doha, where we've been hearing throughout the day these booms as Iranian missiles have been intercepted. What does it mean for the region?
I mean, it's a very dangerous moment. There's no question about that, because the longer this goes on, then there is greater risk of looping other actors in. One of the questions on my mind is, will the Gulf states at some point say to the United States, okay, you can use our bases to launch attacks against Iran. Is that a possibility? And if that happens, then I think it's going to be obviously more protracted and much more violent. But I think, unfortunately, there are unstable and uncertain days ahead.
Always good to talk to you, Professor. Many thanks indeed for being with us once again.
Thank you.
That's Mohammed Al-Masri. Well, Rashid Al-Mohanadi is the Vice President of the Center for International Policy Research. He says the Iranian military action will be seen by Qatar in particular as a breach of regional security and state authority.
The attack on June, there was apparent, enough heads up before the attack happened. This one came at a surprise and a shock to us in Qatar, and I think to the Qatari government. And it came, as waves, not as a single attack. And I think until now, Qatar has been one of the most targeted states out of all of the other Arab states being targeted by Iran. I think the decision makers in Tehran don't understand how potentially damaging this is, not just for Qatari-Iranian relations, but also to Arab-Iranian relations. The view from Doha is Al-Udeid is a Qatari base. We have defense and security relationships with multiple states, not only the US. And I think all Gulf states made it very clear that no strikes will come out of Gulf bases. And we can see that using open source information, that most of the strikes happen between the US and Israel from different vectors, not including the Gulf states. And I think what will be read now is that this is, and has been in the statements we've read from all the Gulf states, that this is an attack on Qatari and Gulf sovereignty.
You're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Tom McRae. We're just going to bring you up to date with the latest developments. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and US assets across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that attacks will continue as required. Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' primary school in the south has killed at least 86 people. It was one of the numerous strikes Israel and the US launched. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It has also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. Now, this is all happening just days after representatives from Tehran and Washington held indirect negotiations in Geneva. Well, Aside from the capital, Tehran, several other cities have also come under attack, including the Shia holy city of Qom, Karaj near the capital, Isfahan in central Iran, Tabriz in the northwest, and Kermanshah, Umri and Alam, both in the west towards the border with Iraq. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and a base near Damavand as well. And as we mentioned earlier, a girls' school in the south in Manab County. A satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to US media. He says that as far as he knows, the country's Supreme Leader and President are still alive. Well, US President Donald Trump called on Iranians to take over their government when he announced the attack.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Well, we have correspondents standing by in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Doha, Moscow and Berlin. But first, this report from Perry Wilton.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris to search for survivors next to what appears to be a school backpack lying in the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Iran has launched a wave of retaliatory airstrikes towards Israel. Sirens have been sounding across the country, with citizens warned to take shelter. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Now, these are images from the city of Haifa in northern Israel, where some missiles have made impact. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a state of emergency right across the country, warning the public of Iranian missile and drone attacks. Well, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to US media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also went on to say, we are not giving up our right, including for enrichment. We are interested in de-escalation. The attacks should stop first, and then there is the possibility to talk. He went on to say, we don't need anybody for our defence. We are capable enough to defend ourselves. Well, Araghchi also spoke about previous US efforts to topple governments in the region, saying they had failed.
They have tried regime change. This is not the first time that they want to do regime change. They have tried it in the past. Look, in the past 47 years, the United States has tried everything from coup, from sanctions, 8 years of war by Saddam Hussein, supported by the United States and many others, and then, 12-day war, snapback, in the Security Council, and terrorist operations. They have tried everything, and all of them failed.
We're going to go straight to Mohammed Val now, who is live for us in Tehran. And Mohammed, obviously, it's been a huge day there right across Iran. How are people dealing and reacting to what has happened?
Well, Tom, people are staying in their homes mostly. We have seen some traffic chaos in the morning, and that was an indication of people taken aback by the incident or the action that has taken place, and trying to reach safe areas. But now the streets are almost empty. There is still some traffic in the streets. The lights are on behind me across the city of Tehran. So there is a semblance of normalcy, but there is a lot of apprehension, and there is in the air fear of renewed attacks on the city of Tehran. Reports from the government side telling people that one of the major concerns, apparently that's not the wording, but I'm interpreting, the major concern now on the part of the government is that some kind of unwanted action might be taken or happen in the streets. So I have here this message from the the prosecutor. The Attorney General of the country gave a special order to prosecutors across the country keep special supervision over preventing opportunistic individuals from exploiting wartime conditions. This is the latest message in a series of warnings today from the government to people in the streets and across the country to keep an eye on those who are trying to exploit the situation and probably do some acts that might compromise the security of the nation. Aside from this, only messages of reassurance from the government that the situation is under control, that the streets are open, people can move to wherever they want, that they shouldn't panic, they shouldn't try to stockpile on provisions because there is enough of that in supermarkets, that the banks are still working, that the government institutions will continue to work. But at the same time, measures are taken. The air defenses are in action, and it is a state of war. Obviously, the country is not pulling any punches this time around, and the government is saying that this will be a different reaction, a different campaign than to whatever we have seen before. Strikes against American targets and Israeli targets across the region. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard talking about at least 200 soldiers killed or wounded in military bases across the region. 14 of those bases have been hit, and also new waves of drones and airstrikes by missiles on targets in Israel specifically.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Mohammed Val, for us in Tehran. As Mohammed was saying, Iran has launched strikes right across the Gulf region. These are the latest pictures that are coming into our newsroom from Dubai. The Dubai media office says that at least 4 individuals were injured, believed to be in this incident in a building in the Palm Jumeirah area, which is very close to the main centre of Dubai. Obviously, it's part of ongoing strikes that we have seen Iran launch in retaliation to attacks by the US and Israel. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. now. And Ros, can you just talk us through how Trump's justification for this war is actually being digested there today, as I guess everyone's now woken up to this news?
Well, the condemnation and the praise is falling along party lines here in Washington. As you might expect, nearly all Republicans who have spoken so far, from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune to his counterpart, the Speaker Mike Johnson in the House of Representatives, on down the line, have said that Iran basically has been taunting the United States for more than 47 years, and that it is long overdue that the U.S. hold Iran, its nuclear weapons ambitions, its sponsoring of proxy groups across the Middle East to account. And so that praise is coming from nearly all Republicans, notably one Republican, Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky, has condemned the attack and says that he will vote for a resolution in the House of Representatives next week that would compel the Trump administration to, at this point, now dial back what is already now an active military operation. For their part, congressional Democrats are condemning the attack, saying that this is putting the U.S.'s security at a greater risk than it had been before, that the U.S. was wrong to give up on the diplomatic efforts to try to put a limit on Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that they are, too, going to push to try to limit what the Trump administration can do, because it is Congress that can officially declare war, not the president unilaterally.
We heard from one US senator saying that this is a deeply consequential decision that risks pulling the United States into another broad conflict in the Middle East. What is Trump's plan to ensure that that actually doesn't happen?
We don't know. To put it bluntly, we had the president's pre-taped commentary released in the overnight hours here in the United States. But he, beyond saying to the Iranian people that they would have the opportunity to establish their own government once the U.S.-Israeli military operation was over, he basically said it's up to the Iranians to figure out how to install a government that they have been saying that they have wanted for nearly 50 years. You did not hear the president in that pre-recorded speech, for example, say that Reza Pahlavi, the former crown prince of Iran, would be the logical person to replace the religiously led government in Tehran, even though Pahlavi has made no secret of the fact that he wants to be what he's now calling a transitional political leader in a new Iranian government. There's also been no suggestion of whether the U.S.'s air campaign is simply going to be that, or whether there's going to be any deployment of U.S. ground forces into Iran in order to help bring about this regime change, which the Trump administration now says it wants to see happen. We don't know if there are going to be any briefings to reporters and to the general public about what comes next. There's been one report suggesting that the U.S. military would carry out strikes for a couple of days, reassess, then decide whether to continue based on the Trump administration's overall goals.
OK, thank you so much for all of that, Rosalind Jordan, for us in Washington, D.C. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack on Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Donald Trump's calls for Iranians to take their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
The Israeli military says it has preemptively imposed restrictions on people moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Noor Adey is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, does that basically mean that communities are under lockdown now?
Well, effectively, Tom, let's just remember that Palestinians in their daily life under occupation have to maneuver through over 1,000 Israeli military checkpoints and gates. Once those gates are closed and the checkpoints are closed, Palestinians are under lockdown. They understand that reality very well, and that's why as soon as Israel announced that it is launching war on Iran, they took to the supermarkets and to gas stations to stock up as much as they can on supplies. Let's just also remember that there is a deep economic crisis here, so people are short on cash. They stocked up as much as they could, even though the Palestinian government and local authorities here assured them there is enough food stocked in each district, in each city, for the residents there to survive a lockdown for a few weeks. In any case, the Palestinians here have no shelters, no public shelters. They have no way of knowing what is happening, save for the sirens going off throughout the day from nearby illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank, and that's when they know something is in the air. Several incidents of shrapnel, large pieces of missiles falling on Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank have been documented throughout the day and this evening. One of them, in fact, almost an entire missile landed on the rooftop of a residential home in the northern occupied West Bank, but thankfully there were no injuries reported.
Okay, thank you so much, Noor O'Day, for us there in Ramallah. Well, as we've mentioned, Iran has also launched strikes on US assets right across the region. Well, this was the moment a missile hit what Bahrain called the service centre for the US 5th Fleet headquarters in the capital. Explosions and interceptions have also been reported in countries including Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iraq and Jordan. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person has been killed in the UAE's capital. Well, the Defence Ministry said, quote, it reserves the full right to respond to this escalation. And a drone targeted Kuwait International Airport on Saturday, causing minor injuries to several workers and limited material damage at Terminal 1. Well, we're also getting reports that a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defence of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasises that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region of the risks of escalation. We're going to cross to Zain Basravi, who is live for us in Doha. Zain, we've heard loud booms right throughout the afternoon and now into the early evening. They seem to come along in waves. Can you just give us an idea of what you've been seeing from your vantage point there on the Corniche?
Well, not an hour has gone by where we have not seen and heard some kind of explosion in the skies over Doha as defensive weapons intercept these incoming Iranian missiles. And it has been a very tense day. If you look at the number of attacks we've seen as part of Iran's retaliation, it has been widespread across the region. Every country except for Oman in the GCC, in the Gulf Cooperation Council, has come under Iranian attack. And we can't underplay how significant the wide-ranging retaliation is. Now, we've heard, as you said, the long-range early warning system that tracks specifically ballistic missiles here in Doha came under attack. Dubai authorities confirming that the Palm Jumeirah, there was an incident, there was a fire, whether it was falling debris or a direct hit, that remains unclear. Governments are still trying to be very sensitive to maintaining security. But Palm Jumeirah is a significant landmark, a globally recognized landmark, and we can't underplay how significant these kinds of attacks, the videos we've seen emerge from the aftermath of the attack that targeted Kuwait's airport, what we've seen in Bahrain, targeting of the Fifth Fleet, Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, all of these places coming under attack, it sends a very clear signal. Even if these aren't intense, even if these aren't consistent, and what has happened in Doha has been consistent hour after hour, this is perhaps the first hour where we haven't seen any sort of interceptions or explosions in the skies. What this signals is what Iran has been saying for years. They're saying that if Iranian cities will be insecure, if the U.S. bases in these Gulf countries where there's cooperation with the United States, if that continues and Iran is targeted, then no cities will be left secure as long as Iran continues to come under attack by the United States. And while there's ongoing debate that these are neighboring countries, that they are many close allies of Iran, what Iran has said all along is that as long as there's U.S. cooperation, as long as there's connection with the United States, even if there isn't any direct attack being launched from bases here in the GCC, what Iran says is, from their point of view, these are all fair targets if Iran is attacked, and Iran has been attacked. And so far, the retaliation we've seen in just one day has been very widespread. And if it carries on, then it is certainly concerning for the security of these cities, of these Gulf countries, what happens in coming days and weeks.
And for the millions of people that live in these cities as well, this is very different from obviously what happened last June, which was somewhat contained and over relatively quickly. Can you just give us a bit of an idea, a sense of just how different it feels this time around?
Well, if memory serves us correctly, we were here for that attack. When they targeted Al Udeid, it was relatively choreographed. In the days after, it was clear that Iran did not want to escalate. And the United States knew that Iran would need to retaliate. It was almost choreographed with Washington, and it was almost choreographed with Qatar at the time. And those interceptions happened. There was about a dozen different missiles that Iran fired, all targeting Al Udeid Air Base. It was a dramatic moment, but it lasted about an hour or so. And it was over and announced publicly as over by all sides, the US, Qatar, and Iran. All came out and said, we've done what we had to. There were complaints back and forth. There was diplomatic statements back and forth. Qatar said that we reserve the right to respond, that this isn't right. There was political support given by regional partners. It was all political theater on the international stage, and it was over within an hour or two. This is something different. Then it was all about not escalating. Right now, we are in the center of the escalation everyone was trying to avoid. We've seen these ongoing attacks since this morning. This is not choreographed. This defensive fire is happening in reaction to Iranian attacks that are consistent and trying to target Al Udeid. There's a clear, desperate attempt to try to hit Al Udeid as often as possible. CENTCOM headquarters, the largest U.S. base in the region, is, of course, based here in Doha, Qatar. And throughout the day, there have been a number of attacks on several cities and countries in the region. But I think it's safe to say that Qatar has seen the highest number of potential Iranian strikes, and the highest number of interceptions have happened in the skies over Doha.
OK, thank you so much, Zain. As always, Zain Basravi for us there in Doha. Well, Iran has just sent a letter to the UN. In it, it says all US-Israeli bases, facilities and assets in the region are legitimate military targets. Iran told the UN it will continue to exercise its right of self-defence, quote, until the aggression ceases fully and unequivocally. Well, other countries in the region have reacted to Iran's attacks. Jordan has called for an immediate halt to military escalation, but said it would defend the kingdom's interests, quote, with all its might. Kuwait said it reserves the right to defend itself following Iranian attacks. And Saudi Arabia said the kingdom condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the blatant Iranian aggression, warning of what it called grave consequences if violations of state sovereignty continue. Well, to help us digest all of this, we're going to bring in our guest now. Fouad Azadi is professor at the University of Tehran at the Faculty of World Studies. He joins us from Tehran. With us in the studio is Mohammed Al-Masri, a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Paul Musgrave. He is an associate professor of government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Thank you all for joining us. Obviously, so much to get through. So let's try our best to try and wrap our heads around what has been an incredible day so far. Mohammed, if I could begin with you. We've seen so many attacks on so many different cities within the Gulf region. The most recent in Dubai with that attack on the Palm Jumeirah, at least 4 people injured in that. What do you make of the ongoing attacks, not just one-offs, but these ongoing attacks, and what do you expect the response to be from these Gulf countries, apart from the condemnation that we've seen?
Right. I mean, it's, first of all, I'd just say it's a very dangerous moment, because I think there's the real chance that this could escalate further and that this could be something that is protracted, right? In terms of these Gulf countries, it's not surprising, first of all, that Iran has chosen this route. They've made that clear for months, that the U.S. bases in the region would be targets in the event of an American or Israeli or joint American-Israeli attack. Now, the Gulf countries could go one of 2 ways, at least 2 ways, right? They could either acquiesce to Iranian demands to put pressure on the United States to basically end this war, or they could do kind of the opposite of that, which is turn to the United States and say, here, you can use our bases to launch attacks on Iran. And let's remind everyone that to date, these countries have been consistent in saying that they do not want the United States to use their bases to attack Iran. So they made that very clear early on, weeks and weeks ago, didn't they? That their bases will not be used to strike Iran. That still, though, hasn't stopped these strikes from these retaliatory strikes from Iran occurring. What do you think the message from these Gulf countries is going to be to the Trump administration?
Well, I think that there's going to be 2 very strong messages. One, I think you saw this in the Qatari foreign minister's announcement that Qatar would prefer to get back to dialogue. Dialogue is optimal. And certainly the Trump administration has said that they would like to have some sort of an off-ramp or a moment to resume negotiations, ideally having signaled that their military threat is credible and that they can get back to negotiating over nuclear weapons or whatever the exact goal the Trump administration decides on. The second one, I think, is going to be that the Gulf countries simply can't be threatened or pushed around in this way. And these are proud countries, these are powerful countries, wealthy countries. They know that they are small states, they know that they are vulnerable. And to see attacks on hotels, which are central to the lifeblood of Dubai's economy, and perhaps later on attacks on energy facilities that might also be conducted, that could really send a message to the Gulf states that they might need to take a more forceful attitude toward Iran, whether that's using U.S. bases here or perhaps becoming directly involved.
Fahd, if I can bring you in now, is its leadership just doing what it promised it would do, that it was going to turn this into a regional conflict?
Iran is basically doing what Article 51 of the UN Charter tells countries to do. When the countries are attacked, they can respond, they can defend themselves. Iran is defending itself. Iran is hitting American bases. It's unfortunate that these bases are located in these countries, but Iran is not targeting these countries. Iran wants to have good relations with these countries. Iran wants to actually have these countries put pressure on the United States so they stop this illegal war against Iran. The U.S. is not going to be able to change Iran's government. You're going to see Iran's government actually becoming more popular because the country is under attack by people like Netanyahu and Trump, people who engage in genocide. So the hope that Iranians have is that the neighbors understand why this is happening, and the hope that they have is that they would stop doing things that would hurt bilateral relations.
I want to bring in Rosalind Jordan once again, who is in Washington, D.C. for us. Ros, can you just give us an idea if this message is getting through to the Trump administration? So many of its allies, whether they are in the Gulf region or in Europe, are calling for this to end and dialogue to begin again. Is there any sign that Donald Trump is actually going to listen to that, though?
It's not clear whether the Trump administration cares about what people are saying, allies, whether in the Middle East or in Europe. It'll be very interesting to see what happens later on Saturday when the UN Security Council convenes an emergency meeting at the request of, among others, Russia, a country with which Donald Trump has tried to pursue closer relations since his return to office just about 15 months ago. This is a situation where the foreign minister from Oman has expressed dismay that even though he said diplomacy was working, that the U.S. and Iran were very close to signing a deal that addressed Iran's nuclear ambitions, that these airstrikes began overnight on Saturday. Basically, there's just a lot of hand-wringing and a lot of consternation and condemnation of the U.S. decision to launch these strikes on Iranian targets rather than let diplomacy actually play out. Things had appeared to be much more optimistic on Friday until word of these airstrikes started coming through.
OK, thanks so much for that, Ros. As we've been mentioning, countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says his government rejects the military actions against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. And meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. We're going to get some more reaction from Dmitry Medvedenko, who is in Moscow for us. And Dmitry, can you just run us through what further reaction there's been from the Kremlin?
Well, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has just spoken on the phone with Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, the Qatari Foreign Minister. They've also voiced concern and urged the sides to end all hostilities. Russia has indeed called the emergency UN Security Council meeting. That's due to happen at around 21 GMT or midnight Moscow and Doha time. It's of course going to be interesting to see how Russia is going to toe the line between supporting Iran and maintaining some kind of friendly relationship with the United States, given that the US is the chief mediator in the Ukraine conflict. So there's a lot to unpack there. And earlier we have heard that the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also spoke to Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, where he said that Russia would support Iran on the international arena, including the UN Security Council. And in a statement, the Foreign Ministry called the attack on Iran reckless, premeditated and unprovoked, and said that Washington and Tel Aviv bear all responsibility for all consequences that derive from this crisis that they have created. They're saying that the two sides are plunging the Middle East into the abyss and prompting other countries to actually acquire more grave means, as they've said, of defending themselves.
OK, we're going to cross over to Berlin now, where Dominic Kane has been standing by for us. And Dominic, can you just give us more of an idea about what European leaders have been saying and reacting to what's happened throughout the day?
Well, not the sort of sentiment that we've just been hearing about from the Russian government. The E3, the European three, that's the French, the Germans, the British, issued a statement, a joint statement from their respective heads of state or heads of government a few hours ago, in which they made clear that they called on Iran to end its nuclear program, to curb its ballistic missile program, to refrain from its destabilizing activity, the three leaders said, in the region and in our homelands, they said. And they called on the Iranian government to cease its oppression towards its own people. They stressed that they were not party to these strikes, but they are in close consultation with Israel and with the United States, and with other countries in the region. They also said that the Iranian government should return to the negotiating table. That was the best way to bring about a resolution to this. Thing to point out that the French government, President Macron, has called an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss security and defence issues, which will be taking place in the course of the next half an hour or so. And we know also reference was made to the UN Security Council meeting by Dmitry just now. Well, we know that the French government is very keen for this issue to be discussed as quickly, as soon as possible. But also one final thought, not every government in Western Europe is having the same perspective as the E3. The Spanish Prime Minister, the Spanish government earlier on social media posting a condemnation both of Iran for what it has done, but also for what the United States and the Israeli government have done. So there is an element of discord amongst some European capitals.
OK, thank you so much for all of that, Dominic. Dominic came for us in Berlin. Well, the UK Maritime Trade Operations says it's received multiple reports from vessels operating in the Gulf, saying they had received messages that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The strait is a crucial oil export route and connects the biggest Gulf oil and gas producers such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates with the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. We're going to bring in our guest once again to help us continue digesting what has been going on. Fouad Azadi standing by for us in Tehran. If we can go back to you first of all. Obviously, this is probably not a surprising thing that Iran's trying to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. What other levers does it have to try and make this as disruptive as possible? Not just for the US and Israel, but all of the Gulf states that are being affected so far.
You know, we lost about 80 little girls, schoolgirls, that their school is in the southern part of Iran, right next to the Persian Gulf. This morning, their school was bombed by United States and Israel. And this is very close to the area that you are talking about. So we are talking about a war zone. Citizens, civilians are getting killed. And ships that are passing through, engaging in normal trade, making a buck, I wouldn't advise it. You know, Iran wanted to avoid a war. Iran was in the middle of negotiations. The Omani foreign minister last night said that they could have an agreement today. And instead of having an agreement, we have had dozens of casualties because the US decided to attack Iran. So engaging in normal trade in this part of the world today or tomorrow, or as long as the US government is attacking Iran illegally, would not be a good business practice. I don't think Iranian government purposefully is trying to shut down the Straits of Hormuz, but ships should think twice before passing through.
OK. Obviously, the Trump administration, as well as Israel, would have taken all of this into account, all of the levers that Iran had. Mohammed, if we can talk about what Donald Trump has really pushed here, that this is all about regime change. He's been very clear on that in his statement that he put out on social media. Is that even possible, though, do you think?
I think it's very, very unlikely. I mean, I don't think the United States is prepared to put boots on the ground. And so I don't see a quick path to regime change. I think that the strategy is to probably try to create as much chaos and violence as possible. This is not just a U.S. war; it's a U.S.-Israeli war, and one of Israel's primary doctrines is the Dahiya doctrine, which is to try to create maximum suffering amongst civilians. And to Dr. Fouad's point, they bombed a school and killed dozens of little girls. In 1953, the U.S. and at that time the British went in and carried out a chaos operation in hopes of bringing about regime change, and they were successful at that time. They overthrew the first democratically elected prime minister in the history of Iran. They paid thugs, they bribed people, and I think this is a similar effort. They want to create chaos and violence and then hope that some folks on the ground will carry out the actual changing of the system, but I think it's very, very unlikely.
And that's what we heard from Donald Trump as well, Paul, calling on the Iranian people to stand up and take over the streets once it's safe to do so. Can you just give us an idea, this idea of chaos and violence that Mohammed was talking about? I guess the initial strikes are the easy part in any of this, but what happens next? What is Trump's next move to go to, do you think?
Well, what happens next is what we're all trying to figure out, because there are several different scenarios. One is the United States and Israel are just committed to a kinetic, violent path that removes the upper echelon of Iran's political and possibly religious establishment, and then leaves the door open for someone to fill that vacuum, which could be something like in Venezuela, which looks very much like an inside job, or it could be something that is an outcome the United States doesn't want, the IRGC actually taking effective control of Iran. It could also be that the United States believes in a day or two that it has made its point and that Iran will be forced back to the negotiating table, regime change will disappear as a goal, and President Trump will go back to his message in the State of the Union and only talk about credible guarantees for nuclear disarmament, giving up a nuclear weapon. In between those things, when you go to war, lots of things can be unleashed that you don't have any control over. You mentioned earlier that you were sure the Trump administration had taken many factors into account. I'm not sure that they did. The policy process in the Trump administration is not careful, effective, or thorough. This is an administration that runs, as the kids would say, on vibes. And the fact that we are sitting here in Doha, one of the most peaceful countries in the Middle East, where for the third time in a year we are under attack by one country or another, really signifies that something has gone wrong with the calculus of means and ends in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, the word unprecedented has been well used today as well as over the last 8 or 9 months. Fawad, if we can go back to you, obviously Donald Trump's talking about regime change. That's obviously going to be an incredibly difficult, as Mohammed was saying, if not impossible situation. What would it potentially change to? Who could potentially take over, do you think?
You know, when you talk to real Iran experts like our brother Mohammed in Doha, this is what they would tell you, that changing Iranian government is not going to be really possible. The only people that advocate the idea of changing Iran's government as a possibility are people who work for Israeli think tanks. Other serious observers of Iran, scholars of Iran, realize that the current government came about after a very popular revolution that overthrew one of the most corrupt governments in history of Iran and the world. The Shah's government was one of the most corrupt governments of the 20th century for sure. And bringing back his son, who is a fascist, who visited Israel 2 times in the middle of genocide, is not going to be a very bright idea. He has very little support in Iran. I don't want to say less than 1%, because that would be too much. Everybody knows that he's on the payroll of Netanyahu. Some people here may be dissatisfied with government policies, but they don't want to be foot soldiers for Trump and genocidal people. They understand what's going on. They understand their country is under attack. The parents of those 80 little girls in city of Minab in southern Iran are very angry at the people who caused those deaths. And they're going to rally around the flag. They're going to defend their country. And they're going to make sure that Trump and Netanyahu fail in these misadventures that they carry on.
OK, Fawad Azadi, Mohammed Al-Masri, Paul Musgrave, we'll leave it there for the moment. We really do appreciate your time, though. OK, well, the US strikes on Iran are being carried out from air and from sea in cooperation with Israel. According to a US official speaking to Al Jazeera, the strikes on Iran will continue for at least the coming days. The official says it is an extensive air and sea campaign against Iran. The objectives are broad and tangible and will include strikes across the country. Dismantling Iranian security forces is the main purpose of the strikes. Well, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement. It reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. It goes on to say government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Well, Marwan Bashara is Al Jazeera senior political analyst. He joins us live from where we are, also in Doha. Marwan, thanks for being with us once again. Can we just get your initial thoughts on how you have viewed what's played out over the last 10 hours or so?
Actually, probably it's a good thing, Tom, to just start off from where you left with your guests. Because I think there's been a confusion throughout the day about what exactly is the end game here and whether it is regime change. And if it is regime change, how is it going to exactly go down in Iran? And I think it's very important to contextualize here. Simply for the last 20 years of American foreign policy in the Middle East, they tried three types of regime change in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. One was with the United Nations Security Council resolution, that's Afghanistan. One was without UN Security Council resolution, that was Iraq. One with a responsibility to protect type UN Security Council resolution that was extended to some kind of a regime change in Libya. In Iraq, there was deployment of troops on the ground, and then after a major bombing, and there was a serious regime change that turned truly disastrous, costing trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Iraqi deaths. In Afghanistan, same, but with the United Nations Security Council resolution, they even trained an Afghan army. But 20 years later, again, they withdrew, Taliban took over, and the regime change attempt was disastrous. In Libya, there was, as I said, the United Nations Security Council resolution of responsibility to protect, not exactly regime change, but it turned to a regime change without American boots on the ground. That's important. Without American boots on the ground, the Americans were able, along with the Europeans, to change the Gaddafi regime. And the result? Disastrous. Libya continues to suffer from major divisions, major chaos, violence, and so on and so forth. So 3 attempts by the United States within 2 decades, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, proved to be more or less an utter failure. Not because Gaddafi was a good guy, he was a horrible man. Not because the Taliban are the best people, the most enlightened people, they're not. Not because Saddam Hussein ran a good government, he did not. He was a dictator. So the idea was to change those dictators with the type of American involvement with violence, military intervention, and so forth, turned out to be failure. So trying that again in Iran and expect a different result, I think there's a term for that.
Yeah, I guess that prompts the question, what has led Donald Trump to believe that this time will be different? And is Netanyahu really got his ear and he's the one who's driving Donald Trump to this?
Thank you for that, Tom. Thank you for that question, because that is the $64 billion question, right? Because for the past 8 years, we heard nothing, past 10 years, we've heard nothing from Trump but dumping on the Bush administration for getting involved in Iraq. Nothing but dumping on the Biden administration for getting involved against Russia and Ukraine. He's been dumping nonstop on his predecessors for getting involved in the forever wars that he said that if he was there, they would have never happened, and he doesn't like them, and so on and so forth. He condemned his predecessors for getting involved in the type of Iraq adventure. But he is borrowing not a page, not two, not a chapter, an entire playbook from the 2003 invasion of Iraq, in the sense of bombing Iraq without the United Nations Security Council resolution, without a real debate in Congress, without any serious attempt at explaining to the American people. Back then, by the way, some 70% of the American people supported the war in Iraq. Today, 21% support the American war against Iran. So really, it's not just a question whether the Iranian regime is corrupt or not. It probably is is not exactly the best regime, and it's not enlightened, not democratic. It probably should not be there, right? It's as far as most Iranian people. But the solution is not military intervention. Hence, yes, I think to what you sort of hinted, there's clearly a Netanyahu influence here. There's clearly Netanyahu and his cronies in Washington. And no, I don't believe in some kind of a Jewish conspiracy or Israeli lobby conspiracy. I don't think that way. I think it is not exactly serious analysis. But there is a Netanyahu symbiotic influence over Trump. His cronies are influential in Washington and in the Trump administration, and they tend to influence Trump's policy in the Middle East on the question of Iran. And that's why we've seen Trump with his ego and everything else, and, you know, for whatever other reasons he had after Venezuela, to think that he could copy that success in Venezuela, you know, in the Middle East. And certainly there was an attempt by Netanyahu to manipulate. In Israel, they call that nudnik, right? It's really irritating, bothersome, annoying type political character like Netanyahu that is unrelenting in his pressure on the Trump administration. He saw Trump what? 9-10 times within 1 year, more than any other foreign leaders, again gutting to Trump's ear and tried to manipulate him on the question of Iran, where the American president ended up really repeating Israeli sound bites.
Marwan, we heard from US officials saying that these strikes are going to continue at least for the next few days. Iran has responded. They've said all along that they're going to try and make this a regional conflict. Are we on the precipice of a regional war, do you think?
Well, look, I mean, the fact that we here in Doha have been already subjected to, you know, the alarms and so on and so forth, and other Gulf states have been attacked. Of course, Israel, you know, Jordan has been under threat and so on. So clearly, this is just the beginning. We have not even passed the 24 hours, and already this is engulfing a good number of countries. And if the United States and Israel will continue the bombing and Iran continues to respond, that's certainly going to escalate. And if Iran is going to attack the American ships in the Gulf and so on and so forth, that will lead even to further escalation. So I think this is going to be snowballing, no doubt, if Trump leaving it, you know, open-ended. Because in the end of the day, the end game is going to be shaped by the type of operation we're going to see unravel the next few days. If it's limited, then it's meant to push the Iranians back to the negotiations table with more concessions. If it's wide open, as Israel hopes it is, in order to do or effect regime change along the lines that I discussed earlier, then we're really up to a major regional war, with Iran having a good number of assets at its disposal to use, probably destabilizing a good number of its neighbors. And I think that's going to go on. Now, whether the United States would succeed to decapitate the regime and allow for something better, I certainly doubt that, because I think at best the scenario would be something that looks like a civil war. Not because, as one of your previous guests said, the Iranian regime cannot be changed ever, just because I think it is, you know, quite entrenched with some serious organization of security forces. And if the Iranian people, as Trump urged to do, turn against the regime, we're going to see a full-fledged civil war. That would be the ultimate tragedy.
Indeed. Marwan, as always, we really do appreciate your insight. We'll leave it there for the moment. Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. Hoda Saadi is in Tehran and has been reporting from the ground where ongoing strikes are shaking the Iranian capital.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that the Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown.
Saudi Arabia has confirmed it was also targeted by Iran. The government has released a statement. It says the kingdom rejects and condemns in the strongest terms the blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks that targeted the Riyadh region and the eastern province and were repelled. It goes on to say the attacks cannot be justified under any pretext or in any way, and which came despite the Iranian authorities' knowledge that the kingdom has affirmed that it will not allow its airspace or territory to be used to target Iran. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He says the Israeli-US attacks have led to volatile uncertainty in the region.
It is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has been trying to avoid for years. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario has been manifesting before our very eyes. And this is why, unfortunately, the diplomacy has been invested in so much to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have reached this limit. Right now, I think the strikes on Iran, which led to the strikes on these Gulf capitals and these Gulf states, just simply making sure that, or reminding us that of how insecure we are really in the region. And therefore, I think that the condemnation that Saudi Arabia has issued speaks to the fact that I think it has done everything it can, just like what the Qatari statement suggested, that it does everything it can to try to avoid being targeted. It did not facilitate any American, needless to say Israeli, strikes on Iran, yet Iran still decided to strike some of these states and trespass the sovereignty. So we're right now in an era really of a nightmare scenario that's just taking place time and again. And I think what we're going to see now is a new era of just insecurity. The reason why, Riley, the reason why we have invested a great deal of this diplomacy is because we in the GCC and Saudi Arabia are on the front line of two other people's wars, and now three people's wars. It's the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are on the front line here. And then as a result, the landscape is something that we're going to suffer from. So this is why there's going to be a lot of frustration and a lot of diplomacy going to be at play. And we're just going to have to wait and see. There's just many variables that are not in our hands or not in the hands of the GCC. So I anticipate the Saudi ruling elite, as well as the Gulf states and their ruling elites, are not going to throw more fuel into the fire. I think they are the most level-headed out of all these actors. So we are just going to wait and see.
Rashid Al-Mohanadi is a Qatari defence analyst and vice president of the Centre for International Policy Research. He says the Iranian military action will be seen by Doha as a breach of regional security and state authority.
The attack on June, there was apparent, enough heads up before the attack happened. This one came at a surprise and a shock to us in Qatar, and I think to the Qatari government. And it came, as waves, not as a single attack. And I think until now, Qatar has been one of the most targeted states out of all of the other Arab states being targeted by Iran. I think the decision makers in Tehran don't understand how potentially damaging this is, not just for Qatari-Iranian relations, but also to Arab-Iranian relations. The view from Doha is Al Udeid is a Qatari base. we have defense and security relationships with multiple states, not only the US. And I think all Gulf states made it very clear that no strikes will come out of Gulf bases. And we can see that using open source information that most of the strikes happened between the US and Israel from different vectors, not including the Gulf states. And I think what will be read now is that this is, and has been in the statements we've read from all the Gulf states, that this is an attack on Qatari and Gulf sovereignty.
We're just getting some breaking news into the newsroom. Iran says that an attack on a sports hall has killed at least 15 people in the southern Iranian town of Lamerd. Just to confirm, 15 people, at least 15 people are dead in a southern Iranian town in Iran. Well, you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Tom McRae. Just want to bring you up to date with the latest. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and US assets right across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that attacks will continue as required. Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' primary school in the south has killed at least 86 people. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It has also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. Well, aside from the capital, Tehran, several other cities have come under attack, including the Shia holy city of Qom. Shiraz in the south was also hit, and a base near Damavand was as well. Well, the satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to US media. He says that as far as he knows, the country's Supreme Leader and President are still alive. The sirens have been sounding across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. Iran has also launched strikes on US assets across the region, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person has been killed in the UAE's capital. Well, the Defence Ministry said, quote, it reserves the full right to respond to this escalation. Kuwait International Airport has been damaged in an Iranian drone attack. Authorities said a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say the situation is now under control. We have correspondents in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Doha, as well as Berlin. We'll get to them in just a moment. But first, this report from Perry Wilton.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris to search for survivors, next to what appears to be a school backpack lying in the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Mohammed Val is in Tehran for us. Mohammed, I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that there has been an attack on a sports hall in southern Iran that's killed at least 15 people. Do you have any more details at this point?
We don't have details in terms of any new death toll, for instance. We still hear only about 15 people, but we understand this may develop into more casualties, as we have seen with the strike earlier today on a school in another area of Iran. The toll began with about 20 people, and then it rose to more than 80 people. So we understand that maybe some people are still under the rubble, and that situation is developing. We're expecting more from the authorities about this attack that has killed 15 people so far in the town of Lemda. In the Fars province to the south of the country. But we have also a wave of attack that took place just less than an hour ago, about 40 minutes ago. Here in Tehran, we heard at least 7 loud explosions in western and eastern parts of the Iranian capital. Other cities have also been targeted according to the reports we have, including Zanjan in the west, Urmia in the west also, Bushehr in the south, and the whole city of Qum, south of Tehran, as well as Garmadare in Al-Burz province, west of Tehran. So, I mean, this is a new wave of attacks that has targeted several cities, including also, in addition also to Tehran. And that's an indication of the fact that this campaign is going on as the Americans and the Israelis have promised, and the Iranians are not giving much by way of details about the targets specifically, or the casualties, or the amount of destruction that has been taking place. The Iranians are much more focused now on the possibility of someone seizing the opportunity of these strikes to do something that can hurt national security. So the police is disseminating messages, warning people and asking them to report about any suspicious activity in the streets. So because the authorities are trying to botch that attempt by the Americans and the Israelis to create a situation of chaos that can be seized, according to the authorities here, that can be seized by elements, rogue elements, or people who are here implanted as spies for the enemy to create chaos and confusion in the country.
OK, we're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. And I know Donald Trump hasn't spoken or been seen himself so far there today, but I understand that the White House has put out a statement explaining exactly what he has been up to in the last few hours.
Well, according to the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, the president did have a phone conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There's also reporting indicating that the defense secretary was at Mar-a-Lago with the president as the airstrikes were being launched overnight East Coast time. We've also understand from a U.S. official that in addition to a classified briefing, which the Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with the so-called Gang of Eight, top political and intelligence leadership on Capitol Hill, that he did reach out to 7 of the 8 members of Congress overnight to inform them that the airstrikes and the air war had begun, and that he was able to speak to 7 of these 8 members of Congress. We don't know which was the person that Rubio was not able to speak with. We also understand that once the air campaign was underway, that the Pentagon did contact the leadership of both the Senate and the House Armed Services Committees to inform them of this action. But this is not the kind of notification that would satisfy the 1973 War Powers Resolution. Numerous congressional Democrats are saying that Congress needs to reconvene immediately in order to vote on whether to retroactively approve the Trump administration's decision to launch this war against Iran.
OK, thanks so much, Ros Jordan, for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack on Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Donald Trump's call for Iranians to take their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
The Israeli military says it has preemptively imposed restrictions on people moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Noor O'Day is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, we heard a little bit from Netanyahu there, basically framing this along the same lines as Donald Trump, as a war for the people of Iran. How is that message going to land coming from Israel, though?
Well, this is Netanyahu's line, Tom, and it has been his narrative for decades, preaching a need for overthrowing the government in Tehran for at least the past 20 or more years, saying to Donald Trump that negotiations with Tehran was pointless, that they would only be deception, and really rallying the Israeli public over this point of consensus. Israeli Jewish society is very polarized, but on Iran there seems to be almost a consensus, at least a politically correct one, where nobody would question the choice of attacking Iran, of preempting the Iranian regime from having more military capability. The doctrine in Israel of needing to be the hegemon in the region is one that does not have any pushback in Israeli politics or society. And that's why, even though the Israeli public has been prepared for a war that will exact a price, it's not clear what that price will be yet, but it will disrupt their lives. A state of emergency is in place in Israel. There are no public functions. There is no school. People have to stay next to the shelter or inside of one, and that's how they spent all of today. And yet, there is support among Israelis for this because they believe this is the only way for Israel to stay on top of it, on top of the region, that is, and to continue pushing back at its perceived enemies.
OK, thanks so much for the moment, Noor. Well, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to US media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
Araghchi also stressed that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium.
We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people. I can tell you one of our needs. It is a Tehran Research Reactor. This is a small reactor, by the way, built by Americans before the revolution. And this reactor produces radioisotopes, medicines needed for nearly 2 million Iranians. So how we can give it up, how we can just stop this reactor? So we would continue our program. based on our own needs.
Okay, we're going to go back to Mohammed Val, who is in Tehran for us. And we heard from both Netanyahu and Donald Trump trying to frame this as a war for the people of Iran. How have the people of Iran responded to that message?
Well, what we have seen so far is a demonstration that took place at the Palestine Square here in Tehran earlier this afternoon. We can't estimate the numbers, but it is probably more than 1,000 people gathered there. That's in a condition, a very specific condition, when people are fearing, more strikes and unable to go out of their homes, and when there are instructions that people shouldn't go to places where they can have some risk there. So we have seen that gathering of people there at the Palestine Square today, demonstrating against these strikes. That's the only sign now of reaction by people collectively. We have seen also a small demonstration in the streets here tonight. In the same direction, people shouting against these strikes and condemning the Americans. The Americans are betting, and the Israelis as well, are betting on a kind of, chaos that can happen, and that chaos can be seized by people who are opposed to this regime, because we have seen lots of demonstrations over the last few weeks and months against lack of freedoms and all kinds of complaints by those people against the regime. And the Americans and the Israelis think that just by conducting these very powerful strikes and probably killing some of the top leaders, that there is enough popular force and popular anger against the regime that people will go to the streets and take matters into their own hands. We have heard President Trump say that, but there are no signs so far of any of that thing happening in the country. Instead, the government is issuing statements, demands, and alerts, asking people to report about any suspicious activities in the streets, asking people to keep an eye on those types of activities so that nothing of the sort that the Americans and the Israelis are planning can happen.
Okay, thanks, Mo. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan once again, who is in Washington, D.C. And as we have been talking about, that this wasn't approved by Congress, many saying that Trump's attack on Iran doesn't have any mandate or legal basis to it. How big a problem is that actually going to be for President Trump, though?
Well, a slim majority, but nonetheless, a majority of Americans in a recent poll indicated they were not interested in a war in Iran. This is something on which Donald Trump ran when he ran for re-election in 2024, that he wanted to end wars. He was not interested in launching new wars, and he certainly did not want to see the U.S. military entrenched in another conflict in the Middle East. Now we have the second strike on Iran in about 8 months, and this time you have 2 aircraft carriers and some, tens of thousands of U.S. troops in the greater Middle East who are poised to carry out this air war for some indeterminate amount of time. This is also a matter where it's pretty much falling along party lines in Congress. Democrats, almost to a person, are opposed to this military action. Republicans, with the exception of one who has been very critical of the Trump administration, applaud the decision to start launching airstrikes on Iranian targets overnight. Now, Congress is out for the weekend. The Senate is supposed to come back into session this coming Monday afternoon. The House of Representatives is not due back until Tuesday, but there are many Democrats in both the House and the Senate saying that people need to come back to Capitol Hill immediately in order to vote on a war powers resolution, whether to approve or to condemn the Trump administration's decision to go to war against Iraq. Because the Republicans hold a slim majority, it is unlikely that Democrats would be able to get a move of condemnation forcing the Trump administration to dial back. But they're saying that this debate needs to be held publicly because it has not, in their view, been held publicly up until now. There simply has been this drumbeat to war in the Democrats' view, although the Republicans are arguing that this is an action that is long overdue, decades long overdue in their view.
Okay, thank you so much, Rosalind Jordan, for us there in Oman. Okay, we've got many guests joining us now to help us dissect all of this. Abdullah Pabood is a chair of the State of Qatar for Islamic Area Studies at Waseda University in Japan. He joins us from Muscat. Shrita Parsi is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Here with me in the studio is Paul Musgrave. He's Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. And Mohammed Al-Masri is a Professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thank you all very much for joining us. If I could begin with you, Abdullah, because obviously Oman played a significant role in trying to negotiate some sort of deal in the last few days. That obviously didn't happen. Can you just give us an idea of the feeling there among Omani leadership to what we've seen over the last 10 hours?
Well, I believe that Oman has been always trying to ensure that any conflict in the region is solved through dialogue and through negotiations. And particularly when it comes to the United States and Iran, but also other conflicts in the region. I think Oman has expended a lot of efforts in this matter. It's not just this particular negotiations, but if you look at last year also, before the 12 days war in June, then Oman had been trying to resolve this conflict. And as you know, if you go back even with the nuclear deal, Oman has always been active in this regard. So I believe, the amount of efforts that they have put and also the amount of enthusiastically, supporting a peaceful resolution of this conflict is going to, what is happening now is going to actually make the Omanis feel a bit disappointed, at least to say that. I think they will be dismayed with what has happened. The fact that the foreign minister of Oman, Said Badr, was on US TV last night saying that that Iran had almost agreed to everything that is possible that they wanted vis-a-vis, of course, the reduction of the uranium and the enrichment, and also willing to negotiate its regional policies and also its missile technology, etc. So Iran was actually accepting almost all the terms and wanted to have them agree through a negotiated settlement. And then, to be surprised like this with a war that is not expected. I think the Omanis I believe they will be very upset and very dismayed. But I think they have no option but to continue the dialogue and to ensure that this comes to a peaceful resolution.
Yeah, Oman obviously not the only ones in the region to be dismayed at what has happened. Shrita, if I can come to you next, what, if anything, changed, do you think, in the last 24 hours or so that made military action in the eyes of Donald Trump inevitable? What was the tipping point, despite all this anger that he must have known was coming from those in the Gulf region?
I think, unfortunately, Trump had already accepted the Israeli narrative and the Israeli red lines. The narrative that says that Iran is very weak and has no choice but to capitulate, and the red lines that are designed to be rejected by the Iranians. And as a result, once again, Trump allowed himself to be trapped by the Israelis into a situation in which war was the most likely outcome. He still could have pulled out. He could have celebrated the fact that the deal that the Omani foreign minister in detail laid out on CBS News last night was far stronger than what the Obama administration had achieved with zero enrichment en masse, but also de facto zero enrichment, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. And taken that as a huge victory and said that this was achieved because of his military threats, etc. But he nevertheless chose to go down the path because what he's looking for was humiliation. He was looking for capitulation rather than a deal.
Mohammed, do you subscribe to that view, that he was looking for annihilation, basically?
Yeah, and I think, and I said this in an earlier interview as well, I think this was basically pre-planned. I thought Marwan Bashara said it best a couple of hours ago. He said that the problem was that there was a breakthrough. And as soon as there was a breakthrough, the United States and Israel, I think, decided that this was, this was the time. But I think they've long wanted to attack. I think that the negotiations were just kind of a smokescreen. And so, yeah, this was a premeditated attack. And I think it's worth underscoring that this is an Israeli war. I thought the Almani statement from earlier today by the foreign minister was interesting. He said, this is not America's war. And what he meant, I think, is that this is Israel's war. And so we have another instance of the America First president, Donald Trump, doing things that are actually serving the Israeli agenda, not the American agenda. And let's watch and see what the fallout is on the American right wing. You already have people condemning this. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene taking to X a couple of hours ago and condemning not only this attack, but specifically the attack on the school that killed dozens of little Iranian girls. And then you have people on the right wing also retweeting or reposting Charlie Kirk from just 6 or 7 months ago, saying that a regime change operation in Iran would be insane. So let's watch and see what the fallout is on the American right.
Yeah, I see you nodding along there. Obviously, that is something that Donald Trump is going to have to take into account. How do you think we haven't heard from him since it's turned daytime there in the US. What do you expect from him in the coming hours, and how is he going to try and sell this to his base effectively?
Well, predicting what Donald Trump is going to do, fool's bet, not going to do it, because as we've seen over the past week, he can say one thing and then reverse course the next day. What I do think is that President Trump is going to have a real problem with his base, because he did campaign explicitly on going through with no new wars. And here we are in the war that American restrainers, that people on the right, that ordinary Americans who don't care about foreign policy have tried to avoid, which is not just a war in the Middle East, but a war with the most powerful of America's adversaries in the Middle East, and doing so with tactics that seem remarkably ill-matched to the goal that President Trump laid out, that goal of putative regime change or an option for regime change. I do think that the Americans may be more interested in negotiations than some of our guests have said. They have certainly said that they'd like to consider off-ramps or continuing dialogue. Certainly, I know they'll be lobbied for that on the Hill, by the base, and of course by regional governments who don't want to see any more of these explosions overhead that we've all been living with. But on the other hand, the Trump administration has laid out from the commencement of these discussions goals that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for any Iranian government to agree to, goals that touch on the very heart of sovereignty. And if you can't agree to something, you can't negotiate over it. And that's going to leave everybody in a really tough situation, even if sincerely, who knows if they do, they want that off-ramp.
Yeah, making it incredibly difficult to find that. We'll come back to all of you in just a moment. We're going to go to Zain Basravi, who's in Doha. Qatar's foreign ministry actually released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression in defence of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasises that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risks of escalation. We're going to go to Zain Basravi, who is here in Doha, and talk has been of escalation right throughout the day, hasn't it, Zain? We've heard booms throughout the afternoon and into the evening. They seem to come in waves, although at this point in time it seems relatively quiet. Is that what you're seeing from your vantage point out there on the Corniche?
That is correct. For the last 2 or 3 hours, and I say this with some trepidation, we don't know what's going to happen throughout the course of the night, but for the last 2 or 3 hours, we have not seen those interceptions. We have not heard those explosions that have been going off since this morning for hours. For the last 2 or 3 hours, the skies over Doha seem calm. What we may see in coming hours is as Israel continues to pummel targets in Iran, Iranian guns may shift their focus to focus more concentration, more power, more firepower on targets inside Israel. But it has been a very dramatic and tense day for the cities in the GCC. Of all of the countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, only Oman is the only country that has not seen some kind of attack throughout the course of the day. Now, Qatar saw multiple attacks last year when Iran hit it after U.S. carried out strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. Iran attacked Al Udeid Air Base in June 2025. We saw Israel carry out attacks on targets here in West Bay, in the area just behind me, on a Hamas negotiating team. That happened in Qatar as well. Saudi Arabia has, for a while, seen attacks, sporadic attacks by Houthi vis-a-vis the war in Yemen. The UAE saw similar attacks as well. But none of these were of the scale that we are seeing now. What's happening today is different. For the longest time, cities in the GCC were an oasis of calm, of commerce, of progress, of financial investment, of tourism. What we're seeing now, especially the videos that are beginning to emerge on social media, some still need to be verified, of aftermath in Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. All of this really indicates that these interconnected conflicts involving Israel, Iran, and the United States, and conflicts all over the region from which these cities had been sheltered for so long. Those conflicts are now directly knocking on their doors, and they are inside their homes. That's what we've seen play out throughout these attacks and this retaliation from Iran over the course of this morning and this afternoon.
OK, thank you so much, Zain Basravi there for us in Doha. Well, you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Tom McCrane. Just want to bring you up to date with the very latest. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and US assets right across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that attacks will continue as required. Well, Iranian authorities say a strike on a girls' primary school in the south has killed at least 86 people. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. And a satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to US media. He says that, as far as he knows, the country's Supreme Leader and President are still alive. Sirens have been sounding right across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military says air defence systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. And Iran has also launched strikes on US assets across the region, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital, Manama. It is not yet known if there are casualties. This follows earlier strikes on US military sites, also in the capital. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. And Ros, we keep seeing more and more images of Iranian drones and missiles actually hitting many of their Gulf neighbours. Can you just give us an idea of, obviously there's been condemnation from many Gulf leaders of the US and Israel strikes in Iran. Has there been any sort of messages getting through to Donald Trump in response to what we've seen happen?
The White House has not commented on whether there's been any sort of diplomatic outreach from the Iranians since the airstrikes began. We have only heard from members of Congress. We've heard perhaps most famously from the Omani foreign minister condemning the attacks. We've also heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, condemning the attacks. But whether or not there are actual diplomatic efforts underway to try to bring this military confrontation to a swift end, we are not aware of any such contacts. If anything, the Trump administration has been saying that it is doing what it considered to be a long overdue attempt to effect regime change, to help the people of Iran, to prevent Iran from being what it calls an existential security threat, not just to the U.S., but to its allies as well. But again, in terms of diplomatic outreach between Iran and Washington, even though they had been negotiating in this past week about the future of Iran's nuclear ambitions, so far, no update on any new contacts.
OK, thank you so much. That's Ros Jordan for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, we're going to bring in all our guests once again to continue this discussion. Abdullah, if I can go back to you in Oman. I mean, we've seen Iran continue to strike not only Israel, but many of the Gulf countries, which it had warned that it would do. I mean, this is all part, no doubt, of its plan to try and draw everyone into a wider conflict. Do you think it's going to work?
I think, of course, we need to condemn what the United States has done and Israel in attacking a neighboring country when it is in negotiation. I think equally, we still don't understand why the Islamic Republic would also attack its neighbors. I can understand their motives, but that is not something that is acceptable, and it should be condemned at the same time. And I don't think this is going to help the Iranians in a way that it will, while the Gulf states were getting much closer to Iran and trying to avert the war, it's now going to get them to rethink their position as well. And I don't see the benefit that Iran is going to get out of this. And in fact, it's going to not only make the governments and the states and the authorities, but also the people against the attacks on their soil and their sovereignty. So I don't think this is helpful. I think it's a big mistake, and I hope that Iran would stop doing that and continue to defend itself against Israel, against other American interests, but not to attack the sovereign states of the Gulf state, because I think that is going to change perception.
OK. Trita, if I can come to you. So, as we heard there from Abdullah, there's no real benefit to Iran in his eyes. Do you agree with that? And if so, why do you think that Iran has decided to continue striking these Gulf states?
I think, first of all, the GCC position condemning this obviously is completely understandable. This is their territory. They don't want to be involved in this war. Most of them have made sure that their airspace is not used in the attack. On the other hand, from the Iranian side, their argument is that these bases nevertheless facilitate these attacks directly or indirectly. They have little choice but to do this in their view. What they're trying to do is to expand the theater of war to make it as costly as possible for everyone else for this war to go on in order to amass the type of pressure on the United States to back off. But I think it's absolutely correct to point out that this nevertheless will have likely a very profound impact on the GCC and Iran's relations going forward in many different ways. On the one hand, the perception of Iran as a threat will be solidified in many different quarters. On the other hand, the perception of having bases on your territory enabling you to protect yourself may also come under question, because now you have a scenario in which these bases are targeted and that these countries' territory are being targeted, not despite these bases, but precisely because of these bases.
OK, Abdullah, obviously we've heard many countries come out and condemn what Iran has done. Do you think they're going to take further steps, though?
Are you talking about the Gulf states?
Yes, the Gulf states.
Well, I think they have obviously condemned what is going on because they saw it as an attack on their territories and their sovereignty. And despite the fact that they have always, and they've been clear that they will not allow the US and missiles and also the bases to be used against Iran. I believe that the Gulf states are going to recalibrate their relationship with Iran. As you know, there have been, there have been rapprochement between Iran and particularly Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf states, and they were working hard to bring them to work together. And the GCC states have been trying to stop this war and in any way possible. I think this is going to have further ramification on the Iran GCC relations on one hand, but also on how the Gulf states view their relationship with the United States, and also the value of these bases as well, because they've been subjected to attacks not now but before, now they become a reason for attacking them. So I think there is going to be a very good rethink of how this region is going to evolve and how this war is going to, this conflict is going to end. But I believe that the Gulf states will all try their best to ensure that, that this escalation stops at a certain point where negotiations on both parties are back together to negotiate, because I don't believe there is any real solution to this conflict through just waging wars and destructions and killing people. And I think at the end of the day, reason will prevail, and both parties will come to a negotiation. This time, I think Iran will have an upper hand in one way or the other, because they are the ones who've been subjected to these attacks when they were actually negotiating the peace process.
From what we understand at Al Jazeera, that the US military is going to continue carrying out strikes over the next few days, though, Trita, even if they do eventually get to the negotiating table. I guess the initial strikes are the easy part in terms of launching a military operation. What do you think is going to happen next after that?
Well, very much depends on what the results of these strikes are, and if the Iranians continue to strike back and what they achieve with their strikes. I mean, if this ends up becoming a costly, delayed thing that just drags on, there's actually no implosion of the regime, there's no softening of the Iranian position, the cost and the pressure on the U.S. rises, the pressure on the president from his own base, from GCC allies, from the rest of the international community starts to grow up stronger, then that's when you might be able to see some sort of an exit that both sides want from this. On the other hand, what the U.S. side is hoping is to make sure that probably particularly the strikes that will come later this evening, that will probably be much stronger than what we've seen so far, that will have a decisive blow on the theocracy in Iran, and see what comes out of that. But so much of this, on both sides, I have to say, is based on very, very far-reaching assumptions and wishful thinking, to be frank. This could very easily drag on onto something that is much longer than either side have anticipated. And whatever exit ramps they thought would emerge may never emerge. And instead, this will be more escalatory than de-escalatory.
OK, thank you so much. That is Trita Parsi and Abdullah Barboud for us there. Well, I want to bring you up to date with the very latest. We understand that 201 people have been killed and 747 injured in the US-Israeli attacks. That is Iranian media citing the Red Crescent. If I can bring you back in, Mohammed and Paul, thank you very much for sticking with us. Obviously, the death toll might not be a surprise considering the scale of the strikes. This is only set to continue to rise, do you think, Mohammed?
Yeah, unfortunately. I think, we all hope that we'll wake up tomorrow and hope, that they've taken one of the exit ramps that Trita was speaking to. But I think there's a real possibility that things will get worse before they get better. And it's worth reminding everyone that this is, again, as I said earlier, not just a U.S. war, but it's a U.S.-Israel war. And one of Israel's fundamental aims when it goes to war is to try to inflict maximum damage to civilians in the hope, from their perspective, that civilians will sort of move off of their government, that they'll begin to resent their government. This is what they call the Dahiya doctrine. They've used it in Lebanon. They've used it, of course, in Gaza. And I think we've seen some evidence that perhaps they're using it already now in Iran. So, there is the chance, unfortunately, that there will be many more casualties in this war.
Paul, how is all of this going to be perceived in the US, do you think? Obviously, we saw and heard a lot about that strike on the primary school. That I believe the death toll there is over 86 now. How is the US public going to take this on board? Because this is obviously incredibly significant, that it's not just going after the Iranian leadership. There are civilians, many civilians that are being killed right now.
Well, I think that this war is probably going to go down as the war that was least popular with the American people when it was undertaken. If you compare this to the 2003 Iraq War, there had been lots of effort to convince the American people, and more than a majority of the American people supported that war. This war, on February 23rd, 27% of Americans favored strikes in Iran. That number will go up a little bit as people rally around President Trump, especially conservatives. But all of the elements you look for that would make a war popular and therefore politically sustainable are absent. Congress hasn't agreed to it. The international community is more or less united in condemning it. There's no clear justification, and when there is a justification, it's not being done for humanitarian reasons. There's a very bad way for this to go out, and I think that the American people, to the extent that it matters in a government that's been very resolute against public opinion, the American people are going to be much less in favor of this war than people might assume.
Okay, so then why, Mohammed, do you think that Donald Trump went through with it, given everything that Paul just had to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the easy answer is that Donald Trump is doing the bidding of the Israelis. A lot of American foreign policy, whether people want to believe it or not, but much of American foreign policy, a good chunk of it, is made in Tel Aviv. Benjamin Netanyahu has been lobbying not since 2023, not for years, but he's been lobbying for decades, quite literally, for this war against Iran. And I would refer people, as I did earlier, to the book that was written in 2007 by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, two leading scholars of American foreign policy and international affairs. They wrote an entire analysis about the power of the Israel lobby in the United States. And I think we've seen that with Donald Trump. We saw it with Joe Biden, with Obama, and all of the other recent U.S. presidents. There is a very strong Israel influence, and the people that are in Donald Trump's ear, people like Lindsey Graham and Mike Huckabee and others, have been telling him that this is a really important war for Israel, and they've convinced him that it would also be good for the United States.
Yeah, Mohammed, Paul, stick around. You can't go just yet. We're going to come back to you in just a couple of minutes because countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says his government rejects the military actions against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has called for an immediate stop of the military actions and resumption of dialogue and negotiation and efforts to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. I'm going to go to Dominic Kane now, who is with us from Berlin. We heard a little bit there from European leaders. What else have many others had to say in reaction to what has happened throughout today?
Very similar thoughts coming from three key capitals in Europe today, from Paris, from Berlin here, and from London, from the three heads of state, heads of government, all effectively putting out the same message. In a statement, they said they continued to urge Iran to end its nuclear program, to curb its ballistic missiles program, to refrain from interfering in the affairs of its neighbors, but also their homelands, by which it means their countries, those three, and also then calling on Iran to end its oppression of the Iranian people. The three governments saying that they had not taken part in the strikes against Iran, but they condemned Iran's approach, Iran's indiscriminate attack on its neighbors. The interesting thing there is that some governments, certainly one government in Europe, the Spanish government, condemned the Iranian response, but also the Israeli and US attacks in the first place. The other thing to say is that many of these governments, they've been in special cabinet or emergency cabinet meetings. Certainly the French government, the French cabinet currently in an emergency session discussing security and defense issues. We know that President Macron called for, among other countries, had called for a special UN Security Council meeting, which we understand will be at 21 GMT in a few hours' time. So there's no question about the element of urgency here, but there is at least one government in Europe that has chosen to condemn what the Israelis and the US government has done just as much as what the Iranian response has been.
OK, thank you so much, Dominic Kane. Dominic Kane for us in Berlin. We're going to go straight to Gabriel Elizondo, who is at the United Nations in New York. And Gabe, no doubt a very busy day ahead there. Can you just run us through exactly what we are expecting at the UN today?
Yeah, that's right. It is expected to be a very busy Saturday afternoon here at UN headquarters in New York, where at the Security Council, which is the chamber right behind me here, we'll be holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council at 4 p.m. New York time. That's about 3 hours from right now. This meeting was requested by China and Russia primarily, but Bahrain and Colombia, two elected members of the council, also signed on pushing for this meeting that is now confirmed for a few hours from now. Highly unusual for the Security Council to meet in open session on a weekend. It has only happened 10 times in the last 5 years and only twice on a Saturday. So these emergency meetings on weekends are saved only for the most urgent of matters, clearly this being one of them now, of course. We are being told as well that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is expected to attend the meeting, and he will be making opening remarks in the open session of the Security Council that will get underway here shortly.
OK, thanks so much, Gabe. No doubt we will be talking to you extensively in the coming hours as things begin to get underway there at the UN. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi has been speaking to the spokesperson for Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says Iran is acting in self-defense.
We are facing another unprovoked act of aggression, an egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. And we have every right, in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in the trajectory of diplomatic interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified these round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented level, to what extent do you think this confrontation can go for the days and maybe weeks down the road?
We don't know, because you see, as I said, this is something that is imposed on Iran. We never sought war. We were going to resolve this issue diplomatically. And this was the demand of the whole countries of the region and the international community. So this was started by the United States, and we believe that it is just to advance the whims of the Israeli regime. And I think this war would not serve the interests of the American people. This is against their interests, but this is what they chose to do. And I think the consequences would be very dire for everyone. As I already said, just as part of a single attack this morning on a primary school in Minab, more than 61 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and still more than 70 innocent ones are under the rubble.
Previously, we heard from Iran that in case of a U.S. attack, there is a risk for a confrontational scenario down the road in the region. And now we see that the United States bases in the region are being attacked by Iran. And also, there has been widespread condemnation by regional countries who are now coming under attack. My question is, what is Iran's reasoning behind that?
I think they're not really coming under attack by Iran. We have said once and again, and I would like to repeat that we are friendly with all countries of the region. We have proven that we trust our friends in the region. That's why we try to get together with the countries of the region in furtherance of this diplomatic process. The problem is that the United States is conducting this war of aggression at the cost of everyone, including the countries of the region. Under international law, any place, any location, any logistical support that are given to the aggressor are a legitimate target for the victim state. So we are not attacking any country in the region. We are friendly with all countries of the region. What we are doing is just taking defensive actions. We are defending ourselves against attacks by Americans and by the Zionist regime. And as you know, many of these bases, although they are part of the countries of the region's territories, but they are completely controlled by the United States, and they are used, or better to say, abused by the United States in order to launch an act of aggression against another country of the region.
Is it like a credible claim to put forth that in the days ahead we may see a continuation of Iran's attacks to the U.S. bases in the region?
One thing is for sure, we would continue defending ourselves with all force. We are entitled, we are responsible for the safety and security of our people, and we have every right under international law to defend Iran against this act of aggression.
And speaking of the trajectory of, again, diplomatic interaction, have you received or initiated any sort of contact with the mediating parties, including Oman or elsewhere, to settle down the issues under this situation?
This is a serious issue, and I think now the whole situation is different from yesterday. As you know, the mediator was involved in this very difficult process. We appreciate what Oman and other countries of the region and our neighbors did during the past 1 month. They really tried to convince Americans not to take the path of confrontation and bullying, but unfortunately it seems they failed. So what we are doing right now is to focus on defending our national integrity and Iran's territory against these acts of aggression.
The public mood at the time being could be highlighted by a sense of frustration and fear as we speak to people. In this situation, what is Iranian government's response or message to Iranian people?
I think our people understand very clearly that we did whatever we could, whatever was at our disposal to resolve this issue diplomatically. It was not Iran's fault. It is simply an excuse put forward by the Americans. They said 9 months ago that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And still they are repeating the same. They are talking about Iran's ballistic missiles. They are talking about some other excuses. They are all big lies put forward to justify this act of aggression. So our people are very clear in their mind that they have to stay strong in the face of this injustice, in the face of this organized military bullying. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, the Iranians will come out of this challenge victoriously.
You're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran. I'm Rishad Salamat. Let's bring you up to date. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel and U.S. assets across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that the attacks will continue as required. Iranian media, citing the Red Crescent, say at least 201 people have been killed and more than 700 injured. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. One of the attacks targeted a girls' primary school in the southern city of Minab. Authorities say at least 86 people were killed in the strike. Iran's foreign ministry has condemned the attack, warning that crimes against the Iranian people will not go unanswered. A satellite image captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times has revealed what appears to be significant destruction at the office of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to U.S. media, saying that as far as he knows, the country's Supreme Leader and President are still alive. Sirens have been sounding across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. Iran has also launched strikes on U.S. assets across the region. Sites in Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE and Bahrain have all been targeted. This was the moment a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Iranian drones have also struck several residential buildings in the Bahraini capital. It is not yet known if there are casualties. Kuwait International Airport has been damaged in a drone attack. Authorities say a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say the situation is now under control. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person has been killed in the Emirati capital. The defense ministry said, quote, it reserves the full right to respond to this escalation.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris to search for survivors next to what appears to be a school backpack lying in the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Well, we have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Doha, of course, the UN headquarters, and Berlin. But let's start off with Mohammed Val, who is in Tehran. Now, Mohammed, what do we know so far? The Revolutionary Guard is saying that the next salvo that they dish out is going to be a ferocious one. What more do we know?
Yes, the Revolutionary Guard has been warning, and also the Iranian army have been warning that the Iranian retaliation will not be like anything that has ever been seen before. And we have seen waves of strikes against Israel across throughout the day. We don't have the details of how many targets were hit, but we know that this is a continuous operation on the part of the Iranians, trying to, as they say, as the foreign minister said, give a lesson to the enemy that it hasn't experienced before. They are talking about the downing of at least 12 drones in the spaces of the Iranian nation today, including 2 Hermes, the Israeli Hermes, to the south of the country. They are talking about the air defenses being in full action mode, and the possibility of, the capabilities they have of, countering the American and the Israeli strikes. So the Iranians are not pulling any punches during this new war, and they are saying that the era of cosmetic strikes and agreed upon strikes before and so on, before the time of hitting, that's over now, and that any action will be met with a much stronger reaction in this conflict, because Iran is trying to prove that it is capable of defending itself, and they are seeing this war as a war of existence, an existential conflict, an existential resistance, because the goals of the enemy, as I say, are clear now. It's not just a nuclear program, but it is the removal of the regime, and also the total destruction of whatever Iran has built over the last several decades in terms of military capabilities.
Thank you, Mohammed Val, there for us in Tehran. Let's get it over now to the White House. Kimberly Halkett is there for us. Kimberly, it seems as though the U.S. is in this for the long haul.
Yes, that is consistent with statements that have been made, albeit vague, from the U.S. president, as well as it is widely being reported that Operation Epic Fury, as this has been dubbed, is now into what is expected to be a series of escalating strikes that will last 1 to 2 day periods, followed by pauses to assess the damage. In terms of diplomatic talks, that is still a major question because, of course, most were looking ahead to next week when it was expected that talks and discussions to limit Iran's nuclear program would resume. There's been no statement from the White House about whether or not the United States intends to do that. In fact, we haven't heard from the U.S. president beyond his 8-minute video that he has put out. The U.S. president is not even at the White House. In fact, he's in the U.S. state of Florida at his residence in Mar-a-Lago, where the White House press secretary says that he is monitoring these events alongside members of his national security team and will continue to do so throughout the day. We also know that he spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And when it comes to the president's national security team, we know that the Secretary of State National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio, has also been in consultation with members of Congress, a so-called Gang of Eight made up of Democratic and Republican leadership. They were notified as these strikes were initiated, and the Department of War also contacted members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee to let them know that the plan they had been briefed on earlier in the week was now in full effect.
Kim Halkett at the White House. Let's get to Zain Basravi, who's right here live in Doha. We heard waves of attacks come through the afternoon with the thudding of them being taken out by missiles, or the vast majority of them. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, in the last few hours, the skies over Doha have been quiet, but certainly the security risk does remain. What we've seen in the past several hours throughout the course of the day with multiple attacks on GCC cities across the region really reflects that red lines have been crossed. Iran has said that it would make sure that if its security was threatened by an attack by Israel and Iran, that any U.S. bases in the region and those countries that were harboring those bases, Iran would consider fair game. And what we've seen play out throughout the course of the day is that Iran does what it says it will do. With that in mind, looking at what else they're saying is that they haven't launched their most sophisticated and powerful weapons as yet, and that they will continue to retaliate. While much of that retaliation is expected to be focused on Israel and targets inside Israel specifically, the countries that host the U.S. bases, the countries that are considered to be U.S. allies, and those countries that Iran has named as fair game and attacked today, they still remain under threat because Iran says its red lines were crossed. It will cross any red lines despite diplomatic connective tissue between Iran and the countries neighboring it. To that effect, what we've heard throughout the course of the day from Qatar, we were hearing that there was an attack on an early warning radar system that the U.S. operates here in Qatar. We've gotten details from the government here in Qatar since then saying that 44 missiles and 8 drones so far were used in attacks on that early warning radar system. Qatar has also halted any public events until further notice, suspending any entertainment at hotels, any tourism sites, any events related to the holy month of Ramadan, which we are smack dab in the middle of right now. Any public events related to the season have now been halted out of an abundance of caution and with a view to public safety. Schools in Qatar will also be going online from tomorrow, an indication that the government here considers that the threat has not abated as yet.
Zain Basravi there, right here in Doha. We can get to the United Nations headquarters and join Gabriel Elizondo. And Iran has written a letter of protest here. I think the US, or should I say the UK, has the presidency for, I think, 20 hours or thereabouts.
Yeah, that's right. The Iran foreign minister has sent a letter to the president of the Security Council as well as to the Secretary General Antonio Guterres. We have obtained a copy of that letter. The key line in there essentially is Iran saying, we will respond, and it is within our legal right to respond to this aggression, saying that they will target in the region any aggressive actors that are perpetrating aggressions against Iran, essentially putting the whole region on warning, if you will. Also in the letter from Iran's foreign minister calling for an emergency meeting of the Security Council, which now is confirmed. That will be taking place about 3 hours from now, 4 p.m. New York time, a very rare weekend emergency meeting by the Security Council. It's only had emergency meetings on the weekend 10 times in the last 5 years. Russia and China, two permanent members of the Council, made the request for this emergency meeting, and we are told that Secretary General Antonio Guterres will brief the Council in person at the beginning of that session.
Gabriel, thanks. Gabriel is under the UN headquarters. Let's kick it out to Ramallah now, and on the occupied West Bank, Noor Odeh joins us from there. Noor, what more can you tell us about what's happening in Israel and perhaps even on the occupied West Bank?
Well, let me start with the latest statement by the Israeli army issuing on its Farsi account on social media a warning to the residents of Isfahan, warning to evacuate the G industrial area in the Isfahan region because the Israeli Air Force intends to strike military infrastructure in that area, according to the statement. Now, this is a development. This is, again, something that we've seen normalized during the genocide in Gaza, the Israeli army issuing orders to residents of the affected areas, ordering civilians to leave their places of residence. And we've also seen that the casualties are not always as claimed by the Israelis. So we'll have to wait and see whether residents in Isfahan heed that call. The Israeli military saying that it is carrying out a new, fresh round of attacks that target Iranian air defense systems in order to achieve supremacy over the air by tomorrow, according to some reports. And we're hearing more and more from Israeli leaders, although some names are completely absent. It seems that the Israeli Prime Minister has instructed most of his ministers to stay silent. The Israeli Foreign Minister has said that ambassadors have been instructed not to comment on this war, not to comment on the proceedings. We might see more from the Israeli Prime Minister later on this evening, but for now, there is a lot to celebrate in Israeli airwaves, a lot of discussions about what has been achieved so far, about targeting 30 top leaders in the Iranian leadership structure, and that nobody is off the table. Nobody is immune in these strikes and this war that Israel and the U.S. have launched starting today.
Noor Odeh there in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Let's move it now to Berlin. Dominic Kane is there looking at what the Europeans have been making of it all, and I believe a special meeting has been called for Monday, an emergency meeting.
Yeah, the first thing to say is that there was unanimity of purpose from the heads of government, heads of state of the French, Germans and British, their governments putting out a joint statement. We know also that the EU at the what's called the co-reaper level, that is the permanent representation, the ambassadors, as it were, of each member state will be meeting to coordinate their position. But it really is those three countries I mentioned whose positions have been put out, who've been really putting the message out across, very clearly saying, all three of them in different ways, they wanted Iran to end its nuclear program, to curtail its ballistic missile program, to refrain from the sorts of activities they said it had been carrying out against its neighbours, but also in their homelands, in other words, their three countries, and calling on Iran to return to the negotiating table. But it is also worth making the point that at least one government, the Spanish government, put out a point of view which was not shared by those three. The Spanish Prime Minister on social media condemning not only the Iranian response to the attacks, but also the attacks by Israel and the United States themselves, something which the E3, France, Germany, Britain, did not do. They made clear they were not party to the strikes. So you have that sense of discordant note from the Spanish, but also the sense that the EU is looking to find a common position. And of course, we know that the French cabinet has been in session, called an emergency session by Emmanuel Macron. to discuss the security and defense aspects of the situation from the French point of view. And President Macron was one of many leaders who wanted that Security Council meeting to take place tonight.
Dominic, thank you. Dominic Kane there. And indeed, thanks to all our correspondents in Doha, there in Berlin, Ramallah, United Nations headquarters in New York, Washington, and Tehran. Now, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to US media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
Araghchi also stressed that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium.
We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people. I can tell you one of our needs. It is a Tehran research reactor. This is a small reactor, by the way, built by Americans before the revolution. And this reactor produces radioisotopes, medicines needed for nearly 2 million Iranians. So how we can give it up, how we can just stop this reactor? So we would continue our program based on our own needs.
Well, here with me in the studio is Paul Musgrave. He's an associate professor of government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. He focuses on US foreign policy and international relations theory. Also on set here is we have Rashid Al-Mohanadi. He's the vice president of the Center for International Policy Research. But it does seem, Paul, that this is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I think that's right. The Americans have suggested that they have a 10-day campaign planned. Of course, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they had a 72-hour special operation plan. So I think that those of us here in the Gulf who are living with the consequences of this action are probably going to be dealing with it for a little bit longer. I also think there's a possibility that what we've seen could just be the first stages. We've heard rumors, of course, that the IRGC is threatening vessels in the Arabian Gulf with escalation, and we know from social media that what's already happened in other capitals here in the GCC is much worse than what we've been dealing with in Doha. So it's the first step, it's early days, and I think that we're all digging in for a much longer conflict.
Rashid, I mean, how does a country in the GCC, like Qatar or the United Arab Emirates, actually retaliate here without endangering further upping the ante, if you will?
That's a really good question. So we've always known that the Iranian strategy is if they were struck by the US, they would strike US interests in the region. So we've always known that. But I think what came as a shock was just on the sheer amount of retaliation. You know, the initial reports we're hearing is, and you know, we've been counting the explosions, you know, during the day. A few dozen interceptions in the UAE and Bahrain attacking civilian infrastructure. I think this is something we haven't seen before. So assessing now what sort of retaliation would happen and what policy decisions the Gulf states might take is a bit premature. And I think we have to wait at least for a couple of days to see how things go on in the Iran-US-Israel front before.
Let's get it over now to Tehran. Joining us there is Abbas Aslani. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining us, Abbas. How strong is the Tehran regime, or should I say government?
You know, we have been hearing all along that the United States have been saying that Iran is very weak, but I would say that the system in Iran is not that weak, and the United States itself is not that strong. And, you know, the lessons that the system has been integrating into the current conflict is also visible. They have been trying to somehow incorporate it into the command and control system. That's why the armed forces try to absorb the attacks in the initial stage, and they retaliated against different targets in the region. And that indicates that they have this Iranian system this time was not caught off guard, and they were expecting such kind of attack coming from the United States as well as Israel, and they had planned for this. So that's why we are seeing this kind of conflict is taking place in the early hours of, the aggression against the country.
So let's just look at all this. Now, Paul, if regime change is the stated objective here, now an air war on its own is not going to cut it, is it?
That's absolutely
So what
right. Well, it's unclear what will. And if you parse President Trump's statement very carefully, he doesn't say that the United States will be in the business of regime change. He says that the United States will facilitate the conditions whereby regime change will come about. And underlying all of this, there's a lot of context. Iran's nuclear enrichment program, struggles with Israel, but also, of course, the crackdown on protesters over the winter that led to thousands or perhaps tens of thousands of deaths. So in Washington and in Tel Aviv, there's a sense that Iran's hold on power might be fragile. That might be a little bit optimistic. I think it is actually very optimistic because people don't spontaneously rise up. And the only organized bodies in Iran that have the capability to take power, if the top echelons of Iran's leadership are removed, are going to be groups like the IRGC, which I don't think the Trump administration would view as a win.
The Iranian president just a few weeks ago said that a U.S. strike on Iran would, quote, export chaos, refugees, militancy, instability faster than anyone could contain it. I mean, that's probably a bit overblown, but certainly this has been the most unprecedented and widespread retaliation that we've ever seen from Iran.
That's true. That's true. And this is why the Gulf states have taken all of these steps towards de-escalating and preventing this. The Gulf states have told the U.S. that they cannot use the airspace for strikes. The Gulf states were the main mediators trying to stop this from happening. But unfortunately, it happened, and now we have to deal with the mess that ensues.
To you now, Abbas, when you look at this and you look at the regime, what are people saying on the streets right now? Because we did see protests there by university students of late once more. Are people taking to the streets, or are they sheltering in their homes?
As quickly as the war began, people were rushing into their homes, and there were heavy traffic in the capital city here in Tehran. But in the hours to come, now the city seems a bit more quiet. They are staying home, and there are groups of people who are gathering in parts of the city here in Tehran or other cities across the country in order to condemn the aggression against the country. And so depending on the quality and the situation of this conflict, I think people will decide whether to stay here or to leave the capital city, as we have been hearing some advice from the government telling them if they can move to other cities in order to avoid the damages coming from the American and Israeli attacks.
Abbas, what would a realistic off-ramp for Iran actually look like, and who's the leverage to create it?
This is quite very difficult to imagine what could be the off-ramp, because, the walls of mistrust between Iran and the United States were already tall, and this is increasing that toll even further. So I think, this conflict might be continuing for some days, and the escalation can continue to even get more. But normally we might be witnessing some efforts from regional, powers in order to de-escalate. There have been some, let's say, messages coming from the European sides who are not favoring to see a war in the region. And I think this back and forth and tit for tat between Iran and Israel and the United States could impact this process. Maybe the U.S. and Israel were not expecting this type of response from Iranian side. And this response, this time, is going beyond that, classical Iranian response, retaliatory response in the past. And this is a departure from the past, which might impacting this process, which deals with the rules of engagement. And this is not just about Iran's nuclear program or the missile, activities. It is mostly about a deterrence balance and the future order in the Middle East. And many here in Tehran think that the outcome of this war can somehow be, decisive in setting the future trend in the region and the future order, as well as the deterrence of power between the two sides.
Rashid, you got just this whole thing was kicked off. I think it was Israel who started firing the first missiles. Is this America's war or Israel's?
Well, it seems that the Israelis have successfully pushed the mediation out of its track. But nobody moves two aircraft carriers for no reason. And I think the availability of these strike assets provided the optionality of strikes, which then, when the negotiation treaded quite long, and we know the current administration attention span is very short, then the optionality of strikes became much more attractive for the administration. This is how I see it.
Exactly. And Paul, when what changed in the few hours between Donald Trump saying that he was unhappy with Iran to the launching of these strikes?
Well, we really can't know because this requires visibility into the internal workings of the Trump administration. We've all grown familiar with this. This is an administration that is not a well-oiled machine. It is an administration with many moving parts. And it's also an administration that sometimes makes decisions based on what seems like gut instinct. And so we don't know what group chats, what sorts of content might have. I'm not joking. Right? We know that these are the sorts of things that move world leaders. But I do think that there is one thing that President Trump has been clear about for the past couple of months as this armada, as the aerial buildup has gone through, which is that he wanted to pursue several goals: protecting protesters, ending the threat of Iran's ballistic missile capability. And I think all of us in the region now have a firm understanding about why, that poses a threat without the nuclear program. And even if Donald Trump has not been clear about that, he has been, over the past week, very clear that the negotiations weren't moving fast. And we've had conflicting reports about that. But on the American side, there weren't many indications that Washington was happy. So it may have been that this was simply a countdown timer was reached. It may have been that something with the Armada, these ships can't stay out there forever, that there was a physical limit or an operational limit, or it may have simply been, and this sounds flip, but I don't mean it to be, that President Trump got frustrated, or possibly that Prime Minister Netanyahu said that this was going to go ahead with or without America's permission. And I do want to say, your question about whether this is America's war or Israel's war, they are both in it together, but I think they each have separate agendas, and that's something that I think players in the region are keenly aware of.
Paul, thank you very much indeed, Rashid, and also Abbas there in Tehran. Kulthum Sharif explains what areas in Iran were hit by and what Tehran's response was.
Israel and the U.S. have hit several cities right across Iran. Targets include as high as Bablusar in the north and as far south to the port of Chabahar. We've seen Qom come under attack, Isfahan in central Iran come under attack. Well, these are the big prominent names we've mentioned, but other areas have also been hit. Let's take a look at what's happening inside Tehran. Well, a high security area with the Supreme Leader's office, and right down here, this street is the Pastoua Street. It has the Office of the President, Office of the Iran National Security Council, and the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard's Intelligence Center. Here's what's happened. This satellite image shows the extent of the damage to the Supreme Leader's office and plumes of smoke that we are seeing. Reuters news agency has said the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran at the time of the attack. But the biggest casualty we are seeing is down here in the south, in Minab. Here's what's happened. A girls' elementary school was hit. The Iran foreign minister says children are among dozens of people who have been killed. Now, from this satellite image, we gather all these are houses. It's a residential stretch. And on this side, agricultural land. We're not sure why the school was hit and if there are any military installations around here. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will retaliate and has been retaliating by targeting U.S. military bases right across the stretch. So we've seen explosions that have been reported throughout the day. We've seen missile interceptions that have also been taken place. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will attack Israel and has launched missiles into Israel. Weeks of tensions, weeks of diplomacy, and weeks of military buildup has now resulted in this.
Well, let's get you back to the White House and get back to Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, now Congress is up in arms about this because they were not consulted. Is there likely to be any movement there?
Well, there is an effort underway by the very high-profile Democrats, including one of the top Democrats.
Well, we
in
seem
the
to
US Senate, Chuck
have
Schumer.
a problem with Kimberly's audio. I think that we'll just wait for her to sort that out. But we're also getting reports that a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Sources telling Al Jazeera no injuries were reported and the government is assessing the material damage. Qatar's foreign ministry released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. It says, the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defence of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasises that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region of the risks of escalation. I believe that we have sorted out the technical issues with Kimberly. Kimberly, we were talking about what Congress is likely to do next.
Yeah, apologies for my microphone falling off my jacket. What I can tell you is you're absolutely right that there is a movement in Congress to bring all of the lawmakers back to Washington if they're in their districts, and for there to be a vote to limit the president's authority with respect to these Iran strikes. What we're hearing is that many Democrats are saying this is an illegal and unconstitutional movement and that Donald Trump exaggerated the risk to the United States by Iran, and that ordinary Americans do not want another, quote, endless war. Another Democrat has said that Congress must convene at once to put a stop to this. What are they referring to? Well, the U.S. president, under the U.S. Constitution, doesn't have the power to declare war. It's the U.S. Congress. And so there is War Powers resolution from 1973 that does allow the president to take action, but only if he briefs Congress. And it must the Congress must be updated and troops withdrawn within 60 days if that does not occur. If the United States is under attack, the president does have executive authority. But again, the U.S. Congress and the majority in the U.S. Congress, mostly Democrats, are saying that there was no case made for why the United States was under threat. We do know Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Iran was on a pathway to having a weapon that could harm the United States, but there's been no evidence provided. And the Department of Intelligence's own intelligence says that, in fact, the closest in terms of that capability would be about 8 years from now. Now, very quickly, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the statements that have been coming out of CENTCOM, that is U.S. Central Command. And of course, as you were reading that statement there from Qatar, one of the major military bases for the United States is in Qatar. The U.S. saying that there have been no casualties and only minimal damage to U.S. installations as a result of the retaliatory strikes by Iran. They said they have defended hundreds, have been able to defend successfully from hundreds of Iranian attacks. And as to speak to the U.S. strategy, what we know now is that the targets the U.S. was going after was the IRGC's command and control sites, Iranian air defense, missile, drone sites, as well as military airfields. And very quickly, here back in the United States, as a result of these heightened tensions, we do know that not only is the U.S. Secret Service on higher alert, but the FBI says that their counterintelligence teams are also on heightened alert in case there are any attacks here on the homeland.
Kimberly Halkett there for us at the White House. Let's go to Tehran now. Mohammed Vali is live for us there. Now, how have people been reacting to all this, Mohammed? I mean, it's one thing to know of an attack coming very soon. It's another one when it actually arrives.
Well, yes, there are two types of reactions. At the beginning, we have seen the chaos in the streets with the traffic jams and some people trying to leave Tehran, or maybe they have left actually, and some trying to regain home or places where they think they are safer. So that's the initial panic. Then we have seen regularity of traffic in the streets after that, and reassurances from the government that the situation is under control and so on. Right now, we have a wave of protests against the strikes. As we speak, there is a huge rally at Imam Riza Shrine in Mashhad, and also another rally in Rasht, west of Tehran. We have seen hundreds to thousands of protesters also at the Palestine Square earlier today in the central district of Tehran. And some people also taking to the streets tonight, not many that I have seen. So at least we have the beginning of some kind of popular reaction to what has happened. And we are here talking only about those people who support the regime. We know that there are millions of them. We have seen them in the streets during the last few months in rallies and demonstrations supporting the government that's in place. But we know also that there have been demonstrations against the government, and many people protesting what they describe as lack of freedoms and so on, and crackdowns on liberties. So mixed reactions there among people, but the general atmosphere in both camps is that there is apprehension, there is fear of what might come next, and the strikes that are taking place across the country. So nobody is safe in this, and even those who oppose the government and who are wishing or dreaming of regime change, they are now concerned about their safety.
Mohammed Val for us there in Tehran. Let's get it now to Phil Lavelle, who is live for us from Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Donald Trump apparently is there, Phil. We've not heard from him for a little while.
Not just yet, but, you know, one of the things that we have a guarantee of with President Trump is that there are no guarantees, right? Obviously, there's no official announcement expected anytime today, but he often just pops up on Twitter, or X, I should say, or Truth Social. Case in point, that video that dropped at 2 o'clock in the morning when pretty much everybody here, apart from the president and a few other officials, were in that building behind me. We did have an interview a little earlier today that was given to the Washington Post by phone, in which he said that his main priority was the freedom of the Iranian people. Quite interesting to juxtapose that against the video, because remember, this video that was posted in the middle of the night was 8 minutes long, and he did mention the Iranian people, those calls for the Iranian people to rise up against their leaders, those members of the military to lay down their arms if they wanted immunity. But it was about 2/3 of the way through that video. It was a good 5 minutes into the 8 minutes before that happened. The beginning of that video really concentrated on America. It was very clear that the president was trying to frame this as an American issue. He talked about American security. He talked about American assets in the region that have been attacked. He talked about saving American children and the fact that these Iranian weapons could at some point soon be able to reach the American homeland. So it's very interesting that he did that. And the reason for this is because Donald Trump really has to sell this to the American people. There are many people, not just on the opposite side of the political aisle, but people within his own party who are not, they don't want any part of military action in Iran. So you've got those people who really back the America First side of the party, which is a ticket that Donald Trump successfully ran on in 2024, along the lines of having no involvement in foreign wars, no foreign entanglements, calling himself the peacemaker in chief. We hear it to this day where he talks about ending 8 wars. Now we are hearing him talking about how this is an American safety priority, and also because he's got to sell it to the American public. And we heard him say during that video that American military personnel could die. He said this is what happens in a war. And that, of course, brings back memories to many people here of 2 recent conflicts, Iraq and Afghanistan. And among the American people, there is very little appetite to metaphorically revisit those.
Phil, thanks. Phil Lavelle there for us at Mar-a-Lago. All right, well, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, has released a statement on the latest strikes, which it says will launch to, quote, dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat, it said. Targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missiles and a drone launch site, and military airfield CENTCOM forces, they say, successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks. There have been no reports of U.S. casualties or combat-related injuries. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. The first hours of the operation included precision munitions launched from air, land and sea. Operation Epic Fury involves the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi has been speaking to the spokesperson for the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghei. He says Iran is acting in self-defense.
We are facing another unprovoked act of aggression, an egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. And we have every right, in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in a trajectory of diplomatic infraction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented level, to what extent do you think this confrontation can go for the days and maybe weeks down the road?
We don't know, because you see, as I said, this is something that is imposed on Iran. We never sought war. We were going to resolve this issue diplomatically. And this was the demand of the whole countries of the region and the international community. So this was started by the United States, and we believe that it is just to advance the whims of the Israeli regime. And I think this war would not serve the interests of the American people. This is against their interests, but this is what they chose to do. And I think the consequences would be very dire for everyone. As I already said, just as part of a single attack this morning on a primary school in Minab, more than 61 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and still more than 70 innocent ones are under the rubble.
Previously, we heard from Iran that in case of a U.S. attack, there is a risk for a confrontational scenario down the road in the region. And now we see that the United States bases in the region are being attacked by Iran. And also, there has been widespread condemnation by regional countries who are now coming under attack. My question is, what is Iran's reasoning behind that?
I think they're not really coming under attack by Iran. We have said once and again, and I would like to repeat that we are friendly with all countries of the region. We have proven that we trust our friends in the region. That's why we try to get together with the countries of the region in furtherance of this diplomatic process. The problem is that the United States is conducting this war of aggression at the cost of everyone, including the countries of the region. Under international law, any place, any location, any logistical support that are given to the aggressor are a legitimate target for the victim state. So we are not attacking any country in the region. We are friendly with all countries of the region. What we are doing is just taking defensive actions. We are defending ourselves against attacks by Americans and by the Zionist regime. And as you know, many of these bases, although they are part of the countries of the region's territories, but they are completely controlled by the United States, and they are used, or better to say, abused by the United States in order to launch an act of aggression against another country of the region.
Is it like a credible claim to put forth that in the days ahead we may see a continuation of Iran's attacks to the US bases in the region?
One thing is for sure, we would continue defending ourselves with all force. We are entitled, we are responsible for the safety and security of our people, and we have every right under international law to defend Iran against this act of aggression.
And speaking of the trajectory of, again, diplomatic interaction, have you received or initiated any sort of contact with the mediating parties, including Oman or elsewhere, to settle down the issues under this situation?
This is a serious issue, and I think now the whole situation is different from yesterday. As you know, the mediator was involved in this very difficult process. We appreciate what Oman and other countries of the region and our neighbors did during the past 1 month. They really tried to convince Americans not to take the path of confrontation and bullying, but unfortunately it seems they failed. So what we are doing right now is to focus on defending our national integrity and Iran's territory against these acts of aggression.
The public mood at the time being could be highlighted by a sense of frustration and fear as we speak to people. In this situation, what is Iranian government's response or message to Iranian people?
I think our people understand very clearly that we did whatever we could, whatever was at our disposal to resolve this issue diplomatically. It was not Iran's fault. It is simply an excuse put forward by the Americans. They said 9 months ago that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And still they are repeating the same. They are talking about Iran's ballistic missiles. They are talking about some other excuses. They are all big lies put forward to justify this act of aggression. So our people are very clear in their mind that they have to stay strong in the face of this injustice, in the face of this organized military bullying. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, the Iranians will come out of this challenge victoriously.
Countries around the world are also closely watching the Straits of Hormuz, known as one of the world's most important sea passageways. Now, at its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is about 33 kilometers wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, while Oman controls the south. It's an important transit route for major energy-producing countries. An estimated 20% of the world's oil is transported through the waterway. China takes the vast majority of Iran's crude exports. Around 45% of its total crude imports transit the straits. Qatar also depends heavily on the strait to export its liquefied natural gas. 83% of the LNG that passes through the strait heads to Asia, including China, India, Japan and South Korea. Even Australia could be affected. Around 30% of its refined oil effectively passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, closing it could potentially remove more than 17 billion barrels of oil from the global markets, driving up prices and straining energy supply. Now, Marwan Bishara is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he joins us live from right here in Doha. Marwan, thank you for joining us. It would be a serious escalation if indeed the straits are closed.
It will affect much of the energy exports in the world, and certainly already, most stock markets in the world worried about the escalation. We're going to get even more frantic about what is going on. And that's been known, of course, from the beginning. Those are some of what you call known knowns, right? That the capacity of the Iranians and, in fact, their allies, the Houthis in the Red Sea, are capable of undermining the shipping, especially the energy aspect of the shippings worldwide.
Marwan, we actually are just going to interrupt because we've got Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking at the moment. We will bring you with what he's saying, indeed, when we get a translator.
The regime should not have any arms that could threaten our existence. This means that it will be a threat for the whole population of the world, and that's why we have started this operation in order to put an end to this threat. In the second day of the war, I have promised you that we will change the face of the Middle East, and we have been able to change that, and that's what we are doing today as well. During this operation, today, in the opening attack, we have targeted the site where Khamenei was, this tyrant who has spread the terrorism across the world, and who was the architect of the plan to destroy Israel. This plan has been destroyed completely. This is what we are seeing, and this is also the destiny of this tyrant. Today we have killed several major leaders that are involved in the nuclear program of Iran, and we will continue to target several sites of this regime. The Iranian people, we are with them. We support them in order to free them from this tyranny. And we tell them, don't miss this opportunity. This is a chance and an opportunity that will not come again, because you will have your moment, a moment where you will be demanded to take to the street in order to finish the work and to topple this regime of massacres who made your life bitter, and also the blood of your martyrs and your beloved ones will not go in vain. And the support and aid that you asked for has arrived. That's why you should all rally for this historical moment. Iranian people, all the different confessions, the Kurds and the other confessions, this is your time, this is your chance in order to topple this regime. Dear people of Israel, during the previous war, I used to get strength from your resilience, and you did not fall in the trap of being deceived, and you instead gave us all the needed support for us, for the military, and for me personally, in order to lead this fight, this existential fight. This is what the population that loves its nation should do. The upcoming days, you will be also called in order to be resilient and to listen to all the guidance of our defense. The citizens of Israel. Today, and before 1,600 years, Yusuf Tompledor was killed, and his legacy is still here, running through our veins. And in the battle where he was killed with his friends, I have visited this place several times during my lifetime, and we have also have seen the monument that was built for him and for his memory. And with God willing, we will continue to make the needed sacrifices. And today, more than any time before, the whole world knows that
There we go. That's Benjamin Netanyahu. We just lost that. But let's get over and back to Marwan Bishara, who's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. You know, all this really begs the question, Marwan, is this an American war or an Israeli war?
It's an American-Israeli war, but clearly it's inspired by Netanyahu and his American cronies. He's been on the scene for some 60 years. Mr. Trump has been on the scene for the past 8 or so years, 10 years. And clearly when it comes to the question of Iran, the American president has been following in the footsteps of Israeli leader, notably of Benjamin Netanyahu. 30 years ago, 1996 exactly, when he first became prime minister in the first term, Netanyahu worked out a paper called Clean Break with American neoconservatives. And Clean Break was breaking out of the peace process under Clinton and preparing the way for a hegemonic Israeli-American project in the Middle East, whereby everything will be worked out through the use of force and through domination of American Israelis of the geopolitics of the region. Since 1996, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been using that Clean Break playbook to incite against Iran. As we just heard him say, Iran is a threat to the people of the world. Iran is a destabilizing force. Iran is the sponsor of international terrorism, and so on and so forth. The kind of pretext, the kind of exaggerations, lies, and half-truths that he repeated for the past 30 years. That's, of course, coming from a country that does own several dozens of nuclear warheads, that has just committed genocide against the Palestinian people, and that occupies the land of 2 or 3 of its neighbors, and that has, of course, bombed Iran just last year. So this has been going on for a long time, and clearly Prime Minister Netanyahu had Trump's ear on this, and I think to a large degree he did worked him, you know. He did unrelentingly, annoyingly, irritatingly got him on board against Iran.
Marwan, thank you so much. Marwan Bishara there joining us from right here in Doha. Well, you are watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Rashad Salamat. Let's bring you up to date. Tehran is retaliating by launching a wave of strikes targeting Israel as well as US assets across the Gulf region. The Israeli military says it has struck dozens of military targets across Iran, warning that attacks will continue as required. Iranian media citing the Red Crescent say at least 201 people have been killed and more than 700 injured. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. It's also vowed that its response to the attack will be, quote, crushing. One of the attacks targeted a girls' primary school in the southern city of Minab. Authorities say at least 86 people were killed in the strike. Iran's foreign minister has condemned the attack, warning that crimes against the Iranian people will not go unanswered. Sirens have been sounding across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military is saying that air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital. It's unknown if there are any casualties. This was the scene earlier in the day when a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Kuwait International Airport was damaged in an Iranian drone attack. Authorities say a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say the situation is now under control. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person has been killed in the UAE capital. The defense ministry said, quote, it reserves the full right to respond to this escalation. Well, we have a team of correspondents in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah and the occupied West Bank, Doha and UN headquarters, as well as Berlin. But first, let's have this report from Perry Wilton.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris to search for survivors next to what appears to be a school backpack lying in the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's get over to Tehran. Mohammed Val is live for us from there. Mohammed, tell us what it is like there in the Iranian capital at the moment.
Yes, Richard, now behind me you see the lights are on across the city of Tehran. We have received a new wave of attacks, but that was like 2 or 3 hours ago at the beginning of the evening. And there is no specific details about the targets or the impact or the aftermath of those attacks. But it shows that, as the Americans and the Israelis are saying, this is going to be a continuous campaign. But there are intervals, of course, of several hours today that we have seen that, but also a resumption of those strikes. And people are taking precaution measures in that regard. We have the popular reaction now after hours of initial chaos and then calm on the streets. But right now, I can talk about a massive gathering of people protesting against these strikes in the city of Mashhad at the Imam Riza Shrine, the city of Mashhad in the northeast. That's one of the holy cities of Iran. We have also in Rasht, west of Tehran, we had seen also earlier today a significant gathering of people at the Palestine Square in the middle of Tehran. People are beginning to show their resistance and their anger at what's happening. There are reports, of course, we have mentioned that during our previous shows, of civilian casualties. More than 200 people killed across the country in those strikes. So the Iranians are beginning to be really upset about the aftermath in terms of its impact on civilians.
Kimberly, I mean, it was just from Donald Trump saying that he wasn't happy with Iran to launching those airstrikes. It was just a matter of a couple of hours, really, or 3 or 4 hours. What changed?
Well, what is being deduced by a number of military analysts, including one that I've spoken to, is that what changed was that things were now in position. In other words, that the United States did not appear to be negotiating in good faith for these diplomatic talks, but instead was positioning what the U.S. president has called his flotilla, armada of military assets in the region in order to optimize these strikes that have now embarked upon. What we know is not only is the USS Abraham Lincoln, an air carrier strike group, in the region, but it's been joined by the world's largest, the Gerald Ford. And so to that end, it appears that this was simply something that was done so that the United States could buy time in order to set up its military operation. But despite the fact that the U.S. president said that he was looking for diplomacy as recently as Tuesday, it appears that there were intentions to launch this military operation all along.
Mohammed, give us a sense of the messaging coming from the Iranian government to its people. What are they telling them?
Yes, all messages of reassurance, Richard. We heard them in the morning talking about calm, talking about the need for people staying put in their places, in their homes and so on, and not panicking. There was some initial chaos in the streets, people trying to get to places which they think are safer or home or so on. And the government has sent updates and saying that, you know, people can move freely. And even if they want to leave, some of them, if they want to leave Tehran, the streets are open. And that they shouldn't panic and they shouldn't rush to stores to stockpile on provisions, because there will be enough of those provisions, because the government has been preparing for this war for some time now. And also, I mean, with regards to the defense capabilities, there have been reassurances that the country is capable of defending itself and it has every right to do so. Messages also to neighboring countries of the region, that Iran doesn't have any ill intention against them, but any area from which a strike or a kind of raid or a kind of aggression against Iran comes, that area will be a target, because Iran has the right to defend itself. Iran has also been saying that it hasn't used its best forces yet, it hasn't used its best weapons yet, and that's a message to the Americans and the Israelis that there might be still room for negotiation, because the worst will come if this campaign continues, this campaign of aggression against Iran, as the government says.
Kimberly, I mean, would we see what's going on in the White House here? And, you know, are there any back channels that you know about, perhaps, that and what the conversation would be like there?
Well, the latest from this press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is that the U.S. president has just held calls with representatives from countries that are considered to be U.S. allies, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, as well as NATO. We also know that the U.S. president has been in consultation with the Israeli prime minister, and that there was a call that took place there as well. But as for the U.S. president, in terms of negotiating, it doesn't appear that those kinds of back channels are happening, at least at the highest level. Whether or not teams lower down are consulting is still unclear. The White House hasn't made that information available. But what I can tell you is that, according to the press secretary, the president is monitoring the situation with his national security team, including his Secretary of State, and that in advance of this, the so-called Gang of Eight, that's the leadership of Democrats and Republicans in Congress, they were also notified about this. And the Department of War, or Department of Defense, also did notify the members of the Armed Services Committee in both the House as well as the U.S. Senate. So it appears the only kind of consultation that's going on right now is with and amongst U.S. officials, bringing them up to speed on what the United States has dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
Kimberly Halke there at the White House. Let's now move to the occupied West Bank, and joining us from there is Noor Odeh. Noor, we just had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who called on Iranian citizens to flood the streets and finish the job.
Yeah. Yeah, an overly ambitious statement from the Israeli Prime Minister less than 24 hours after beginning strikes against Iran. A regime change toppling the government in Tehran is no doubt Israel's central goal from this assault jointly with the United States. The possibility of a popular uprising overthrowing the government, even according to Israeli intelligence estimates, is very far-fetched. And that's really something that has been the subject of discussion for many, many days and weeks now, ever since the possibility of renewed strikes on Iran resurfaced late in December of last year. But nonetheless, this message is consistent from Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking to the Iranian public in Hebrew, telling them that this is not a war against them, but really speaking to the Israeli public, telling them that Israel is strong, Israel can be the hegemon, it can topple this central enemy, this arch enemy of Israel as it is perceived and presented, as Iran is perceived and presented, and that it has the backing of the United States. And this is a very important point for Benjamin Netanyahu domestically. Elections are a few months away, and Netanyahu needs to frame this war, to frame this alliance in a way that will gain him votes. And for now, it seems that he thinks he is doing just that.
Noor, what about the Iranians' retaliation there? What do we know about the damage it has inflicted, if any, on Israel?
Well, Iranian retaliation was quick and consistent and persistent as well. Throughout the day, there was really no respite. One siren after another, one warning after another. The Home Front Command kept telling Israelis to go to the shelter or stay next to the shelter. We haven't had sirens go off in Israeli cities for about 40 minutes or so, but that's also because an Israeli offensive is underway in Tehran. But Israelis are expecting days of this, days of economic paralysis, days of sheltering in bunkers and safe room. This will have an economic cost. It will have a psychological impact as well. Already authorities report a 210% increase on the number of calls to the psychological support hotline in Israel. This is not easy. It is a war not like other wars that Israel has launched in the past few years against non-state actors, against armed militias in the region. This is a lot more serious, and Israelis understand that, having been through 12 days of confrontation with Iran, having filed more than 40,000 claims for compensation amounting to the billions of Israeli shekels. So everybody understands the gravity of this, but still there is, for now, widespread public support in Israel for confrontation with Iran.
Noor Odeh there joining us from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Tariq Assad has been speaking to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Ismail Baghai. He says the US has once again rejected diplomacy.
This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
Right, well, let's bring in our guest. Joining us from Tehran is Abbas Aslani. He is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Matthew Duss is the executive vice president of the Center for International Policy. He joins us from Washington. And Jeffrey Nice is a human rights lawyer and has previously worked at the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. And he joins us from Canterbury in the UK. I'm going to start off with you, Matthew, and just to ask you if we're in a deliberate escalation cycle here, or an uncontrolled retaliation cycle, or is it both?
I unfortunately think it's both. Clearly, this was an act of aggression by the United States and by Israel. The United States was in negotiations with Iran to address concerns about its nuclear program, just as it was back in June when Israel launched its attack, which the United States joined shortly after. However, the United States has gone along with Israel to start this new round of war. I think this is obviously an illegal act, both in terms of international law, but also, I would note, in terms of U.S. law. President Trump has not gotten any authorization for Congress. He has barely attempted to make a case for this war to the American people at all.
Jeffrey, I mean, that's the very point, isn't it? What is the legal standing here?
If that's addressed to me, I didn't hear it. Yes, the legal standing is that there is no evidence that this is lawful. As your previous speaker said, it's not lawful in America. It doesn't comply with the UN Charter. There has been no decision by the UN that this is lawful. There is no evidence of any kind that the asserted justifications for what are called preemptive strikes exists. There is no evidence that it is lawful. Of course, we may have to wait to see what evidence there is, but it seems there was no suggestion that Iran was about to attack the United States of America, or indeed any other country. There was every evidence that the negotiations which might have led to a peaceable solution were incapable of perfection. So this, subject to the minor point I've made about reserving our position on evidence of self-defense, for which there is none at present, this is unlawful, and seriously so, and with grave consequences for the rest of us.
These are very unconfirmed reports here, but Benjamin Netanyahu, and this is to you, Abbas, has said that in his televised address that signs are growing that Iran's supreme leader was killed. What would that mean for the people there in Tehran?
Well, we have no confirmation on that. We have been hearing from the Iranian officials, including the foreign minister spokesperson, as well as others, saying that the supreme leader as well as president are in good health and they are alive. So it seems that the Israeli side is trying to somehow provoke a kind of, let's say, reaction from Iranian side, leader, appearing in the public in order to somehow trying to find his location or whereabouts. And this could be part of, a psychological operation in order to know about his conditions.
Well, Abbas, again to you here as well. What would be a realistic off-ramp for Iran here? And who has the ability or the leverage to be able to do it?
Well, this war started based on an assumption that the Western side had. They assumed that Iran was very weak and it wouldn't respond in the manner that it is doing. But in any conflict, specifically in the Middle East, the opening salvo is not the most important variable. And it is not about starting a war, but ending it. And the day after is very important. So that's why Iranian side says that maybe the initiation of this aggression was with the United States and Israel, but ending it will not be just upon to them only, but Iran will try to somehow inflict damages to the other side, and will try to use this as an opportunity in order to somehow change the course of developments which has existed in the past, let's say, couple of years between the two sides. So this is going to be a difficult battle for the both sides, including Iran, but Iran has no choice but to somehow fight for the battle which is supposed to be for its survival and existential one. So that's why it is using new cards comparing to back, June 2025 war. And this is going to be somehow different from the previous war that happened between Iran and Israel and the United States.
Right, and let's get it now. We're going to go over to Turkey and get over to Ankara now, because we're joined by Musa Kulaçlıkaya, who is the Turkey Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He is in the Turkish capital. Well, indeed, we did have him, but we seemingly have just lost him anyway. Let's get it back to our guests here as well. We have still, of course, Matthew Duss. Matthew, what are you seeing here? Are we seeing essentially a proxy war for Israel conducted by America?
Well, I think the urgency here is driven by Israel's concerns about the rebuilding of Iran's ballistic missile capacity. I think that's clear. Myself, when I was in Israel in October, it was already clear then that when I heard from Israeli analysts there that they were quite surprised at how quickly Iran was rebuilding its missile arsenal after the June war. And Israel sees that with great concern. But I think we also have to say, it's not just about Israel. We don't want to let the United States off the hook here. There are people in Israel and in the United States who see the two countries' security concept as bound up very, very closely together. Donald Trump clearly sees Israel as essentially the United States military enforcer in the region. So even though Israel's concerns about the missiles are what drove the urgency and the decision, I think, to move at this moment, it is part of a larger policy that the United States, or at least hawkish elements in the United States, have had for a long time.
This one to you, Jeffrey. Now, for countries which are hosting U.S. assets, or military assets, I should say, are they participants, bystanders, and legitimate targets regardless for Iran?
Well, as the countries that might become complicit by allowing their assets to be used, either their fighting assets or their territorial assets, we've got to be extremely careful. Because, curiously enough, what America is doing is pretty close to, subject to the exception I gave earlier, a war of aggression, something that is, at the moment, capable of being investigated and charged at the International Criminal Court. Artificial as a consideration for America. But if we, as countries holding assets that are used in America's endeavor, we may be held out as complicit in whatever is going wrong that may be criminal. What is disturbing to me is that, for example, right-wing parties in this country are now saying, oh, we should get more involved, not recognizing or choosing not to deal with the fact that the acts themselves may very well be and seem to be unlawful. Why would right-wing parties in this country be saying any such thing? And that is part of the general drift about which we have to be truly worried. We've already given up on the mechanisms of accountability so far as large countries are concerned. The courts and tribunals are unlikely to be effective against Russia, America, or China, or indeed Israel and possibly India and other countries. The next step we have to recognize is that those countries will not just say, well, you can't take us to court, but will say the law itself is wrong. We'll change the law, we'll rewrite the law, and we will make what we have done lawful. Remember, there is plenty of precedents for using law to justify crime, and I fear we are not being alert, we're not thinking ahead to where this kind of action by the United States of America and Israel may lead us.
Okay, we can get back, and hopefully we do have the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs for Turkey, and we are joined by Musa Kulaçlıkaya. And thank you so much for joining us. He is in Ankara. President Erdogan has just, in the last few minutes, been talking about the U.S. risking turning the entire region into a ring of fire. What's your position?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, first of all. As Turkey, we are really deeply concerned about the joint attacks by Israel and America launched against Iran, and also Iran's response, which also involved some regional countries. In fact, unlike the 12-day war, this time the war is triggering of a series of attacks spreading across the entire region, has shown that the conflict could escalate into very serious level, putting in danger the regional and global security and prosperity.
All right. Well, we had an alarm going off in the office, but let's just get it back to our guest there in Ankara. So what can Turkey, what can Ankara do in order to perhaps facilitate some kind of, I suppose, ceasefire or at least some mediation?
In fact, as we did before, we showed our effort first to convince all the parties related to this cause to sit and negotiate through diplomatic channel to reach any peaceful solution. Luckily, both parties are accepted our proposal, and they restarted their negotiation in Oman. And following, following opportunities, they continued their negotiation, and they fixed the next appointment in Austria, Vienna. But unfortunately, before the appointment, we witnessed this unexpected attack again, as we witnessed in June 2025. This is really upset for everyone, and our call to all parties to reach any kind of ceasefire immediately to prevent spreading war in the region and affect economically and also security-wise, and also to prevent any migration wave to different countries. As Turkey, we are ready to mediate with all parties.
One thing also is there's a big risk of this broadening out from being, well, what is already a regional conflict into an even broader one. Is there any chance that Turkey could be actually dragged into this?
In fact, all our effort focused on this issue on the ministerial level and also presidential level. During the day, we try to reach all relevant parties, including possible affected countries, to negotiate and to consult what we can do using diplomatic channels to solve this problem. And very recently, our minister spoke with Gulf countries, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also our president with some European counterpart, his counterpart, and we try our best as we did before.
All right. Well,
in fact, we are ready, as we did before, to extend the necessary support for the restoration of calm and return to the negotiating table.
Thank you so much for joining us. That's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, joining us from Ankara, Musa Kulak-Likaya. Well, we've got Donald Trump talking as well, and he's been talking to Axios, and Kimberly Halkett is at the White House for us. Kimberly, he's been talking about, and I quote, "I can go long and take over the whole thing or end it in 2 or 3 days." What do you make of that?
Yeah, the U.S. president makes calls to reporters that he has relationships with from time to time. When there are breaking news events, the White House considers the president to be his best messenger. But these statements are consistent with interviews also given to the Washington Post, where the U.S. president is giving a sense of where things are going moving forward. And it is clear, as the president has said from the beginning, that this is an operation that is not going to be like the one we saw in June of 2025, but instead one that will take some time to play out. In other words, this will be long, potentially protracted. And so what we know from the U.S. president's statements, but also through U.S. military officials I've spoken to, that this will be measured in days, not hours, and that this is likely to consist of strikes extending for a 1 to 2 day period with pauses to assess the damage. Now, we have had statements from Central Command on what damage looks like from a U.S. aspect to the sites that have been as a result of the retaliation by Iran. The United States saying it has been minimal, but the United States also saying when it comes to Iran that the targets the U.S. was focusing on in this operation they've dubbed Epic Fury is to target Iran's air defense, missile and drone sites, as well as military airfields and the command and control centers. So this is what the U.S. president, as head of the military, of commander-in-chief, is focusing on. And we also know that in the midst of this, while he is also giving interviews to various media outlets, he is also speaking to U.S. allies. The White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying that he has spoken to the NATO Secretary General, as well as representatives from Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar.
Thanks so much, Kimberly Halkett, there joining us from the White House. We can now get over to the UN headquarters in New York, where we have Gabriel Elizondo. And I believe Tehran has written a letter to the Security Council, which is currently being chaired, at least for the next few hours, by Britain.
Yeah, that's right. This letter is from the foreign minister of Iran, sent this letter to the Secretary General as well as the President of the Security Council. We've obtained the letter. Essentially, the letter points out many things, but really a key point. It's basically laying out the legal case that Iran can respond under the auspices of the UN Charter to defend itself. In the letter, it reads in part, the armed forces of Iran will utilize all necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter these hostile acts. Accordingly, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objectives. So that's the letter from the foreign minister of Iran. Now, moving to the Security Council, in about 90 minutes or so, they will be meeting in the Security Council chamber for an emergency meeting on the situation. This was requested by China and Russia, and we are being told that the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, will chair the meeting and make remarks at the very top. What is unknown at this point is if any other countries will participate. We know that Iran will. We know that Israel will. In fact, their ambassador for Israel will be coming to the media stakeout right before the meeting to give comments. But what is still unknown is if any of the Gulf countries will take part in the meeting. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, for example. So we'll be watching that very closely. But again, this emergency meeting of the Security Council set to get underway in about 90 minutes.
Thank you, Gabriel. Gabriel Elizondo there. Let's get back to our guest, Jeffrey Nice, who's a human rights lawyer. Now, Jeffrey, is there any is there anything the UN can actually do here? I mean, or is this just going to reveal itself again as a toothless body?
Very little. One of the reasons there's very little is because the Security Council needs to be reformed to make it impossible for the five to exercise their vetoes and to stop any progress. So no, I don't think it can do very much at the moment. All it might be able to do is finally demonstrate to countries that would prefer there to be some form of international rule of law. There is none at the moment in reality for events like this. That they have been weak in the past in giving in to this particular president. And the time has come now for them to assert, even if it comes to nothing, that the law is more important than brute power, and that on this occasion, given how much Trump is prepared to give away to allow him to do this attack, everything about his peace council, with his own public against him, and so on and so forth. On this occasion, they may want to raise publicly that what Trump is doing may not be in the interests of peace. And I heard, I don't know if it's accurate, of a school of girls being killed in Iran, a large number in the tens, 70 I think was reported. They must make it clear that the time has come for Western countries or other countries who hold responsible views about the rule of law not to give in to Trump on every occasion because they're frightened of him, but to stand up for law in favor of force.
Okay, we can get it now to Matthew Duss as well. He's the Executive Vice President of the Centre for International Policy. Matthew, I mean, if the end game is regime change, and we've had Benjamin Netanyahu telling and urging people to get onto the streets and topple the government there in Tehran, if there is regime change, which is clearly what the goal seems to be, air power is not going to cut it on its own, is it?
That's right. I mean, it is the goal, at least according to President Donald Trump, who declared as much in his brief statement when the attacks were launched. As you note, the ability of air power to create regime change has a very bad history. I can't think of any time it's ever happened. Clearly, the Iranian people are a large part of the Iranian people are opposed to their government. There have been huge, large-scale protests against that government over the past weeks and months, to which the government has responded with enormous violence. Still, though, if this regime were somehow toppled by a combination of air power and internal unrest, there's no way of knowing that the next government would be better or worse. It's often the case that we would see just a more extreme and possibly more repressive version of this government.
Thank you very much indeed. Matthew Duss there, joining us there from Washington, D.C. Now, Umi Kulsum Sharif explains what areas in Iran were hit and Tehran's response now.
Israel and the U.S. have hit several cities right across Iran. Targets include as high as Bablusar in the north and as far south to the port of Chabahar. We've seen Qom come under attack, Isfahan in central Iran come under attack. Well, these are the big prominent names we've mentioned, but other areas have also been hit. Let's take a look at what's happening inside Tehran. Well, a high security area with the Supreme Leader's office, and right down here, this street is the Pastoua Street. It has the Office of the President, Office of the Iran National Security Council, and the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard's Intelligence Center. Here's what's happened. This satellite image shows the extent of the damage to the Supreme Leader's office and plumes of smoke that we are seeing. Reuters news agency has said the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran at the time of the attack. But the biggest casualty we are seeing is down here in the south, in Minab. Here's what's happened. A girls' elementary school was hit. The Iran foreign minister says children are among dozens of people who have been killed. Now, from this satellite image, we gather all these are houses. It's a residential stretch. And on this side, agricultural land. We're not sure why the school was hit and if there are any military installations around here. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will retaliate and has been retaliating by targeting U.S. military bases right across the stretch. So we've seen explosions that have been reported throughout the day. We've seen missile interceptions that have also been taken place. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will attack Israel and has launched missiles into Israel. Weeks of tensions, weeks of diplomacy, and weeks of military buildup has now resulted in this.
Let's cross over now to Axel Zemovich, who's alive right here in Doha. What's the atmosphere like at the moment? Because it has been quite a day of patriots knocking out missiles from the sky.
Well, that's correct. Right now, it's very calm. It's very easy night, but that wasn't the case this morning and afternoon, where we've seen a large number of missiles. And in fact, the Qatari officials say 44 missiles and 8 drones were actually fired from the location, from the military post from Iran targeting U.S. Military targets here in Qatar. And that was the reason why Qatar's air defense system were deployed and fully activated. And according to officials here in Doha, they said all missiles and every single projectile that came from this direction from Iran was successfully taken down. But, you know, the quiet skies may give some reassurances to the population in Doha, but the situation is definitely far from over at the moment. And what we see in the region particularly, there's a number of countries, multiple countries advising citizens, everybody basically, to stay indoors. Not long ago, we also got the public alert issued by the officials here, urging the population to stay indoors and not to go outside unless it's a necessary trip or they need to venture out. But also we see that the government in the United Arab Emirates also issued the same warnings to the population, advising everybody to stay indoors. But we also understand that in the Kuwait, the Ministry of Islamic Affairs has announced that all Taraweeh prayers across the country have been suspended until further notice. And we also understand that it's not clear, and they advise people to follow official instructions. But just to give a little bit of context, that's religious prayer performed by many Muslims in the holy month of Ramadan. And just to see it being suspended, it's a very, very significant step that the officials are taking any precautionary measures at the moment.
Axel, thanks, Axel Sebovic. Let's get it to Dominic Kane now, who joins us live from Berlin. Dominic, what's the European reaction? We've got Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EC, saying that they respect Iran's decision, or shall I say the Iranians' right to have their own government and their own free will.
That has been a point of view put across by lots of different leaders in the EU. Insofar as developments are concerned, well, we know that the High Representative for Foreign Affairs of the EU, that's Kaja Kallas, has posted on social media that she is calling an extraordinary meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council of the EU, a video conference. That basically means that all 27 foreign ministers will be convened tomorrow, Sunday, to address the issue, to work out what sort of position the EU Foreign Affairs Council will formulate and then say this is what we think should happen. That may not be as easy as it sounds, because over the course of Saturday, we have seen different points of view put across by different leaders. So, the three large countries, the E3, France, Germany, Great Britain, or the United Kingdom rather, effectively saying that they were not party to the strikes, but they wanted Iran to end its nuclear program, to curtail its ballistic missile program, to refrain from the sorts of activities that these three countries said Iran had been doing with its neighbors, but also to cease its oppression of its own people. The Spanish government, however, had previously, the Prime Minister that is, had previously said, had condemned not only the Iranian response to these attacks from Israel and the United States, but also the attacks by Israel and the United States. So a degree of discord there. And so it means, therefore, that in that video conference tomorrow, trying to find unanimity of purpose may not be the easiest thing. And then on Monday, we know that the EU's co-reaper, that's the permanent representation of ambassadors, will be meeting to discuss precisely this issue as well.
Axel, of course, people are talking about the danger of this becoming escalated by retaliation and the like from Gulf states, GCC states. And Oman has been urging Iran to respect the sovereignty of states, essentially perhaps just trying to cool things down. Axel? I don't think we have contact with Axel. I think we seem to have lost communication.
Yes, absolutely. That's correct. That's pretty much a message we're seeing across the region here, that everybody's trying to calm down the tensions and not to spread any panic around. What we've seen, and particularly me coming to this live position not long ago, I've seen that the public life in Qatar has, in a way, subdued to a bit. So it means that the people have been following official instructions to stay indoors. We see a number of cars actually coming, especially on the road that we are standing next to it. But it's really, really clear that a lot of people are sheltering in the houses and waiting for official channels of communication to see how the situation will unfold in the coming hours. But also it's really important to mention that there have been some emergency steps already, preventive steps taken care here, particularly in Doha. We've seen that number of retail stores are extending their operating hours for 24 hours just to offer another some sort of help to people not to go outside and not to perform any panic buying in this particular case. So right now, the main message what we get across, not just the officials here in Doha, but also across the region, is that the situation remains under control, and we're going to see how these events will unfold in the coming hours.
Axel Zemovich right here in Doha, and Dominic Kane in Berlin for us. Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation. This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
And in a statement to media in Israel, the Prime Minister there, Benjamin Netanyahu, says the attacks in Iran have been successful, adding, quote, that Iran's supreme leader is no longer.
This morning, in a powerful surprise attack, we destroyed the compound of the dictator Khamenei in the heart of Tehran. For 3.5 decades, this cruel dictator who terrorized the world with the scorn of his people and who worked tirelessly without a care on the plan to flatten Israel. This plan is gone, and there are many signs that this dictator is gone too.
Now, the UK Maritime Trade Operation says it's received multiple reports from vessels operating in the Gulf saying that they've got messages that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And the strait is a crucial oil export route and connects the biggest Gulf oil and gas producers, and it's known as one of the world's most important sea passageways. At its narrowest point, it is about 33 kilometers wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side, while the Omanis control the south. It's an important transit route for major energy-producing countries. An estimated 20% of the world's oil is transported through the waterway. China takes the vast majority of Iran's crude exports. Around 45% of its total crude imports transit the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar also depends heavily on the strait to export its liquefied natural gas. 83% of the LNG that passes through the strait heads to Asia, including countries such as China, India, Japan and South Korea. Even Australia could be affected, around 30% of its refined oil effectively passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Closing it could potentially remove more than 17 billion barrels of oil from the global markets, driving up prices and straining energy supplies. Marwan Bishara is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he joins us live from where we are in Doha. Thank you so much for joining us, Marwan. What are you making of the day's events?
Shocking, terribly shocking, but hardly surprising. We've been on this road since June of last year, despite the allegations that the beautiful weapons of the United States destroyed Iran's nuclear program. The American administration is back into making claims about imminent Iranian nuclear danger to the Middle East and to the entire world. And along with the, with the Israeli government, decided to launch a preemptive, clearly illegal, illegitimate attack against Iran while negotiations were underway. The attack came not because there was a breakdown in the negotiations. They came because there was a breakthrough in the negotiations. There has been some progress because the Iranians presented economic and energy and nuclear proposals and suggestions, which the Omanis claimed have made some major breakthrough. But that clearly did not satisfy the Americans or the Israelis, especially who considered the negotiations no more than window dressing, needed to buy time in order to carry the attack. And the attack has been so far severe throughout Iran, clearly part of a regime change in the country, and that we've heard that clearly from both the Israeli Prime Minister and the American President saying we're going to do what we must militarily, but it's going to be up to the Iranian people to rise up against their regime. Of course, we haven't seen much of a rise, but what we've seen is schools being bombed, we've seen government offices being bombed, and we've seen a good number of Arab capitals, or rather Arab countries, being bombed in addition to Israel. So this has been a major escalation, probably could get worse in the coming days.
Marwan, I mean, how strong or otherwise, how weak is Tehran at the moment, given 2025 saw their currency absolutely tank? They had the protests at the end of the year and the beginning of this year. On top of that, the economy looks like it's more than stagnating. It's going really down the tubes. And you also saw essentially the loss of its proxies in the region too.
There's no need to elaborate further about the weakness of Iran. In fact, despite all the talk about international law, what we know for a fact now is that we're back to the old Greeks, right? To the ancient Greeks. The strong will do what they can, and the weak will suffer what they must. And Iran is the weak in this part of the equation. Its economy, its security, its defenses are totally obliterated. And hence, it's going to be subjected to some major campaigns by the region's strongest air force and the world's strongest military, the United States and Israel. So there's no doubt about that. And I think, any claim of bravado by the Iranians, of course, is not serious. So the best they can do is launch their missiles as a way to try to bring the Americans back into some sort of, negotiations of sort. And that doesn't seem to be working.
I mean, the danger here is that we get perhaps unintended escalation and then perhaps deliberate escalation too. And where would that leave us?
I think we've seen that story back in 2003 against Iraq. We've seen the same false pretexts. We've seen the same bombing campaign. And so there's really no surprises here about the possible escalations on the short and long terms. Most of them, in fact, after 3 experiences, one with the United Nations Security Council resolution, which was the invasion of an occupation of Afghanistan, the second without a UN Security Council resolution, and that is the invasion and occupation of Iraq, and third with a United Nations Security Council resolution, but it was more under responsibility to protect in order to, stop the ethnic, the tragedy in Libya, which eventually led to a regime change. So we've seen in all 3 cases, the past 2 decades, how American failures ended in all 3 Arab countries, and clearly at a cost both to the United States and to the likes of Iraq, Afghanistan. But then we've seen the Taliban come back, we've seen ISIS emerge out of the American invasion, and we've seen a total implosion within Libya. So much of what we're seeing, and we will continue to see in this scenario of American-Israeli war on Iran, we really know a lot of known knowns, very few known unknowns here about the possible escalation, about the potential for civil war, about the regionalization of the war, and about the breakdown that we see that is happening is slowly but surely within the country. So at best, this could lead to some kind of a decapitation and eventually some sort of a back to the negotiations. And at worst, we're probably going to see the escalation towards a civil war.
Let's get over to Tehran. Mohammed Val is there. Mohammed, I wanted to come to you quickly because there's some unconfirmed reports coming through at the moment from the Reuters news agency, which are citing an Israeli spokesperson saying that possibly the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, may have lost his life. In fact, we had Benjamin Netanyahu addressing the media in Israel saying that there are signs that the supreme leader is gone. What do you know?
We don't know much, except that the foreign minister, when he was asked about this question in particular by an American news network, I mean, the phrasing, I mean, the wording that he used to answer was like, as far as I know. That's not the normal reply of a foreign minister of a country about the supreme leader of his country. But we didn't say anything because we didn't have any reports. So far, we don't have anything from the Iranian side. And that, you know, that's all I can say. It is going to be a huge development if it is corroborated, if it is true. But until now, the government here is silent about it.
Marwan, what would you say the repercussions of that happening would be?
It would be major. It would be major, especially in the Shiite world in general. The Shiite world, meaning within the Middle East and beyond into Afghanistan and parts of Asia. That would, because he is considered by many, the supreme leader and very much a religious guru, if you will, for much of the Shiite world. But I still doubt. Israeli claims have been correct, for example, about Hassan Nasrallah when they assassinated him in Lebanon, Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. But the Iranians have said from the very beginning that Ayatollah Khamenei was not in Tehran, that in fact all this bombing, 30 bombs were dropped on his offices and residence, apparently killed members of his family and apparently his secretary, but not necessarily him, and he's probably already somewhere else. And I actually interpreted some of the bombings of Qum, the holy city of Qum, to be part of the attempting targeting of Khamenei. Of course, all of that is, guessing, if you will. So we really don't know, but the repercussions would be major. And I think for Iran and the regime, that's not like, killing the defense minister, for example, because Ayatollah Khamenei has more than just a political role. He has a very important religious role within the country and the Shiite community at large.
Marwan, we've had a bit of reaction coming from the Iranian side here, the head of the public relations at the Supreme Leader's office, saying that this was essentially the Iranian official is warning of mental warfare after these reports.
Yeah, it's very possible. That's why the spokespersons are saying hardly anything, because I'm sure they already have their instructions. They're expecting these sorts of scenarios. They expect the Israelis to maybe making the statements in order to get the Iranians to divulge on things or for certain movements to be happening within the capital in order for the Israelis to find out more. These kind of tricks are probably known already to sophisticated governments who've been under those kinds of surveillance and so on and so forth by the United States and Israel. So I don't know exactly where this is going. Usually, as I said, the Israelis have been rather confident and mostly correct when they spoke about assassinations, notably in places like Lebanon and so on, and in fact part of Iran. In this very particular case, it remains to be seen.
Marwan, thank you. Marwan Bishara there in Doha. Well, you are watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran. Senior Israeli officials have told the Reuters news agency that Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei has been killed. Now, this is a satellite image that was captured by Airbus Defense and Space and obtained by the New York Times, showing a strike that hit Khamenei's office in Tehran.
This morning, in a powerful surprise attack, we destroyed the compound of the dictator Khamenei in the heart of Tehran. For 3.5 decades, this cruel dictator who terrorized the world with the scorn of his people and who worked tirelessly without a care on the plan to flatten Israel. This plan is gone, and there are many signs that this dictator is gone too.
Let's get to Mike Hanna, who's in Washington. And we've got the Trump administration saying they had no choice but to launch this military actions, saying that the Iranians in no way were going to go quietly into a non-nuclear state.
Yes, it did appear that President Trump's impatience finally ran out. Administration officials saying that there was no chance of negotiations succeeding at this particular point, saying that the president had been angered by the fact that Iran seemed to be moving backwards in the negotiation process. So that is the rationale at this particular point for what has happened overnight. The administration also insisting that they will continue these attacks until it is no longer necessary. We have also heard from President Trump in an interview with the Axios publication saying that this could just be over in a couple of days and then he'll go back again in a few months. So the actual end situation here, not very clear in terms of publicized statements by the president and members of his administration.
Yeah, and it's definitely something he's been warning people of, that this is not going to be just for a couple of hours, this campaign, as it were.
Well, remembering the U.S. attacks back in June last year, that lasted the 14-day war, essentially. But there, President Trump claimed to have demolished the entire Iranian nuclear infrastructure, saying that the U.S. had achieved its ends, or rather the president had achieved what he'd set out to achieve. There are indications that this is a completely different scenario, given as well the fact that now the president has been publicly stating as well that he is seeking regime change within Iran. It is far more than a debilitation of its nuclear and military facilities. Observers have pointed out that regime change from the air is something very difficult to do indeed without soldiers on the ground carrying it through, and also the nature of Iran's disparate population, also a very unknown factor in terms of trying to achieve this particular end. But also one must remember the massive military buildup that President Trump has put into the region over recent weeks. And certainly that military buildup was the strongest indication that this may be long-lasting campaign than the previous occasion back in June last year.
Right, let's get it now to Tawhid Asadi, who has been speaking to Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman Ismail Baghai, and he says the U.S. has once again rejected diplomacy.
This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
Well, Perry Wilton has more on the strikes on Iran.
Among the first victims of the attack by Israel and the US on Iran were here at a girls' primary school in southern Iran. People had to dig through the debris to search for survivors next to what appears to be a school backpack lying in the rubble. In Tehran, the strikes hit some of Iran's most important sites, including the Ministry of Defense, the Atomic Energy Organization, and the Pashin military complex. Strikes also hit near the offices of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has said it is targeting dozens of military sites in Iran in coordination with the United States. President Donald Trump said the US will destroy Iran's nuclear and missiles programs.
The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Trump has repeatedly accused Iran of attempting to rebuild its nuclear program, saying Tehran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has stood by its nuclear program, saying it was always for civilian purposes. Trump also called on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms. Inside Iran, hospitals have been placed on high alert, with ambulances dispatched from across the capital. The attacks come despite representatives from Washington and Tehran holding indirect negotiations in Geneva this week. And as Iran's retaliatory strikes aim for US targets in neighboring countries, the region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Tawhid Asadi joins us now live from Tehran. And Tawhid, tell us now, we've got Israeli officials reporting that the supreme leader, Khamenei, is dead. Iranian officials saying that this is all really them playing mental games, mind games here, mental warfare. What are you hearing?
Well, from what I can say is, at least when it comes to the official statements here from Tehran, we don't have any confirmation in that regard. Also, we've got the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier today coming in an interview with an American outlet when he was asked about the health of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He said that he, as well as other top officials of the country, including the president, including the secretary for the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, and including the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, quote unquote, as far as I know, he said, are in good health. This is what we have so far. Also, in a sort of reaction to this recent reports, we've got the head of public relations of the office of the Supreme Leader to call it a sort of mental warfare that is coming from Iran's, according to him, enemies. So this is what we know. And of course, this is going to be a huge news if that's true. But still, what I can say what I can say is that from the Iranian side, at least officially speaking, we don't have any confirmation in that regard.
What generally is the mood like there? Because many people fled the capital, didn't they?
Well, actually, starting at the very early hours of the initiation of this campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis, a considerable proportion of people who are living in the capital. And on that, I can say that we know that 14 million, around 14 million people are living in Tehran province, which includes the capital and some cities in the vicinity of the capital. And some considerable proportion of that population have decided to evacuate the city right now. We can see less and less traffic. And of course, this is quite different to the early hours when the strikes started. The streets were fully crowded. Traffic was quite tangible. But right now, from what we can observe across the capital is that we can say that less people are right now inside the capital, and it is more or less similar to the time when we were covering the June strike, when the Israelis and Americans started another campaign of strikes. Back in time, the claim was that the targets include the nuclear facilities, nuclear scientists, as well as military headquarters and military commanders. But the truth of the matter back in time was that civilian infrastructures were also targeted, residential areas were also targeted, leaving fatalities among ordinary citizens. And that actually assumption that, let's say, status of the situation has created a lot, I would say, of frustration and concern among the people, as also they know that this time there are even more dangerous scenarios. They heard from Iranian officials saying that in case of a U.S. attack to Iran, there is going to be a risk of a regional confrontation down the road. So the assumption, at least among a considerable amount of people, is that this time it's going to be a more dangerous scenario down the road, and that is creating a lot of frustration, specifically seeing the very fact that the country was in the middle of a diplomatic interaction. And there was a sort of hope, however slim and slight, that this diplomatic engagement could, at the end of the day, pave the way for a sort of de-escalation, specifically seeing the military buildup by the Americans, a major one indeed, that people are closely following, and that actually created more and more concern and fear about this shadow of the war, right now being translated into act of war rather than a shadow. And now, not just in the capital, but also in many other cities, small and big, we are receiving reports of this continuation of the strikes by the Americans and Israelis. And also, we hear this sort of rhetoric from the Iranian side that in case of a U.S. attack, there are going to be retaliations expected. And in case that happens, which is happening, depending on the scope, there are going to be more and more confrontation, more and more possibility for fatalities for the days and maybe weeks ahead.
Thank you, David Sadi. Now, sirens have been sounding across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran. The Israeli military says air defense systems are working to intercept the missiles. Some have made impact in parts of the country. Noor Odeh is joining us now from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank now. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has been speaking. What was he saying?
Well, the main message from Benjamin Netanyahu is that Israel has confirmation that its joint strike targeting the Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, was in fact successful, according to some senior security sources in Israel quoted by Israeli media. The Benjamin Netanyahu received evidence, photographic evidence of Khamenei's body. Of course, as our colleague in Tehran has said, there is no official confirmation from Iran about this. We have been hearing contemplations and a lot of guessing in Israel throughout the day about the identity of the Iranian officials who have been, in fact, assassinated. Because in the words of many officials, everybody in this structure of leadership in Iran is a target. At least 30 top leaders were targeted in the first strikes this morning by Israel. And this is something that Israeli leaders were keen to share with the Israeli public, to show that they knew who they were striking, they knew where they were striking, and they knew that this would aid in the intended and declared goal of toppling the government in Tehran. We will continue to monitor this, of course, but if in fact confirmed, this would be something that definitely Netanyahu can take credit for, having already forewarned before these strikes began, Rashid, that Khamenei would not be immune from strike or assassination, that nobody in Iran, in the government structure of Iran, would be immune. And of course, Khamenei is at the very helm of it. He is not just a political leader, he is a religious leader. Israel very acutely aware of his significance, spiritual, political, and otherwise.
Noor, what can you tell us about the efficacy of Iranian strikes on Israel?
Well, Iranian strikes were quick, were swift, and they were consistent. And this is a bit different from what we saw in June of 2025, where we saw volleys that had hours sometimes separating them between one another. This time, throughout the day, the sirens hardly fell quiet. Just in the past 2 hours or so, we haven't seen sirens and warning going off to Israelis, telling them to head to the shelter or stay near a shelter. But that could be explained because as we speak, according to the Israeli army, the Israeli Air Force is attacking targets across Iran. In fact, there are some estimates that about 500 targets have been struck or will be struck by the end of the first 24 hours. So we're talking about a lot of ground, Iran, of course, being a very large country. The paralysis that Israel suffered from today with the state of emergency declared, with no schooling, no business, no activity taking place except for essential services, will have a cost. So how long this will take, how long this can be sustained, and how much the Israeli economy can continue to endure those losses, that's a different question for a different day. For now, the Israeli narrative is one of unity, one of supporting the Israeli armed forces in their strikes on Iran, and of willing to tolerate this price if, in fact, it does produce a regime change in Tehran.
Noor, thank you. Noor Ode there in Ramallah. Now, Iran has also been launching strikes on U.S. assets across the Gulf region. Iranian drones have struck several buildings, residential buildings in Bahrain's capital. It's unknown yet if there are casualties. Seen earlier in the day when a missile did hit Manama, Bahrain's capital there. Authorities say the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Kuwait International Airport was damaged in a drone attack launched by Tehran. Authorities said a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say that the situation is now under control. In the United Arab Emirates, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi have come under attack. One person's been killed in the UAE's capital. The Defense Ministry says, quote, it reserves the full right to respond to this escalation. A long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar was targeted by an Iranian missile. Sources telling Al Jazeera no injuries were reported and the government is assessing the material damage. Qatar's foreign ministry released a statement earlier about the ongoing attacks. Now it says this. The state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of this aggression in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizing that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risks of escalation. Well, Axel Zimovich is right here in Doha for us. And what is the latest? And that's quite a comprehensive reaction coming out of the Qatari government.
Well, that's true. It's mostly like in the lines of that everybody should exercise caution at this very sensitive times because the situation is far from being over. But mostly officials are urging public to stay indoors, to not to go to any unverified and unofficial channels, just to stick to the government advisory channels and just to follow these rules and make sure they stay indoors. But also when it comes about the situation itself, it's really calm in the past hour and so, I would say. And we haven't heard any attacks taking place on the skies here above us where we're standing right now. But that situation right now may be one of the reasons why the authorities have sent another alert to everybody in Qatar, the population here, that it's absolutely important to follow these instructions and stay indoors because We are completely unaware how the situation is going to unfold in a couple of next hours. And we also know that Qatari officials are expected to announce any further guidance to the population here. So we are waiting and to see how that's going to happen, when it's going to happen during the night.
What about the rest of the GCC? How have they been taking? Have they been as forthright as Doha has been in their responses?
Well, it's mostly about emergency measures taken. We've seen that the government, with the United Arab Emirates, they also send alerts to the population there, urging everybody to stay indoors. But also, we're hearing that the Ministry of Islamic Affairs in Kuwait, following that attack on the airport earlier today, that they advised everybody to stay indoors, but also they canceled congregational prayers, and which is a very significant step, because it's a very significant religious prayer during the holy month of Ramadan, and just seeing that being canceled at this moment is quite big and important step. This really goes to show how the governments across the region are trying to exercise caution, but also advising everybody to calm down and try to solve this situation, this conflict, through like a peaceful diplomatic channels.
Thank you so much for that. Now, Badr Al-Saif is an assistant professor at Kuwait University and an associate fellow at Chatham House, and he joins us from Kuwait City. Thank you so much for joining us. How does this all look from where you at the moment are sitting in Kuwait?
Well, whether I'm sitting in Kuwait or in any other capital in the region, look, we're entering an uncharted terrain. The way that the US and Israel have decided to escalate again within the year, second time within the year, does not bode well for the region. We were going off of a very promising trajectory in the negotiations, and they were being hosted and built into the US framework as well. So for this to be upended is unfortunately a blow on diplomacy.
And we can confirm that several leaders were killed, including one of the leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also one from the Supreme Council Minister, and also the Minister of Defense, and Hussein Jabal, who is the leader of the military operations, or the head of the military operations. Ali Shamkhani, counselor and advisor of Khamenei for security issues, Mohammad Shirazi, the head or the office manager of the office of Khamenei. The second targeting was a meeting of all the intelligence, or there was an intelligence meeting. Those who were trying to plan terrorist attacks against Israel and also to terrorize the population of Iran. Therefore, those who were killed in these meetings were trying to terrorize both the Israelis and the Iranians. We have killed several leaders today. Let's be clear. No one who's responsible for terrorism will be safe from the hands of Israel. Today, several Air Force planes have conducted one of the biggest operations, including 200 planes that have dropped more than 500 kilograms on several Iranian sites. We have also targeted several sites of the regime across the country. We have also targeted several places or sites in Iran in order to target the regimes, especially for the launching of missiles, and all these operations were successfully carried out thanks to our military and our pilots. There was also a cooperation and collaboration between the different relevant authorities of the defense in Israel, also with our counterparts in the United States. This is unprecedented. We have to clarify why we have launched this attack. There is a terrorist regime in Iran that is trying to destroy the state of Israel, and we have noticed and established that they are continuing to develop their nuclear program, and they are trying also to carry out a ballistic missiles program. So the operations that we have started this morning was inevitable, and we have to work on eliminating all those who are trying to destroy or threaten the state of Israel or its population. In parallel to these operations, we have also enhanced our internal front, and as the Major General has said, we are continuing and we are fully prepared to continue to work. We understand your fear, and we still have difficult and challenging days ahead of us, and we call you to show solidarity. You are our top priority, and I'm calling you not to show to stick to all the guidance of the defense in order to save lives. Let me remind you that you should not document or take videos of all the places or sites where the missiles will drop. This is very important as the military regime or the Israeli defense continue to work relentlessly. And our main goal and objective is the protection and the safety of Israel and its population. That's why many reservists are working together with our defense and soldiers. Everyone is mobilized within the different relevant authorities in order to ensure your safety and security during this war. I will keep you updated in this regard. Do you have any questions? Do you have any estimation on how long this operation would last? We have started this operation in order to remove a real threat to the state of Israel, and it can take any time it needs to take until we finish our operation and meet our objectives. Question: how long can you stand in front of these threats? Once again, we have to continue. We have to face all these threats, and we will continue to work as much as needed. And we reaffirm that our goal and top priority is the safety and security of the state of Israel and its population. Second point that is as important is that our Air Force is continuing to conduct several operations along with the U.S. Air Force in order to destroy the targeted sites in Iran. Third point is the responsible behavior that the Israelis should show, and also to respect and follow all the guidelines of the relevant authorities. Question: are there any possibility that Israelis could be targeted in other countries? We are ready and prepared for any possible scenario, whether inside Israel or outside, and we are ready to respond and retaliate for any possible operation or attack. Question: do you think that there is a possibility to attack or to target Iran? Once again, we are ready for all possible scenarios. We are closely monitoring the situation, and if there's any attack coming from there, we will also respond and retaliate firmly. And this is what we will continue to do. Thank you.
Well, there we go. That's Effie Defrin, the Israeli military spokesperson there, claiming that several of the top leadership of Iran had been taken out, as it were. Nourodeh is joining us now from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. We had Benjamin Netanyahu earlier on saying that the supreme leader had gone, but at the same time we've got Iran's Tasnim and Mehr news agencies saying that Khamenei's steadfast and firm in commanding in the field. So I guess we don't really know much more, do we?
No, we do not. And the Israeli army spokesperson talked about 500 bombs, talked about taking out the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And there is already some speculation that this supposed visual evidence that some sources said that Benjamin Netanyahu had received of Khamenei's death and Khamenei's body are not exactly corroborated, and some sources are not even sure that this evidence exists. In all cases, what we have are messages from the Israeli army that are very clear. Israel knows where to strike. It knows who it is striking. It is targeting all of the officials, all of the top leadership of Iran's government and Iran's military structure, especially the Revolutionary Guard. Now, this is a point that it shares with the United States. It says that it is in close coordination. The assassination attempts per se seem to be more focused on the Israeli side. And of course, we noticed there that the spokesperson of the army was asked about how long this can take. And he said it will take however long as it will take, and that the Israeli army is ready. This is really a very important question because it will come to haunt Israeli officials and spokespeople in the days ahead if this war drags on and if the cost continues to mount, because Israelis will need answers, especially given all of the positive remarks that they heard from their prime minister before 24 hours were over on the first strike against Tehran. If, in fact, Iran can prove that Khamenei was not killed, as the Israeli prime minister had alleged, this would be a very important setback in public relations term for Benjamin Netanyahu, who's usually very careful about his public appearances, who's known to be masterful in speaking to the press and in trying to create a narrative that will serve his purposes politically.
Noor O'Day there, joining us from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Now, you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran. Senior Israeli officials have told the Reuters news agency that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been killed. But Iran's state media and Tasnim and Mehr news agencies are reporting that Khamenei is, quote, steadfast and firm in commanding in the field. This is a satellite image that was captured by Airbus Defence and Space and obtained by the New York Times, showing an earlier strike on Khamenei's office in Tehran. An Israeli official has been quoted on state media warning of mental warfare following reports of the supreme leader's death. Well, Tawhid Asadi joins us live now from Tehran. Well, at least now we're getting some reaction, aren't we, Tawhid, about the condition of, or should I say, whether or not Ali Khamenei is alive or dead?
Well, actually, following the reports that we had from the Israeli sources, we can rest assured that according to the Iranian official sources, they are saying that these reports are not true. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier today came out to say that as far as he knows, quote unquote, Iran's supreme leader, as well as Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, as well as the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, and also the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, Ali Larijani, are all alive. This is what we heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister. Also, we've got the head of the public relations of the Supreme Leader's office coming out after these reports to say that actually he wrote on a social media post that this is part of the psychological warfare of the enemy. And also, we've got Tasnim and Mehr news agencies citing a source to say that Iranian Supreme Leader is firm and steadfast, and he is just in charge of commanding the battlefield. This is what we have so far. But still, we have to keep in mind, earlier today when I was reporting the places and the areas targeted, it was very important and worth mentioning here that Pastor neighborhood was targeted several times. And for our viewers, Pastor neighborhood is one of the, or I can say, the most politically important neighborhood in the capital. It houses the office of president, it houses the office of actually supreme leader, and also it houses two important military universities. So we had this reports and we saw that this area was targeted. But of course, speaking of the official statement from the country, we don't have any confirmation regarding the death of Iran's supreme leader.
Right, Toyota Sadi there, joining us from Tehran. I can report these are the skies over Doha at the moment. There have been several explosions, no impact yet that we can see. That is obviously one of our reporters from our Arabic cousins station.
messages under attack, but it has also exposed all Gulf states and Jordan in the process.
Yeah, Badr, I mean, the thing is, are we in danger of there being a deliberate escalation or even actually an uncontrolled retaliation cycle? Or even actually an uncontrolled retaliation cycle?
Indeed, all the cards are available. Everything is possible at this moment. If anyone comes to you with a clear formula of how this is going to move forward, they would be guessing. I think, as your reporter or one of your reporters mentioned, the contradictions in the U.S. administration, those contradictions are being lived as we speak today across the Gulf and the region. And it will take more escalation, I think, before we see some calm.
Right. I mean, the thing is, this is, at the moment, so far, just an air war. But, you know, if the end game is regime change, they can't do that purely by control of the skies. What do they need to do if they really do want that?
Well, look, air war, yes. But if you saw the reports, the latest reports about the maritime factor, we're hearing about the Hormuz Strait being closed by the IRGC. Whether that's confirmed or not is another issue. That could take us into an energy war in which, you know, supplies are being jeopardized, and that could also push a further strain. In terms of going on the ground, we've heard it from all the different parties, whether the US or Israel. They're counting on the people of Iran to rise up. But then again, this is the business of the Iranian people. They shouldn't be intervening in the wishes of what the Iranian people want. They should decide that on themselves.
Well, the thing is, how strong is Tehran and how strong is the government?
Look, we've seen the protests, which garnered a lot of people last month, and we've seen counter-protests that came in support of the current administration. So the picture is quite mixed in Iran, and as there are critics of the regime and the system in place, there are people who are, you know, recipients of or beneficiaries of the system. So that's why it's been kind of a logjam, trying to infiltrate and influence outcomes one way or the other.
Badr, thank you so much. Badr Al-Saif, an assistant professor at Kuwait University. Now, when asked about reports that Iran's supreme leader is dead, Donald Trump's been talking, and he just told NBC News that, quote, "We feel that is a correct story." So that's just something which is emerging. Mike Hanna may have more on this as he joins us again from Washington. Mike.
No, we don't have any further details on that. We just have that statement that was just been already made. President Trump apparently indicating that he believes reports that the Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed in these ongoing Israeli-US strikes. We can't give you any further details on that on this particular point. We're waiting to hear any further comment from the president on this particular issue and any other further reports from the administration as to whether or not the Iranian leader survives.
Thank you very much, Mike Hanna there. Let's stay in D.C. and get to Barbara Slavin. Barbara is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. How are you reading all this, Barbara?
Look, I'm waiting for confirmation from Iran that the supreme leader has died. I think there's a lot of psychological operations going on. But, you know, even if he has been killed, Iran has a plan for this. There will probably be a council that will be set up to run the country. It may already have been running the country as far as we know. I think the real question is, how does Donald Trump define victory? If killing the supreme leader is sufficient for him, he may just say, well, I won, and stop this in a day or so. That would be entirely characteristic. He can say that he achieved regime change, even if it's basically the same system in place. This is so much with him is theatrics. Of course, the Israelis are just enjoying an opportunity to hit everything they possibly can and degrade the Iranian regime even further. As we know, Israel loves targeted assassinations and will be brandishing the scalp of Ayatollah Khamenei, so to speak, if he indeed is dead. Will it really be a change? I mean, I wrote an obit for Ayatollah Khamenei about 4 years ago. I was just rereading it, and it'll be up on Foreign Policy shortly. This is a guy who stuck to an ideology long past its due date. He crushed so many possibilities for reform and peaceful change in Iran. So what will his successors do with what is left of the system? I mean, if they have any brains, they will reach out to their opposition within the country and try to build a system that can have some legitimacy and support within the country. That is more important than anything the United States does or Israel does. But it's a difficult thing to do when bombs are falling on you.
Well, absolutely. Barbara, I mean, look at it this way. We have, on the one hand, the loss of all the country's proxies. Then we've had those protests. We had an economy which has been tanking. And we've got inflation, which is through the roof. I mean, this government is looking shaky, is it not?
Absolutely. But, you know, this government, I mean, that's a broad term. The Iranians used to refer to the 1,000 families under the Shah. Well, there are 1,000 families under the Islamic Republic that will still be around. Do they become part of a new system? I mean, that's why I say, you know, even if Khamenei is dead, there will be a transition to something new. What happens to the IRGC? You have no guarantees about what comes next. But I hope and pray that the United States and Israel will stop this soon, because I don't think it's going to achieve anything positive. And obviously, it's rattling everyone in the region. It's time for Iran to begin to respond to this internally in a coherent and systematic way. And I just don't, you know, I hope there are messages that are being sent to what is left of the Iranian government about a way out of this.
I mean, literally, the studio here in Doha is shaking with the explosions taking place. Barbara around us. Tell me something. How should countries in this part of the world react to the Iranian, perhaps escalation or banging, or should I say, attacks taking place here? In fact, sorry, Barbara, I've got to interrupt you here because we're going to get over now to the UN Security Council very quickly.
We take it seriously. We believe them, and we act. Our objectives are clear. First, to eliminate the immediate threat posed by the Iranian regime. Second, to dismantle its nuclear program. Third, destroy its ballistic missile production and capabilities. Fourth, neutralize naval threats. Fifth, break the terror proxy network. Today, unfortunately, we have heard condemnations from some members of this council and from the UN Secretary General. That is hypocrisy. We all know when the real escalation began. It began when the Iranian regime armed proxies across the region, when it expanded missiles and drones, when it advanced its nuclear program in violation of all its commitments, and when it brutally slaughtered its own people. Now, Israel and the US act to prevent an irreversible and immediate threat, and the condemnation is immediate. Some call this aggression, we call it necessity. We call it survival. To the brave soldiers of the US, the IDF, our Air Force, intelligence and security services, you are defending our people with courage and resolve. You stand like lions. Our entire nation stands behind you. To the brave people of Iran, we stand with you. We admire your courage. Our war is not with you, but with the murderous regime that continues to plan attacks against us and has crushed the Iranian people for almost 50 years. History has taught us what happens when declared threats are ignored, when leaders openly call for our destruction and build the means to carry it out. We do not dismiss it. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. Since you're talking about regime change, can you confirm whether or not the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed and what happens next, if so?
We will continue to target the leadership of this radical regime, and we will do whatever necessary to enable the right conditions for a new future for the people of Iran and stability for the region. Thank you.
How long is this going to
As long as it will take to achieve the goals I just mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador, the Prime Minister told the Iranian people that he will let them know whether it's time for them to come on the streets. What's the end goal here for Israel?
I think everyone sees what's happening on the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you. Ambassador.
Well, there you go. That is the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, defending the actions that Israel has taken after launching strikes earlier on this Saturday against Iran. And we're just having a look at what cities in Iran were actually targeted in this joint military, joint military operation with the United States. Kulsum Sharif explains.
Israel and the U.S. have hit several cities right across Iran. Targets include as high as Bablusar in the north and as far south to the port of Chabahar. We've seen Qom come under attack, Isfahan in central Iran come under attack. Well, these are the big prominent names we've mentioned, but other areas have also been hit. Let's take a look at what's happening inside Tehran. Well, a high security area with the Supreme Leader's office. And right down here, this street is the Pastoa Street. It has the Office of the President, Office of the Iran National Security Council, and the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard's Intelligence Center. Here's what's happened. This satellite image shows the extent of the damage to the Supreme Leader's office and plumes of smoke that we are seeing. Reuters news agency has said the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran at the time of the attack. But the biggest casualty we're seeing is down here in the south, in Minab. Here's what's happened. A girls' elementary school was hit. The Iran foreign minister says children are among dozens of people who have been killed. Now, from this satellite image, we gather all these are houses. It's a residential stretch. And on this side, agricultural land. We're not sure why the school was hit and if there are any military installations around here. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will retaliate and has been retaliating by targeting U.S. military bases right across the stretch. So we've seen explosions that have been reported throughout the day. We've seen missile interceptions that have also been taken place. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will attack Israel and has launched missiles into Israel. Weeks of tensions, weeks of diplomacy, and weeks of military buildup has now resulted in this.
Well, indeed, Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. Donald Trump's been speaking again, this time telling NBC that he thinks that the Supreme Leader may well be gone.
Yes, in an interview with American media, President Trump has just said that we feel that this is a correct story, were his exact words in that particular interview. He then continued and added the sentence, most of Iran's leadership is gone. That's the view of the President of the United States. We haven't had any other confirmation from other administration officials or even claims as to this, but we've just heard from the President saying those particular words, that as far as he concerns, it appears that the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed in these ongoing strikes by the US and Israel. We've also had further briefings from administration officials who are repeating the allegation that Iran had stepped back during the negotiation process and pointing out as well that the ongoing strikes at the moment are aimed largely at the Iranian conventional missile facilities, saying that there was also evidence, the administration officials claim, that Iran was busy rebuilding those nuclear facilities, which the US claimed to have completely destroyed last year.
Mike Hanna there in Washington. Let's get to Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Nida Ibrahim joins us live from there. Nida, what is the latest? We're certainly having another attack take place in the last half an hour in Doha. What about in Israel and the West Bank?
We also had another wave of Iranian missiles that all at least one were, where they were intercepted, but at least one has made its way, according to the Israeli Channel 14, causing major damage in one of the buildings inside Tel Aviv. Now, where we are standing right now is a place that is overlooking the city of Tel Aviv and many other Israeli areas that were under attack, and we've seen the rockets fly above head. Also, we've seen the interceptors meeting them halfway, let's say, in the air. But all in all, when we talk about where we are right now in the occupied West Bank, there are so many Palestinians, but also there are the illegal Israeli settlements. And these settlements have been given so much protection when it comes to shelters, when it comes to places where people can stay in safely, but also in terms of the batteries, the interceptors that usually work to fend off or defend the citizens from the Iranian attacks. But at this point, as we speak, the Palestinians stay without any shelter whatsoever, and the interceptors are faced the other way to protect the Israelis and not the Palestinians. But indeed, from what we've been seeing today and tonight, it seems like this last wave has been the largest in terms of the number of missiles, and at least one of them has succeeded to not be intercepted and hit a building in Tel Aviv. According to the Israeli ambulances, they say that their teams have rushed to the area where the missile has fell, and they will be updating people. Okay, so we have an update from the Israeli media. They're saying at least 5 Israelis were hit in that latest rocket attack that targeted Tel Aviv. Again, Israeli media.
بالمواطنين والمقيمين والزوار بضرورة الالتزام بالإجراءات.
Citizens, the residents, to follow all the instructions and also to follow all the instructions that are being sent by the Ministry of Interior to stay at home and not to leave the house until unless there is an urgent situation, and also to avoid and stay away from any shrapnel, and to call number 999 in order to report this shrapnel. Also to receive the information only from official sources, not to post or share any videos of these attacks in order to cooperate with the relevant authorities. The Ministry of Interior affirms, in cooperation or collaboration with the relevant authorities, that we are working and we are fully prepared in order.
وغرف عمليات متكاملة تتابع المستجدات على مدار الساعة بما يضمن سرعة الاستجابة ودقة تنفيذ الإجراءات. كما تواصل الجهات المعنية أداء مهامها ضمن منظومة وطنية موحدة ترتكز على إمكانيات متطورة وخطط استباقية مدروسة بما يكفل حماية أمن الدولة وسلامة المجتمع ويعزز القدرة على التعامل مع مختلف التحديات بكفاءة واقتدار. وفي الختام نثمن تعاون ووعي المواطنين والمقيمين والزوار في الاستجابة للرسائل.
Well, you've just been listening to a press conference here in Qatar as the day closes, and more than 66 missiles have been fired at the state of Qatar, missiles and drones. James Bays, Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor, joins us on set. This is, in many respects, James, the worst nightmare for so many Gulf countries who bank on stability and security to develop their economic vision. And what we have is 66 missiles fired at Qatar so far, volleys of missiles that we could hear just moments ago. And of course, this situation not unique to Qatar, since other Gulf countries have also been targeted. And we just heard the press conference there telling everybody to shelter in place. And that remains, that will continue to be the case going forward until further notice, really.
And remember that all of these Gulf countries, it's different from a few years ago during the first Trump administration, but all of these Gulf countries had been urging diplomacy rather than the military track. But it's the military track that they now find themselves caught up in. This part of the world, as you know, is a centre for commerce, also for aviation. Flights coming in to Doha, flights coming into Dubai, flights coming into Abu Dhabi. No one is moving, not just the people here, but everyone who comes through this. This is a place that is a place of transit for so many people getting around the world, and so much disruption right now. And of course, the fears that that disruption is also entering the maritime realm as well, with the shipping that goes through the Straits of Hormuz. Although Iran hasn't formally cut those straits yet, and the Houthis are also threatening action in the Red Sea, I think the next phase potentially could be real economic problems, real global economic problems, some suggesting that Israel and the US decided to do this at a weekend because, of course, the markets aren't open, and we'll have to watch very closely what happens there on Monday.
James, stay with us. It's just 1 minute past 21 GMT, and you're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier. Let's bring you up to date. Senior Israeli officials have told the Reuters news agency that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been killed. But Iranian state media have denied any such claims. This here is a satellite image that was captured by Airbus Defense and Space and obtained by the New York Times, showing an earlier strike on Khamenei's office in Tehran.
يشير إلى سقوط إصابات حتى الساعة 5 إسرائيليين على الأقل في الهجوم الصاروخي الأخير الذي استهدف.
We start with the statement of...
This morning, in a powerful surprise attack, we destroyed the compound of the dictator Khamenei in the heart of Tehran. For 3.5 decades, this cruel dictator who terrorized the world with the scorn of his people and who worked tirelessly without a care on the plan to flatten Israel. This plan is gone, and there are many signs that this dictator is gone too.
We're live in Tehran, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Doha, the UN headquarters in New York, and in London. First, though, we go to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. So, Mike, I'm going to ask you the same question I need to ask this hour to several of our correspondents, and that is about Ali Khamenei. What are you hearing on your end? Given what I just said, that Israeli sources have told Reuters that he has been killed.
Well, what we've heard from President Trump, who's been giving interviews to American media, and these are his exact words, "We feel that is a correct story," says President Trump, reports about the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. He then goes on and adds, "It seems that most of Iran's leadership is gone." That's his exact statement there. He's also commented on the fact that the leadership is decimated, that the people who were in charge are no longer so. So from President Trump's view, these reports coming out of Israel originally are indeed correct. He believes that they could be correct. We haven't heard anything directly from administration officials as to this exact matter, but what we do have is that comment in the last few minutes from the American president.
All right. So the U.S. President Donald Trump thinks that Iran's supreme leader has indeed been killed. I will say once again that Iran denies this. They say this is psychological warfare and that Ali Khamenei is steadfast and in command of Iran at this time. I want to go to Nida Ibrahim now. Nida, you're joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and we've just seen a volley of missiles over the skies of Tel Aviv. What have you seen? What do you know?
Yes, we've seen the interception of these missiles overhead as the latest wave of Iranian-led attacks have made their way here. According to Israeli media, one building has been hit severely by one rocket that was not intercepted by the Israeli interceptors. And according to Israeli media, they say that 5 Israelis have been injured as a result of this attack that was not intercepted. The Israeli ambulance has said that they've rushed to the location to try and treat the injuries that have been resulted from there. We don't have any official confirmation of that yet, but we know that these issues are treated with a lot of secrecy, as we've seen in the previous war during the 12-day war last June, when Israel has been keeping a lot of information at bay, not allowing Israelis to share anything on social media, to share anything on Israeli media, because they want to kind of limit what information goes out to the public. They have been saying that part of this war is psychological, and that's why they want to maintain the spirits of the Israelis when they're subjected to this attack, and kind of try and keep the nation united against this latest response, Iranian response on Israel.
Tawhid Asadi, you're in Tehran. Now, we have seen Iran just in the last few moments launch volleys of missiles at both Qatar and Israel. What do you know on your end?
The latest lines are coming from IRGC, coming out in a statement about the continuation of what they called Operation True Promise 4, phases 3 and 4. And on that, they are saying, and I'm quoting the statement that we just received from IRGC, they said that naval base in the port of Haifa, as well as the Ramat David Air Base, as well as the Ministry of quote-unquote wars facilities, as well as Beit Shemesh Military Industry Settlement and Ashdod Military Industrial Center were all targeted by the Iranian new actually phases of retaliatory response to actually the Israeli and American campaigns of the strikes. This is what we know from the Iranian side, but the rhetoric also from Tehran over the past few hours, and I can say over the past weeks, is that in case of any attack, the Israeli territories are going to be quote-unquote our legitimate targets. This is what we hear from the Iranian side, and as the stakes are high, we are expecting further continuation of the Iranian retaliatory response for the hours down the road.
All right, Tawhid, thank you very much. Let me bring it in now to the studio. Ali Hashem has joined us. Ali, thank you very much. It is late here, but we need your expertise. Look, in the last few moments, we have seen missiles fired at Israel, not just fired. At least one has hit Tel Aviv. We also saw volleys of missiles fired at Qatar. So that's 66 total for the day. We've never seen this. The region has never seen this.
Well, in fact, what the Iranians are trying to reflect right now is that there is a high price for the war on them. So it's going to be a regional war. At least this is what they're trying to say. And it's what...
Ali, respectfully, let me jump in. Sorry, we have the UN Secretary General who's speaking at the headquarters in New York. Antonio Gutierrez, let's listen in.
For the maintenance of international peace and security. Article 2 of the Charter clearly states, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. International law and international humanitarian law must always be respected. That is why, since this morning, I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran. And I also condemned the subsequent attacks by Iran, violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world. Let me be clear, there is no viable alternative to the peaceful settlement of international disputes. Lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means, including genuine dialogue and negotiations. Mr. President, second, the facts. The situation on the ground is very fluid. There are many unconfirmed reports. Here is what we know. About 20 cities across Iran.
All right, you're listening to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. James Bays, you were a UN correspondent for the longest time. You're a diplomatic editor. You had an idea, I think, of what Guterres was going to say.
Yeah, and he's saying things that I think have always mattered. They are the principles of the UN Charter. They are international law. But sadly, the UN Secretary-General is saying things and people are not listening now, and they've not been listening for some years now. In fact, he's sounding like a broken record. But for the record, he has just said what the US and Israel did is illegal under international law, under the UN Charter, and what Iran has done in response, targeting the countries in the Gulf, also a breach of the UN Charter. A very clear declaration from the UN Secretary-General of international law. It's getting forgotten in all this, but clearly it's important.
Everyone's sovereignty being violated here.
Everyone's sovereignty being violated. And, of course, if you look at how this started, it was Israel and the US that started it. And he's saying that's a clear breach of Article 2 of the UN Charter.
What are we going to see today at the UN? Because you gave me a list of speakers earlier. This has been an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council that has been convened. They never get together on a Saturday evening. I mean, I know that sounds trivial given what's happening, but it just shows you the level of emergency because they do not typically do this.
Not normal for them to meet at the weekend unless it is an emergency. You are going to hear all of the ambassadors speak on the situation and their views on the situation. What I think is going to be interesting is that you are going to hear certainly the Europeans be very, very careful with their language. Yes, they're going to say they want to return to stability, they want the violence to stop, but none of them are going to criticise Trump. Bahrain happens to be the Middle East country on the Security Council at the moment. I think you can expect to hear Bahrain itself has come under attack. No criticism there. They are very, very wary of doing anything to upset President Trump. Another example, Pakistan currently sits on the UN Security Council. Normally, when Israel is involved in some sort of action, say against Iran, Pakistan would be among the first countries to object. But right now, Pakistan has a good relationship with President Trump. It has its own conflict going on right now with Afghanistan. I expect there'll be only a few countries that are actually going to raise the issue of international law, but they're important ones. They include permanent members of the UN Security Council, Russia, which of course many will say is breaching international law as well because of the war in Ukraine, but also the other big power in the world, China.
So we have the wheels of diplomacy turning in New York. Unclear what the result of that will be. I mean, we expect countries to stake out a claim and to make their positions known. No action, though, right?
No action. I mean, what is interesting is that the world had no say in this at all. This is an operation that President Trump is doing with only one other country, Israel. He's got none of his allies around him for this military operation. You look back at the previous military operations that we've seen from the US, big ones against Iraq in 1991 and 2003. 1991, they built an alliance of 42 countries. 2003, they spent the best part of a year trying to get the world on board with the UN Security Council. They never got it in the end.
There's an alliance of two countries here.
An alliance of two countries. And remember, in those previous examples I've given you, Israel, although it supported the US, wasn't included as an ally because it was seen as too toxic to actually have them involved. And of course, they're the only country the US can rely on right now.
Ali Hashem, important questions that need to be asked right now about Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Okay, we're following multiple things at once, diplomacy in New York at the UN headquarters, and a real question mark over who's in charge in Iran and the fate of the supreme leader.
Well, absolutely. The Israelis are kind of showing certainty with respect to the fate of Ali Khamenei. On the other side, from the Iranian side, we're hearing from the foreign ministry and from different sources within the system that that's not true. However, there's no picture. Neither the Israelis are presenting a picture, neither Khamenei is producing a sound recording or a video, for example, to prove life. Now, regardless of this, within the system in Iran, there are these procedures that allow the system to continue even if the head is gone.
Are we sure of that?
Well, yeah, because the first thing, according to the Iranian constitution, the 111, it says that immediately if the leader is dead, then there is a council of three, the president, the head of the judiciary, and a third cleric from the Guardian Council who will be running the country. This is immediately. And given the fact in the last war in 2025, there was a lot being said about the killing of Khamenei, and there were 3 attempts on his life during that war. Khamenei at that time appointed 3 clerics to run the country in case of his death. So these things are already in place. And that's why it's clear till the moment that the command and control in Iran was not interrupted. At least the last time it was like 13 hours till Iran started retaliating in this war. They started retaliating immediately. And it was clear that there is a plan. They know what they're doing. So for now, what we can say, regardless of Khamenei being dead or being alive, the system continues.
Let's bring in Sultan Barakat, a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. Sultan, we have just been addressing the issue of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The U.S. President Donald Trump has just told U.S. media that he believes the information that first came from the Israelis, according to which he was no more, that he had been killed in an attack, Trump believes that information, as we speak, to be correct. Now, again, to be very clear about this, we don't have facts, we don't have confirmations. What we have are Israeli officials saying that to press agencies and the U.S. president saying he thinks that's right, and the Iranians, to complete this loop, the Iranians saying it is wrong, and Ali Khamenei is very much alive and in command of the country. The question to you, following off what we were just saying with Ali Hashem here, is if Ali Khamenei has indeed been killed, do you believe that the structure of the Islamic Revolution and this government, as it is currently constructed, remains in place with simply somebody else taking the place of Ali Khamenei?
Well, I actually think this is going to be the closing act of probably the longest and the most sophisticated covert operation that has ever been conducted in recent history. Israel has been working on this even before 2023. And one of the reasons they were caught on the back foot with Hamas on the 7th of October is because the intelligence, the Israeli intelligence, all their figureheads and people were busy working on the plan to undermine Iran and Hezbollah. And I think Iran has been totally compromised in terms of state structure. The Israeli intelligence is absolutely everywhere. Since last June, the Iranians have tried their best to counter some of that, but I don't think that has been sufficient. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Ayatollah is actually killed. And the choice of the timing of the operation was done specifically to do that, to kill him personally. This is, I know it sounds a bit like speculation, but really putting the dots together over the last couple of years, the Israelis have been absolutely determined to undo the Iranian regime. And of course, Trump also feels very emboldened after his success or relative success or perceived success in Venezuela. And now he feels very much that decapitating the regime is the way forward, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are already within that regime leaders who are being lined up to take control. The issue here is not just about Israel's security, and you can see, for example, the way the United States is doing all it can to protect the Israelis in a huge contrast to what they're doing for the Arab states. The issue is also about limiting the energy supplies to China. And I think that is something, again, we must keep in mind, link it to what he managed to do in Venezuela before. His plan, it goes way beyond just the Middle East. And
Sultan, pause there for a second. Pause there because that is interesting, and we'll put a pin in that. It's something I was going to bring up later on this hour, but you have touched on this fact, which is very true, that Look, Iran is a major supplier of energy. They produce about 4.5% of the world's oil. To anybody who thinks 4.5% is not a lot, it is. It is a lot. And their main supplier is China. And you touched on the fact that Venezuela similarly had China as a big buyer of their oil. So now the U.S., in the space of 2 months, has hit, possibly crippled, 2 countries that supply oil to China. And I do think that is notable.
Potentially more, because if the Hormuz Strait now is closed, all the other suppliers from the Gulf who are now fueling China will be affected. So I think
20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, and it doesn't go to the United States. It goes majority to Southeast Asia and to China in particular. And I think also we need to link the dots between the recent visit by Modi to Israel and the timing of this attack. And unfortunately, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, the fact that now Pakistan is engaged in this total nonsensical war with Afghanistan makes the environment very suitable for Israel to, as I said, to join the final act in this covert operation that's been going on for some time.
So, Stan, stay with us. The Qatari Defense Ministry has held a joint press conference with the Interior Ministry and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Let's listen in.
ممثلي وسائل الإعلام المختلفة.
The media, distinguished guests, peace and blessings be upon you. We welcome you at this joint press conference that is organized by the relevant authorities in light of the latest updates and in order to provide the public with detailed and exact information from the source, and also to enhance the cooperation between the different state authorities in dealing with the latest updates. In this briefing, Major General Abdullah Khalifa Al-Miftah, Director of Public Relations at the Ministry of Defense, will speak, as well as General Nasser Mohammed Al-Kbaisi, Acting Director of the Directorate of Moral Guidance at the Ministry of Defense, and Mr. Ibrahim Al-Hashmi, Director of Media and Communication at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The speakers will provide an official briefing on the measures that have been taken, as well as the efforts exerted and the latest updates within the framework of the joint work framework aiming at providing and aiming at ensuring the security of the state. Now we start with the Major General Abdullah Al-Kbaisi, the representative of the Ministry of Defense. In the name of God, the most merciful, the statement of the Ministry of Defense, with the grace of God and the work of the Defense of Ministry of Defense, we have successfully intercepted several waves of ballistic missiles carried out by the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as several drones that have targeted several areas in the state of Qatar. The ministry also affirms that the armed forces have intercepted 65 ballistic missiles and 12 drones carried out by the Islamic Republic of Iran in the form of several waves. The first interception of the missiles happened at 11:39 a.m. today, Saturday, February 28. The Ministry of Defense points out that dealing with this threat has been immediate in accordance with the operations that have been prepared earlier, and we have been able to successfully intercept 63 ballistic missiles and also 12 drones before they reached their targets or sites. However, given the repetitive waves and the different directions, 2 ballistic missiles have reached reached the Udeid base, and also one drone targeted one of the early warning radars without any human casualties. The Ministry of Defense insists that the Qatari armed forces has all the means and the capabilities in order to protect the sovereignty and protect the territories of the state, and also to be able to defend from any outside threat. The ministry also reassure all the citizens and the residents and the visitors and ask them to follow all the instructions of the coming from the official sources and to avoid any rumors, and also to trust the official sources. May God protect Qatar, its emir, and its people, the residents of this country, and peace and blessings be upon you. Thank you, Lieutenant Mohammed Al-Kbaisi, the representative of the Ministry of Defense. Now we call Sultan Al-Hashimi, the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You have the floor. In the name of God the Most Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest terms these ballistic missiles attacks and consider this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement that it reserves its full right to respond in accordance with the international law and with the Charter of the United Nations, and in proportion of the size of the attacks, in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its highest interests. The state of Qatar has and still is one of the those who call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and has also considered that a frank dialogue is the best way to resolve conflict through diplomatic and peaceful means, and also to avoid any escalation or instability in the region. However, the continuous targeting and attacks against the state of Qatar is against any good neighboring policy and cannot be accepted. Qatar has also always stayed out of any conflict and has always played the role of the trusted mediator that has always tried and exerted efforts in order to facilitate dialogue between the different conflicting parties in order to serve the interests and the stability in the region and the world. The new attacks against Qatar does not reflect any good intention, and also is undermining the good bilateral relations wherein at times when the region needs more dialogue and open and clear channels. Qatar also condemns the violation of the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the UAE, and Jordan in this Iranian violation and attacks. And Qatar stands in solidarity with all the sisterly countries and support all the measures that will be taken to secure or ensure their security. The state of Qatar express condolences to the victim from Pakistani origins and to their family as after he died in Abu Dhabi because of these attacks, and also express its condolences to the state of the to the UAE and also to the Pakistan, and also stresses that trying to target civilians in a direct or indirect way is considered as a violation of all the international humanitarian law and can never be accepted under any circumstances. In conclusion, the state of Qatar calls for immediate cessation of any escalation and to go back to the negotiation table and to continue to work in order to contain this crisis, in order to protect the interests of the countries, and also to avoid any escalation that could have grave consequences on the region and the world. And we pray God to protect Qatar, its emir, and the population. And peace and blessings be upon you. Thank you, Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashmi, representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And now we give the floor to Major General Abdullah Al Khalifa Al Miftah, representative of the Ministry of Defense. In the name of God, the most merciful, I welcome you to this joint press briefing. And first of all, I would like to send my regards to my colleagues in the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and to reaffirm our coordination. And also, I welcome all the members of the media, the national and international media, and we thank you for conveying the exact and thorough information during these circumstances. Since the beginning of these attacks against our state, the Ministry of Defense has worked in order to provide a response, a comprehensive response in coordination with the relevant authorities in order to ensure public safety and the safety of the population. And also the Ministry of Defense would also relays the official information. We share with you the following. We have sent several alerts or warning alerts in which we have ensured that the situation in the country is stable, and we were able to successfully intercept the several attacks. And also we have called the population to only get the information from the official sources and to avoid rumors, and also to avoid any suspicious objects or shrapnel or debris, and to immediately report it to number 99 by calling 999. And also we have activated the early alert messages that have requested from the citizens and the residents to stay at home and not to leave unless for extreme urgency until the danger is gone. And as we continue to update or to get updates from the ground, we have continued to work with the relevant authorities, and we have reported 144 shrapnel across the country, including in the northern, southern, and central areas, and the number of casualties amounted to 8 people. 4 of them are in the hospital. 1 of them is heavily injured, and we wish them all speedy recoveries. There are other 4 injured that have already received the needed treatment and left the hospital. In addition to the material damages in both public and private properties, we invite all the citizens, the residents and the visitors to follow the safety instructions, and also to stay alert and to follow all the instructions, to commit to the early alert or to the alert messages, not to leave the house unless for urgency, not to get close to any suspicious object or a shrapnel, and to immediately report it to 999, to only receive and to follow information from the official sources, not to post or share videos of the attacks in order to avoid any legal accountability. The ministry, in cooperation with the relevant authorities, affirms that we are working at a heightened state of readiness using very advanced systems for early warning, and we have several command and control rooms that are trying to work around the clock in order to provide the needed information in timely manner. We continue to work within a joint framework that is relying on very advanced systems, and also several plans in order to ensure the security of the state, and also to be able to deal with the different challenges in an efficient manner. In conclusion, we value the cooperation and the awareness of the citizens, the residents, and the visitors, and the respect of the early warning messages. And the Ministry of Defense affirms that it will take all the needed legal measures against all those who are sharing wrong or false information or trying to spread rumor. May God protect Qatar, its emir, its residents and citizens. Thank you, Major General Abdullah Al-Miftah, Director and the representative of the Ministry of Defense. We thank also the members of the media for being here. Thank you. We arrived to the end of this press briefing. Thank you.
Well, it's past midnight here in Qatar, and you've been listening to a press briefing from Qatari authorities. Now, on Saturday, Iran fired at least 66 missiles and drones at the country, and we got confirmation just now that an early warning radar in Qatar has been hit by a drone. Al Jazeera's Axel Zaimovic is in the capital, Doha. Axel, is Qatar still being attacked as we speak? Because just before I walked into the studio, I was hearing the loud booms, and that was only about 20, 30 minutes ago.
Well, it seems that these attacks coming from Iran are coming basically in the form of several waves. But what we're seeing right now is a relatively calm situation. Well, compared to what we saw earlier today, this morning and this afternoon, wave upon wave of Iranian missiles and rockets coming towards Qatar. Targeting the American, the U.S. Military installation here, one of the largest here in the Middle East. And we heard not long ago Qatari officials saying and confirming, as you just said, that 66 missiles were fired, 12 rockets were down. But also we're hearing that 8 people have been injured by the falling debris, and they have been treated in hospitals. So this was the situation. How the day unfolded is the rockets were fired like in the morning, and then Qatar's air defense systems were immediately activated. And as you heard from the officials, they said that every single projectile was successfully taken down. And throughout the day, we've seen that, these attacks have been going on. Then relatively calmness, and again another wave maybe a few hours ago where we heard probably the largest explosion so far. That could be due to proximity to the city center, and we've seen between 15 or 20 missiles being intercepted, but obviously Qatar's Air Defense Ministry deployed a Patriot system taking these missiles down. But right now the situation, according to the official, is still safe, but they are urging the public, the population in Doha, to exercise maximum caution, to follow official channels, to stay indoors, and not to take any unnecessary journeys.
Okay, Axel, thank you very much. Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, what's the latest on Iranian attacks on Israel?
Well, we can say that the intensity of the Iranian attacks is increasing indeed, because we've been noticing just in the past hour since we started the live broadcast from here, more than 3 waves that we've noticed. And just in the past few minutes before I started talking to you now, Cyril, we've seen one intercepting missile going up in the skies to intercept one of the Iranian missiles. Now, according to the Israeli ambulance, they say that 21 Israelis have been injured. 16 of them are in simple injuries, but we're talking about 2 of these injuries who have been reported to be in a difficult condition, critical condition, and we are waiting to see more information from the Israeli ambulance service. But it seems to be a difficult night for Israelis that we're looking at, given that it's nighttime right now, that we're hearing a lot of sirens, we're hearing much more waves of Iranian attacks coming our way. Again, the reminder, as always, is that while Israelis have the batteries pointed to intercept missiles and to protect them, while they have sirens and shelters to go to, Palestinians do not have that privilege, living under Israel's occupation. They have no place to go, nowhere to go, and they are really just watching and seeing how this war is going to affect them as well, given the fact that the Israeli raids did not stop, and 1 Palestinian has been killed near Hebron today in an Israeli raid. Settler attacks did not stop either, Cyril. So we're talking about a situation where Palestinians fear that they are already under Israel's military occupation and very heavy grip of that occupation. But now they are facing also these attacks, these Iranian missiles, and have nowhere else to go.
Neda Ibrahim reporting there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. I'm just being told that the U.S. President, Donald Trump, has now said that Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, is indeed dead. This assessment coming from the President of the United States. I'm going to take this now to Ali Hashem and James Bays. This is the information we have right now, that the U.S. President is saying, okay, moments ago when we started this show, the quote from Donald Trump was, I believe that that is accurate, that being an Israeli assessment of Khamenei's death. What Trump is now saying is different. He has upgraded his assessment to Khamenei is now dead. Ali Hashem. Ali Khamenei has run Iran for almost 4 decades. He is the embodiment of the Islamic Revolution. He is the second supreme leader that Iran has ever had. We don't know for sure. Now, let's assume this is true, okay? We don't know for sure what happens in Iran once Ali Khamenei is confirmed dead.
Well, whenever Iran is going to announce, just in case this is true, because till the moment, as we were saying, the Iranian sources are denying that the supreme leader has been killed. And now we just saw a tweet on his account on Twitter, on X. Now, just in case this is confirmed, immediately the system is going to move the power to a council of 3, the president, the head of the judiciary, and a member of the Guardian Council. This is according to the Iranian constitution. Then the assembly of experts, in case they were able to convene, will have to elect a new supreme leader.
But this is all if that's how the system is designed to work.
Yes.
But we don't know. The point I'm making is that the system is now being tested, perhaps like never before. We don't know whether those who are supposed to elect a successor to Khamenei will be able to convene. We don't know whether the system will be able to. You know what I'm going to do? As is so often the case now, this information comes on Donald Trump's social media accounts. So this is what he posted 2 minutes ago on Truth Social. Khamenei, all of this are direct quotes, it's on your screens. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing that he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC, military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, quote, now they can have immunity, later they only get death. This is a long message, so bear with us. Hopefully, Trump continues, hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness that it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of, capital letters, peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world, exclamation mark. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. Mike, this was posted 2 minutes ago. What information did you have just before this came online? What information did you have on your end? What are you hearing from your sources, whether it's the White House, whether it's the State Department, or whether it's the Pentagon?
Well, we had heard President Trump say publicly in an interview a short while ago that he believed that the Ayatollah Khamenei was indeed dead. And he said as well that he believed that a large number of the Iranian leadership had also been killed. But now we've got that full statement on Truth Social, which you just read. So you've got all the details of that particular statement, making very clear that the President of the United States believes that the Ayatollah Khomeini is dead. Also noting at the end of that statement the comment that the heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted through the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective. Now, earlier in the day, President Trump was talking about the possibility of these strikes lasting a few days and then returning again should Iran continue its nuclear development program, as the US claims that it has been doing. But in the same interview, he also said that he could last as long as it takes to take over everything. So not very clear in terms of the president's mind whether there is a timeline in this, whether there's an off-ramp to this conflict. But now we see as well the president doubling down in that Truth Social posting, confirming reports that originally originated in Israel that the Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed in these strikes, along with a number of other senior Iranian leaders.
Mike Hanna, thank you very much. I want to take this to James Bays. James, a long statement. What is your first impression of this?
Well, my first impression before this statement, when we had Trump just speaking about this, was perhaps Trump was repeating what he'd been told by the Israelis, and it was the same Israeli chatter and the same one unconfirmed source. But now you've read out that long, very carefully drafted statement. Someone thought about that, someone wrote it carefully. Yes, there's some Trump flourishes in there, but it's a very well prepared statement. That certainly the way that would normally work, and the Trump administration doesn't always work the way that previous administrations have, is that would have gone through the US intelligence community. That would have gone through the CIA. There are a total of 18 different intelligence agencies in the United States. And they would, one would have thought, normally have to have quite a high degree of confidence before putting that out. Because remember the stakes here. President Trump set this as the goal of this operation. He made it clear he wanted to remove the supreme leader. He wanted people to rise up and take over control in Iran. That was the bar he set himself. So if he is wrong about this, then he's going to, it's not going to look very good.
It is 21:46 GMT, and I'm going to remind all our viewers just joining us of what we've found out. Minutes ago, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, posted a long message on his social media, Truth Social, saying that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a nemesis of the United States, is now dead. Those are the words of Donald Trump. The message goes something like this: he is dead. This is justice. The words of Donald Trump. This is justice for all the people whom he has hurt. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and our tracking system. And Donald Trump frames this as a chance for Iranians to take back their country. You see the message there on your screen, to take back their country. Donald Trump also says two more crucial things. He is hearing that the IRGC, that is Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, that are really the military backbone of this system, of the Iranian Islamic Revolution. He's hearing, he says, that the IRGC may no longer want to fight. Remember that Donald Trump this morning, when he declared war on Iran, had said lay down to addressing the IRGC, and all of Iran's law enforcement and security forces had said lay down your weapons and you will get immunity. He is saying that that may be happening, his words. And he expresses hope that the police, IRGC, and law enforcement will now side with the Iranian population, all of this again in Donald Trump's framing, and take back their country, but that the U.S. bombing on Iran will very much continue throughout the week. That is the substance of the message by the U.S. president. Your thoughts, Ali?
Well, the statement is clear from the American side, from the Israeli side, very certain. And the amount of certainty that we are seeing from the Israelis and the American gives us indication, very strong indication that this has happened. Till the moment, we don't have a voice from Iran coming out and saying this is not true, at least what we heard from the foreign minister, that the supreme leader, as far as he knows, is alive. Then the spokesperson to the foreign ministry also stressed that the supreme leader and the president survived the attack. according to sources on the ground I'm talking to, they're saying that the supreme leader is alive. Now, over here we have two conflicting accounts, but the amount
Shall
of
we tell our
certainty...
viewers this is absolutely to be expected in a situation like this? Like, you absolutely expect in a war like this, one side to say, to claim victory, whatever victory that might be. In this case, it is the killing, according to Donald Trump, of the Iranian supreme leader, and the other side to completely deny it. And usually it takes a few hours, sometimes more, by the way, sometimes days, for the dust to settle and for us to get certainty. This is normal.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why we cannot come out with a conclusion. What we can is just to report what Trump is saying and what Netanyahu is saying on one side, and on the other side, they're denying it. So,
and as somebody who covers Iran, you have many times been in the position where there has been a source or there has been information that Ali Khamenei had been killed, and the question was put to you, and you'd had to exercise caution.
On several occasions, there were reports of Khamenei being dead, but also on other occasions. Now, this is not the occasion of a leader being killed. For example, when Qasem Soleimani was killed, just like...
Former head of the IRGC.
Former head of the Quds Force.
Of the Quds Force.
And a very influential commander in Iran. In just like a couple of hours, he was announced dead. Now, in 2024, when the president's plane crashed, the helicopter, May 2024, along with the foreign minister, it took them some time to announce, but we were all in the situation to understand that there is something happening because the plane crashed and there's no news. But now, what they are saying till the moment is that he is safe.
Denial, strong denial from the Iranians.
Now, is this because we are in the middle of a war and the Iranian government or the system wants to preserve the morale and all these things? This is another.
I want to go straight to the Iranian capital, see what we can find out from there. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. Tawhid, on your end, what are you hearing?
Well, on my end, what I'm hearing from different sources is quite contradictory to this very recent strong statement by the U.S. President Donald Trump, who came out with a significant amount of certainty about the death of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. First, it was the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi coming out to say that, quote unquote, as far as he knows, the Iranian Supreme Leader, as well as the President, as well as the Secretary for the National Security Council of the country, Ali Larijani, and the Speaker of the Parliament are all alive. This is what we heard earlier from him. Also, we've got the head of public relations of Supreme Leader's office saying that, following these reports, saying that these are sort of psychological warfare from the enemy. And also Iranian official news agencies such as Tasnim and Mehr News are all saying that Iranian Supreme Leader is firm and steadfast, commanding the battlefield. These are the reports, but added to that is that earlier today, or now I should say yesterday, we witnessed the Pastor neighborhood being targeted several times by this campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis. And for our viewers, this is the neighborhood that key important facilities and of course places politically speaking are located, such as the office of the Supreme Leader, as well as the office of Iranian President, as well as two important military universities, and these are critically important, seeing the very recent reports that are coming. And of course, speaking of the official statements, I can say denial is the gist of the matter when it comes to these reports. But previously, back in June, when we had a sort of similar situation following the initiation of the first day of the attacks, we've got very immediate reactions, very immediate confirmations about the deaths of very, very important figures, such as the head of IRGC.
Tawhid, I'm going to have to jump in because I'm seeing the United States ambassador to the United Nations speaking right now in New York.
With a nuclear weapon. As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives, hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region. Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger. The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That principle is not a matter of politics, it's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions. This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all uranium enrichment-related and reprocessing activities, invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter and adopting a legally binding resolution. When Iran failed to comply, this council followed with Resolution 1737, imposing mandatory sanctions, including bans on nuclear-related materials and technology, asset freezes on key individuals and entities linked to their nuclear program, and establishing a sanctions committee. Subsequent resolutions, 1747 in the year 2007, expanded arms embargoes and asset freezes. Resolution 1803 in 2008 tightened restrictions on dual-use goods and calling for the inspections of Iranian cargo. Resolution 1835 in 2008 reaffirmed the need for full compliance. And Resolution 1927 in 2010, which was the most comprehensive, banning ballistic missile activities, tightening the conventional arms embargo, targeting the IRGC and shipping lines, and prohibiting new Iranian banking relationships, built a robust multilateral framework to curb Iran's nuclear and missile pursuits. These measures, again, adopted under Chapter 7, represented the world's collective judgment that Iran's actions posed a threat to international peace and security. And despite numerous opportunities for an alternative path, Iran remained defiant. And the Security Council decided on September 19th of last year, 2025, to restore these measures, snap back sanctions, sending a clear message that the world will not acquiesce to threats and half measures, and Tehran would be held to account. On top of these actions by the UN, American diplomacy was attempted repeatedly and in good faith. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, our special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, were relentlessly dedicated to diplomacy. But diplomacy cannot succeed where there is no genuine willingness to cease aggression, where there is no genuine partner for peace. As President Trump said today, and he spoke directly to the Iranian people, he said, quote, "To the proud, great people of Iran, I saw tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. The entire world has witnessed the regime's wholesale slaughter of innocent civilians. The sad irony is that this same regime will attempt to lecture us today about human rights and the rule of law. Its presence here in this council makes a mockery of this body. But where the UN lacks moral clarity, the United States of America will maintain it. Indiscriminate and unprovoked attacks by the Iranian regime today against our regional partners, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and others, reinforce precisely why such actions are necessary. The regime has not only struck military assets, but civilian infrastructure as well. Those who stand with us must know that their security is not negotiable. The safety of our allies is not conditional. It is assured. The bottom line is this, colleagues. Our allies and partners can count on the United States and can count on President Trump. Colleagues, peace is not preserved by appeasing those who threaten it. Peace is preserved through strength in the face of terror. History has taught us that the cost of inaction is far greater than the burden of decisive action. And our president, President Trump, has taken that decisive action today. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the UK Presidency for convening the Council for this urgent meeting following the latest developments in the Middle East. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his statement. Today's developments are deeply concerning and pose the risk of further destabilizing an already volatile situation at a time of heightened tensions in the Middle East. Mr. President, let me reiterate our deep...
It is 22 GMT. You are watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier, and here's the very latest. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, is dead. In a Truth Social post, Trump said that President Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, he wrote, but for all great Americans that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing that he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. We have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., in Tehran, in Ramallah, that's in the occupied West Bank, at the UN headquarters in New York, where that Emergency Security Council meeting was just taking place, and also here in Qatar's capital, Doha. Starting now with Mike Hanna, who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Mike, what are you learning on your end? We are minutes removed from Donald Trump writing and posting on his social media that Ali Khamenei is dead. What are you learning?
Yes, well, earlier, President Trump had made a couple of scattered comments to news media saying that he believed that the feeling that the Ayatollah Khamenei was dead was correct. But in this very carefully drafted statement, it would appear that he is now convinced that that is the case. And I stress again that this is a carefully drafted statement, one that is not just thrown out in a matter of minutes. So it has been worked on by President Trump and his staff. So they would appear to be convinced that this is indeed the case. There's no indication what the source of President Trump's intelligence is. But from that statement, that very lengthy statement, he makes very clear his belief that the Ayatollah is dead, along with a number of other senior Iranian leaders, and also implying that the Revolutionary Guard is about to turn their backs and maybe join those protests which President Trump has been encouraging. Just one other thing, it's important for us and our viewers to note that the Ayatollah Khamenei 25 years ago made a fatwa against production and development of nuclear weapons, declaring it to be haram, that is forbidden. So if indeed the Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed, the one person who was adamantly and publicly, as that fatwa made clear, against the production and development of nuclear weapons is now dead. So we are still awaiting any form of confirmation from the Iranian side on this, but that is what we have from President Trump posting on his social media.
Mike, I'm going to get the perspective from Tehran, find out what Tauhid Asadi knows. Just before I go to Tauhid, though, hold on. Mike Hanna, do you know anything, just very briefly, about a possible press conference or public address to the media or to the nation coming from the White House today, or not at all?
Well, the short answer to that is no, I do not know. But what I can tell you is that the White House has formally set a lid on comments and on photographs, so it would appear that there will be no public statement from the president in the course of the evening.
Okay, this is what we know minutes after 2200 GMT. Mike Hanna, thank you very much. We'll come back to you before long. Let's go to Tawhid, who's in Tehran. So, Tawhid, you heard that. On one side of this story, we have the President of the United States saying that the Supreme Leader of Iran is now dead. What are you hearing and what do you know?
On the other side of the story, we have got this entirety of statements coming from Tehran based on the very gist of the matter that these reports are not true. First, this was the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in an interview saying that as far as he knows, the Iranian Supreme Leader, as well as other important officials of the country, such as the President, the head of actually the Secretary of the National Security Council, as well as the Speaker of the Parliament, are all alive. Also, we've got the head of public relations of the Supreme Leader's office saying that this is part of the psychological warfare, quote unquote, by the enemy. And of course, we've got other sources, such as at least 2 members of parliament, saying that these reports are false. And speaking of the news outlets, the official news outlets such as Tasnim, which is closely affiliated with IRGC, and also Mehr News Agency, we've got reports that these actually statements now coming from the U.S. president in a very strong way are not true. But also, on the other hand, yesterday, when the campaign of strikes started by the Americans and Israelis, Pastor neighborhood was one of the areas which targeted, and as I told you earlier, Cyril, it is a very politically sensitive and important actually neighborhood, since it houses the actually office of the Supreme Leader and the office of Iranian president. And I saw a considerable presence of security forces following the initiation of these strikes in the vicinity of that area. This is what we know so far, but still, as Ali was mentioning, this is not going to be the end of it. Of course, we can rest assured that if that happened, it is the reddest red line that the U.S. could have crossed. So there might be really tough repercussions ahead in case that happens. It's going to be a game changer if that happens. But still, we know that, speaking of the mechanisms, basically there is this clear process defined by the Article 111 of the Iranian Constitution, which paves the way for a trajectory. First of all, there is going to be a council of 3 people: the Iranian president, the head of judiciary, and also 1 member of the Guardian Council for a short period of time, taking care of the leadership of the country. And then the Assembly of Experts, or what we call in Persian Majlis Khebregan, are going to actually have meetings to actually appoint the next leader of the country. But I think it's a little bit early, despite this announcement by the U.S. president, to jump into any definitive conclusion about the fate of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as right now we don't have any official confirmation regarding these reports that are coming from the Israeli and American side.
Yeah, it is 1:35 a.m. where you are, I beg your pardon, Tawhid, so well into the night, and Iranian authorities have been saying it is a full denial that they are giving to Donald Trump's social media post saying that the Supreme Leader is dead. They're saying that is not true. They're saying that Ali Khamenei is in charge of Iran, and he's very much in command at this hour. Tawhid, thank you very much. I'll let you work your sources. U.S. and Israeli strikes that began on Saturday have continued into the night. Iranian media, citing the Red Crescent, say at least 201 people have been killed and more than 700 injured in Iran. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. Tehran retaliated with a series of strikes targeting Israel and U.S. military assets across the Gulf region. And this was the scene earlier in Tel Aviv, where the ambulance service reported more than 20 people have been injured in an Iranian attack. The Israeli military saying air defenses have intercepted dozens of missiles. Nida Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. What's the latest where you are, Nida?
Well, as of 20 minutes ago, the Israeli command, the Israeli entity that is responsible for telling Israelis what to do in terms and during these emergencies, have told people they can leave the shelters, but they can stay close to them. But the latest we've heard from the last strike that hit Tel Aviv is that the Israeli ambulance is saying that 21 Israelis have been injured, 16 of them suffered minor injuries, and 2 have suffered critical conditions. Now, Israeli media is talking about one Israeli woman that has been killed as a result of this attack. Of course, this is yet to be confirmed from medical sources, but indeed, this would be, if confirmed, the first death since the operation started in the early hours of Saturday around 8 a.m. local time. We are now after midnight, and while the skies might look calm for now, that's not the situation in the Israeli cities that are bracing themselves for a difficult night. And indeed, since it became darker here, we've noticed the intensity of the Iranian missile increasing, but for now it has been subdued. But again, the Israelis have been bracing themselves for a difficult night, and this news of this latest strike that one rocket at least has hit 2 buildings and the interceptors failed to thwart it is indeed a big deal when it comes to this war, and this would be the first announced rocket that the interceptors have failed to intercept.
And Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you very much, Nida. Sina Azodi is the director of the Middle East Studies program at George Washington University. And Sina, you're joining us from Washington, D.C. So as we speak, at this very moment, we have one very big claim by the U.S. president that Iran's supreme leader is dead. And we have one very forceful denial by Iran saying that Ali Khamenei is not only alive, but very much in command of the country. Your thoughts?
Well, I think everybody will use the piece of news for their propaganda purposes. Iranian and each side has very strong incentives to make that claim. And unless we see some sort of evidence from the Iranian side, if there is a speech from Khamenei, or if from the Israeli or the American side, they said they have claimed, at least the Israelis have claimed that they've seen a photo of Ayatollah Khamenei's body. Unless there's some evidence released to the public, everything is speculation, and even the Secretary General of the UN has not confirmed it yet. There is a good chance that he might be dead, but again, everything is right now speculations. Everybody makes strong claims, and we would have to wait and see for the evidence to draw conclusions.
What if he is indeed confirmed dead? He has been running Iran and governing Iran for 37 years, and he is the ultimate decider for all of the country's most important issues. What if Donald Trump's social media post turns out to be accurate?
Well, if it is accurate, the Islamic Republic's constitution has procedures for this. That there will be an emergency session of the Assembly of Experts, a body that was designed to appoint the next supreme leader. In the case that that Assembly of Experts, for any reason that does not meet to appoint the next supreme leader, we have to keep in mind that the Islamic Republic in the past year, since the June 2025, has been preparing for this eventuality. And there was a report last year that Ayatollah Khamenei has nominated 3 candidates to succeed him should anything happen to him. So from my perspective, even if the claim by President Trump is accurate, I don't believe that we should expect a regime collapse or a political vacuum at the top, because the Islamic Republic has been preparing itself for this moment.
So both the U.S. and Israel seem to be relying on the idea that they are going to strike at the very top of the Iranian state, which is what they're saying right now that they have done. They're going to do that, and then they're going to rely on an Iranian popular uprising to, in their words, take back their country. Right? That is how both Trump and Netanyahu have presented their entire endeavor as relates to Iran. Do you see a popular uprising as a possibility in the next few hours and days?
The footage that I've seen from Tehran is that a lot of people are cheering, a lot of people are happy. We have to keep in mind that Islamic Republic just killed thousands of Iranian people a month ago. So I don't think that he will be missed. But I don't think that air campaigns bring regime changes. We have yet to see people rising up to and coming to the streets to try to bring down the Islamic Republic. For a matter of fact, when bombs start to fall, people tend to take shelter, not any democratic movement. That is my expectation, and this is something that history teaches us. During World War II, this is what was happened in Serbia, in Iraq in 1990s. Air campaigns are effective tool of destruction, but they're not effective tool of regime change or coercion.
What about the claim by Donald Trump just minutes ago in his social media that some members or some parts of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps currently want to stop fighting, have immunity, and essentially, I won't say side with the U.S. because the U.S. president didn't say that, but at least stop fighting the U.S. What about that claim?
I'm not really sure. I have yet to see any evidence that senior commanders of the IRGC or political officials have defected. I have not seen that, but I am sure that some people, even some of the people within the IRGC, perhaps the lower mid-ranking, lower ranks, are dissatisfied with whatever is happening in the country, the economic situation, water crisis, multitude of crises that Iran is facing. But I still believe that the senior commanders are still loyal to the Islamic Republic because they think that if the regime collapses, their safety might be endangered.
So the question remains about the stress test that this all poses for the Iranian state structure, right? You explained to us, as did our correspondent earlier, that there are procedures in place for this. Of course, the supreme leader was 86. There have been rumors about his passing previously, and there has been recent reporting that he had named multiple possible successors to prepare for the potential that he either would be completely out of communication or killed, because he knew, as many of us in the region saw coming, that there would be probably a war between the U.S. and Iran. So the system was indeed prepared for appointing a successor. But right now, the system is under immense stress, and it is under continued and relentless bombardment by the U.S. and Israel. And so the question that poses is, can the system survive this stress?
I believe that it will. And my reference is right at the beginning of the Iranian Revolution, when the Islamic Republic came to power, it survived political assassinations. The president, the prime minister, members of the parliament were assassinated. Even there was an attempt on Khamenei's life where he lost mobility in his right hand. At the time where it was fighting a total war with Iraq from 1980 to 1988. So you're talking about a system that was born into a revolution, survived an 8-year of total war, political assassinations, and economic warfare by the United States. So from my point of view, the system is quite resilient, but I will also say that one of the rules of international politics is that anything is possible. We may wake up tomorrow and the Islamic Republic is gone, but I believe that it's quite unlikely because, as I said, the system is quite resilient. And in this case, since June 2025, they've been preparing the system for such an eventuality.
All right, Sina Azodi, thank you very much for joining us on the Al Jazeera NewsHour. Marwan Bashara is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. And Marwan, you're joining us live from the Qatari capital here in Doha. As we speak, Marwan, we don't know exactly what reality we face. Donald Trump is describing this current moment as one where the Iranian supreme leader is dead, and the Iranians are saying, no, he's not. Where do you see this going forward, given the uncertainty that we're in right now?
There's uncertainty about his death, but there's certainty about his importance in Iran since the revolution. You could say that there is no more important name since 1979 than Ali Khamenei, not only because he himself has ruled in one capacity or another for the past 47 years, but in fact, after being president from sort of 8 years in the 1990s, he became the supreme leader and presided over 6 other presidents. The centrist Rafsanjani, the 3 reformers, if you will, Khatami, Rouhani, and lately Pezeshkian. And he certainly also presided over the 2 more radical ones, and that is Ahmadinejad and Raisi. So you could see the man presided in the beginning and then became the supreme leader that presided over 6 other presidents. So there is no more important character in modern revolutionary Iran than Ali Khamenei. So to speak of his death or of his survival is, of course, key to the future of the revolution and its survival within this war, because it will mean a lot to the psychology of those who are fighting now for the revolution against the United States and Israel.
Marwan, what do you think of this, what sounds like a plan that both Netanyahu and Trump have presented, that they are going to strike some key and strategic targets in Iran, and they're going to continue to do so for a few days, and then they hope, and they're calling on the Iranian people to go and, in their words, take back Iran. What do you think of that entire idea?
Well, I think it's incredibly dangerous and somewhat reckless, and it's, of course, a huge gamble. You know, we already had in the past 20 years, Cyril, 3 attempts at regime change in the Arab and Muslim world. One against in Afghanistan. That was done with the United Nations Security Council resolution, and we've seen the United States kick the Taliban out, create a new government, train the security forces, but of course 20 years later, the Taliban are back in power. So it was a huge fiasco. Then we had, of course, the 2003 Iraq. America got involved for regime change, invasion, occupation, without UN Security Council resolution. It bombed, it invaded, it occupied. It was a huge disaster as well, lost several thousand soldiers, trillions of dollars, and of course, hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died in the process. And then there was Libya. In Libya, there was a UN Security Council resolution, but it wasn't for regime change. It was for responsibility to protect, meaning to protect the Libyan people from Gaddafi, who wanted to kill so many. And then eventually it led to a regime change, not by American interference or European interference on the ground, but by bombing, decapitating, and then telling the Libyan people that they could basically rise against their leader. What happened was an implosion within Libya that continues to suffer divisions and violence, tribal politics, and so on and so forth ever since. So I think the idea here in Iran will probably resemble most what Obama did in Libya, which is bomb, 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 and then expect the Iranians to change the system. Now, there's one other example that tells you how reckless this was, and that was in 1991, after the United States bombed the hell out of Iraq in order to undermine Saddam Hussein, it asked the Iraqis to revolt against the Saddam Hussein. And many, especially the Shiites and the Kurds, revolted against Iraq. But America abandoned them in the hands of Saddam Hussein, who bombed, and killed countless people amongst them back in the 1990s. So the idea to say to people, rise against a regime that remains to be internally strong in a security level without really any responsibility whatsoever, that means this could lead to a civil war in the country. There's a gamble, it's quite reckless, and it could be quite tragic moving forward.
Marwan, how do you assess day one of this military campaign, this attack against Iran by the U.S. and Israel?
Well, of course, it was a shock, but hardly a surprise, right? It was a shock because the negotiations were going well. There was a breakthrough of some sort, at least that's what the Omani mediator said, that the Iranians presented, economic, energy, and nuclear proposals that were actually new. But the Americans decided to answer that with a war. So clearly it wasn't because of breakdown in the talks, it was because of a breakthrough. And hence, it's quite cynical, from the start. This war was born in sin. It was born in sin. No international law, no UN Security Council resolution, no congressional resolution within the United States itself, and no popular support in the United States. I mean, at best, it could be somewhere between 20 and 30. Apparently, the latest figure was 21% of the American public support this war. So, unlike, for example, the 2003 war, it was illegal, but it was popular in the United States, at least in the beginning. So this war was born in sin, and it's illegal, illegitimate, this, that, and the other thing, despite what we've just heard from the American ambassador to the United Nations. The bombings, of course, is something very similar to what we've seen in the 12-day war back in June last year, in the sense that now that the Iranian defenses are down, basically destroyed, the Americans and the Israelis can bomb anywhere they want freely. Basically, they have a free hand to bomb anywhere in Iran. And the only Iranian response you have is what we've seen today, is launch those missiles. They launched against Israel and against what they conceived to be some of the American bases in the region, and they ended up bombing a good number of their Arab Gulf neighbors. So this has been a major escalation within just the past less than 24 hours. We've seen the region get engulfed. We've seen serious bombing within Iran. We see, of course, the assassination, apparently, of several dozens of major Iranian defense and political leaders within the country, and it's only the first day. So you can imagine if this is going to be more of that for days, weeks, and months to come.
Marwan Bashar, Al Jazeera senior political analyst. Thank you very much, Marwan. Now, the UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting in response to the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Gabriel Elizondo is live with us from UN headquarters in New York. What's happening at the UN, Gabe?
Well, we're about 90 minutes into this emergency meeting, a very rare emergency meeting that's being held on a weekend here at UN headquarters in New York. We expect to hear in the next few minutes from both the ambassadors from Iran and from Israel. That should be in the next few minutes or so. So far, we've heard from the Secretary General as well as many of the Security Council members. The Secretary General saying in his remarks at the beginning of the meeting that he regrets that negotiations were squandered, making reference to the fact that there were still talks going on between the parties, and even referencing that more talks were planned in the coming days in Vienna. Secretary General also clearly condemning the United States and Israel's attacks on Iran, saying they're a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law, but also the Secretary General saying that it's a violation of the UN Charter on what Iran is doing in its response as well. Now, Iran most likely in their comments are going to frame this much differently. Iran's ambassador has said, or their foreign minister has said in a letter to the Secretary General that we received, said that Iran's response is in line with the UN Charter in terms of self-defense. Aside from the Secretary General, we also have heard from Russia, China, as well as Bahrain, which is a member of the Security Council, an elected member of the Council, clearly has a stake in this and spoke on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, the GCC countries, and said it rejects Iran's justifications for violating the sovereignty of several GCC countries. So this is the sense that we've been seeing here so far, but it'll be interesting to see what the Iranian ambassador has to say, as well as the Israeli ambassador, who we'll also be hearing from shortly.
Absolutely, and we will be carrying that live on Al Jazeera. Gabriel Elizondo, thank you very much. Thomas Warwick joins us now live from Washington, D.C., and Thomas is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, a former U.S. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism Policy. I'd like to ask you what you make of the justification for this war. Donald Trump put out a speech some hours ago, just as the first strikes, U.S. strikes on Iran, were being conducted. It was an 8-minute video, and he listed absolutely every grievance that the U.S. has ever had against Iran going back 50 years, if not more. What do you make of the reasons that Donald Trump gave for starting this war?
Good evening to you and to your viewers. Ramadan Kareem to everyone. Actually, those weren't grievances. Most of those were acts of terrorism or war. And that's an important distinction. A grievance is when a country imposes a tariff that another country doesn't like or has a trade dispute. But Iran has been carrying out, either directly or through its proxy armies in other countries, numerous acts of violence against the United States and its allies. As President Trump and Ambassador Waltz just said, this goes back to the founding of the Islamic Republic in 1979. And in fact, what President Trump said and what Ambassador Waltz said very explicitly is the United States has had enough. It is not going to tolerate Iran's continued lawless behavior, and the fact that international law was doing nothing to stop Iran from carrying out these repeated violations is one of the reasons the United States felt
Thomas, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're going to go straight back to the United Nations Security Council.
Members of this body, in a blatant double standard, disregarded the flagrant act of aggression committed by the U.S. and Israel on Iran and condemn Iran for using its inherent right to self-defense under UN Charter. Mr. President, this morning, the United States regime jointly and in coordination with the Israeli regime initiated an unprovoked and premeditated aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the second time in the recent months, while deliberately attacking civilian populated areas in multiple large cities of Iran where millions of people reside. As a result of this brutal armed attack, hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured. The aggression and atrocious crime of the United States regime and the Israeli regime and the deliberate and persistent targeting of civilian infrastructure are going. In addition to the numerous civilian residential buildings, the aggressors have also targeted a school in the city of Minab, Hormozgan province, killing more than 100 children. The number of innocent civilians continues to rise. This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. Yet today, once again, the representative of the United States, through a regrettable pattern, has attempted to distort facts and rely on misinformation to justify the blatant aggression of the United States and Israel against my country. The facts, however, are unequivocal. The justification advanced by the representative of the United States today are illegal and entirely devoid of legal foundation. The baseless allegation invoked to defend this unlawful use of force have no standing under international law. The invocation of preemptive attack claims of imminent threats or other substantiated political claims cannot legitimize aggression. Such claims are unfounded legally, morally, and politically, and they contradicted the clear principles of the Charter of the United Nations. I also categorically reject the assertion made by the representative of France, the United Kingdom, and certain other Western members regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. These claims lack a factual and legal basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the Israeli regime have openly claimed responsibility for this act of aggression and have explicitly articulated regime change as their objective, an unmistakable admission of their intent to violate Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The President of the United States has falsely described this aggression as necessary to neutralize an imminent threat to the American people. This is nothing more than a deliberate attempt to mislead the international community and the US public opinion and manufacture consent for unlawful war. Similarly, the representative of the United States has cynically sought to mislead this Council, yet history provides ample documentation that the foreign policy of the United States has repeatedly relied on unlawful force, covert intervention, and political manipulation to alter the governments of other member states. This record is well established. The reality is clear and undeniable. What is taking place today against my country by the United States and the terrorist regime of Israel is a blatant act of aggression, a full-fledged violation of international law. No justification, no accusation, no narrative of disinformation can legitimize or excuse this manifest crime and aggression. Mr. President, we have communicated on several occasions with this Council and the Secretary General about warmongering statements and interfering actions in the internal affairs of Iran by the President of the US in a blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and called for the Council action. Regrettably, all were unanswered. The issue before the Council is straightforward. Whether any member state may, including a permanent member of this Council, through the use of force, coercion, or aggression, determine the political future of another state or impose control over its affairs. International law and the Charter are explicit on this matter. Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter categorically prohibits the threats of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following points. 1. What is occurring against my country is a clear act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel war today is not merely a war against Iran. It is a war against the Charter of the United Nations, a war against international law, and a war against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for over 8 decades. As the Charter affirms, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from a scourge of war. The Charter, adopted in 1945, is founded upon this fundamental principle. Members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack. The military aggression carried out by the United States and Israel satisfies none of the criteria of lawful self-defense. Accordingly, the action of the United States and Israel constitute a manifest violation of Article 2, a peremptory norms and a fundamental principle of international law accepted by all member states. Neither the Charter nor international law recognize internal matters of states as justification for the use of force by other states. where this otherwise no international legal order could endure, the rule of law would be replaced by the rule of force. 2. In responding to aggression and large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms. 3. Iran remains firmly committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighboring countries. Under no circumstances will we target the sovereignty, people, or interests of our neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. Our legitimate response have been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the hostile government of the United States that operate beyond the control of the host states. Priority has been given to the targets that diminish the aggressor capability and capacity to continue its malign actions. We had previously and formally conveyed this warning to the Secretary General and the Security Council. 4. Despite continuous U.S. hostile policy, we were sincerely and seriously pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to reach a just, fair, and sustainable agreement. Yet, for the second time in the midst of the negotiation, the United States betrayed diplomacy and resorted to force and launched an attack against my country in blatant violation of Charter of the United Nations, presently interfering in Iran's internal affairs. They are even calling on the people to riot against their own government. The recent record of the United States toward Iran is equally clear. Since January 2025, the U.S. administration again reinstated the hostile approach, including the policy of so-called maximum pressure and economic strangulation through sweeping sanctions. The General Assembly has repeatedly voted by overwhelming majorities against such unilateral coercive measures. The objective of these illegal measures has been transparent, unconditional surrender. Despite repeated warning by Iran to the Secretary General and the Council regarding serious violation of the Charter by a permanent member, the Council has regrettably failed to discharge its primary responsibility, allowing the erosion of the rule of law in favor of the rule of force. 5. Just as the Israeli regime succeeded in dragging the United States into the quagmire of war with Iran, the United States, in turn, is deliberately seeking to expand the scope of the conflict by exploiting its bases in the Persian Gulf region. The hostile U.S. government dream of swallowing Iran and forcing the Islamic Republic of Iran into submission will never be realized. This war, before being a contest of military equipment and advanced technologies, is a battle of wills, and in that battle, the Islamic Republic of Iran will prevail. Furthermore, the Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to diplomacy and negotiation. However, it will never submit to pressure, coercion, or force. Diplomacy has rules and principles. It cannot coexist with aggression. 6. The duty of Council members is to defend international law and specifically the Charter. They are not called upon to judge the political system of states, nor to determine whether military aggression or economic siege leads to freedom or domination. Expression of concerns and empty condemnation are not sufficient. The Council must act. Pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter, the Security Council must immediately determine the United States and Israeli regime have committed an act of aggression and demand the immediate cessation of its unlawful use of force, including any explicit or implicit threats against Iran, and require binding assurance of non-repetition. Affirm that the United States and Israeli regime bear full international responsibility for all materials and moral damage inflicted upon the infrastructure and facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and are obligated to provide full reparation. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with a simple and undeniable truth. Israel and the United States have attacked Iran. They have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations. They must be held accountable. So long as this aggression continues, Iran will continue to exercise its inherent right of self-defense firmly, proportionately, and without hesitation until the aggression ends. The Security Council must act now and stop this act of aggression immediately. Silence is complicity in this crime. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Mr. President, for 47 years, the Islamic regime in Iran has led crowds in chanting March Bar Israel, March Bar America. Mr. Iravani, do you want to translate these chants? Your leaders have been chanting it for years in public events, in your parliament. March Bar Israel, March Bar America. They mean death to Israel, death to America. Israeli and American flags were painted on roads so they could be trampled. Our flags were burned in public squares. This is not the anger of a radical fringe. It is state-sanctioned hatred. And while those March Bar chants echoed, uranium was enriched, centrifuges span, missiles were built, facilities were buried deep underground. It was never just empty rhetoric. It was preparation for action. But today, alongside our ally, the United States, we act to stop it. Israel stands before you today, having acted with the United States to confront and stop an existential threat before it became irreversible. The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse. We did not act of aggression. We acted out of necessity because the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. We thank President Trump and acknowledge the close cooperation between Israel and the US, which has brought the alliance between our countries to an all-time high in peace and in war. Let us be clear about what we are confronting. This regime has built nuclear weapons in blatant disregard of international law and UN resolutions. It has brutally murdered its own citizens and crushed dissent. It's happened now as we speak in cities in Iran. It has expanded missile arsenals and armed proxies across the region. It has openly declared its intention to erase Israel from the map. Now, as it faces consequences, it is launching missiles and drones across the region, endangering the UAE, where a Pakistani citizen, unfortunately, was killed. Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq. As we speak, in the last hour, a rocket targeted the city of Tel Aviv. Civilians, they don't target military bases. Civilians struck a building in Tel Aviv. An innocent woman was killed and 21 people were injured. This is a regime that destabilizes wherever it reaches. It spreads violence outward while crushing freedom at home. It is not reacting, it is expanding. It is a machinery of radicalism that does not recognize borders. Mr. President, diplomacy was exhausted. Iran was required to stop enriching uranium, stop heavy water projects, stop developing nuclear-capable missiles, and allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. Instead, it fortified its nuclear facilities so we cannot get to them, accelerated missile production, and continued to fund terror. Since the last operation in the summer, they spent billions on their proxies. The resolutions were clear. The strategy was just as clear. Delay, delay, delay. But we will not be played. And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us, to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. No responsible nation should. This operation is guided by clear objectives: eliminate immediate threats, dismantle the nuclear program, destroy its ballistic missile production, neutralize naval threats, break the proxy network that destabilizes the region. The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran, in line with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. Our forces stand ready to stop extremism armed with nuclear weapons. To the soldiers of the IDF, our boys and girls, my son, my daughter, we salute you. You stand like lions defending our people. An entire nation stands behind you. We have heard the condemnation from few member states, from the Secretary General. But we all know that escalation did not begin today. It began when Iran armed proxies and exported terror, expanded missiles and drones, advanced its nuclear program in violation of its commitments, turned on its own people, beating, imprisoning, executing. Where was the outrage of the UN? Where were the consequences? Now, Israel acts to prevent an irreversible threat, and the condemnation is immediate. This is the definition of hypocrisy. Some call this aggression. We call it necessity. We call it survival. Mr. President, history has taught us never to ignore those who openly call for our destruction. When a regime says it will destroy Israel, when it chants death to Israel, when it promises to wipe Haifa and Tel Aviv off the map, we believe it. We genuinely believe it when we see those hundreds of ballistic missiles that they are launching to Israel. We believe the threats. We do not ignore them. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Now let me address the brave people of Iran. You are not our enemies. This operation is not directed at you. It is directed at a regime that has silenced you, imprisoned you, and invested in missiles and uranium while your economy suffers. You deserve better. It is this regime, the Basij, the Revolutionary Guard, who have dragged your country into isolation. The world does not fear a free Iran. It fears a radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and driven by extremism. Your future should not be defined by those who chant for death. As President Trump has said, the Iranian people deserve dignity, security, and the chance to shape their own destiny. We are thinking about you. You are seen. You are not alone. The future of Iran belongs to its people. We stand with you. Mr. President, this week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim. Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. The story of Purim happened more than 2,500 years ago in the same place. In ancient Persia, an evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide. But Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward, she spoke up, she acted before it was too late. That is the lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson, it is a modern one. Last week, I stood at the gates of Auschwitz with dozens of UN ambassadors. We stood in a place that shows what happens when radicalism and extremism grows and no one stops it in time. Before the Holocaust, some leaders, serious leaders, believed that they could calm aggression with concessions. They were completely wrong. Giving in did not stop evil. It strengthened it. Winston Churchill understood what Queen Esther understood long before him. When destruction is declared and weapons are being prepared and assembled, leaders must act, not later, now. Today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that same lesson. For decades, the Iranian regime has built missiles, enriched uranium, armed proxies, and spread terror far beyond its borders. This regime is not only Israel's enemy. It is an enemy of stability, an enemy of every peace-loving nation. In this joint operation, Israel and the US are acting together, not because we see conflict, because we refuse to ignore declared destruction. We are stopping extremism before it becomes unstoppable. We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. I will now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Majed A. Abdulaziz.
Well, we just heard the Iranian and Israeli ambassadors to the United Nations speaking one after the other. Two diametrically opposed views there. Iran saying that the war launched by Israel and the U.S. was an act of aggression. The Israeli ambassador saying that they acted out of necessity to stop the Iranian threat because, in his words, quote, diplomacy was exhausted. Joining me in the studio is our diplomatic editor, James Bays, and Ali Hashem, who has reported extensively from Iran. James, this is one of the key questions. When we look back on this moment and we ask, why did this war start? There are two very, very different versions here about where negotiations were before the war began. Were they progressing or were they failing?
And the US and Israel said that negotiations were going nowhere. You heard the Israeli ambassador there say diplomacy was exhausted. That is not what the Iranians are saying, but what's absolutely key is it's not what the neutral mediator is saying either. That was Oman. They've been mediating this process before last year's attack in June. Oman has been involved all the way through this. The Omani foreign minister went on US television just before the war started and said, peace is within reach. We've made a breakthrough. That breakthrough was on the enriched uranium and stockpiles. Apparently, Iran would agree never to keep a stockpile of that uranium that could be used for a bomb. The Omani foreign minister said that's something that was never achieved in the previous nuclear deal under Obama in 2015. It could have been a breakthrough. That, I think, is a key piece of evidence.
Ali, and I'm going to have to ask you to keep this brief. Sorry to do this to you, because this is actually a big question. As we speak, Donald Trump says that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead, has been killed in an attack earlier today. Would that be a game changer if that turned out to be true?
Well, given the fact that President Trump, among his main objectives was to get rid of Ayatollah Khamenei, if this is true, of course, this is going to be a game changer for the Americans. However, how is it going to play inside Iran? How is it going to play within the establishment in Iran? This is a big question, because now we are dealing with the unknown. And actually, it's more than an unknown. It's unknown. So we don't know how things are going to develop for the coming days, whether the Iranians are going to admit he is killed or not, whether he is going to appear, and then this is going to change the whole story. And in case he is killed, then what is going to be the next step, not only with respect to the establishment inside and choosing a replacement to the leader, but also to how this war is going to reach an end game.
Ali Hashem, thank you very much. Now, it is 2300 GMT. You're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier, and here's the latest. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead. In a Truth Social post, Trump wrote, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. And this is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing that he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Well, we have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., in Tehran, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, at the UN headquarters in New York, where an emergency Security Council meeting is taking place. Let's go to Mike Hanna, who is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Mike, what are you learning on your end?
Well, we heard that lengthy statement from President Trump saying that he was convinced that the Ayatollah Khamenei is indeed dead, saying as well that a large number of the Iranian leaders have also been killed in these ongoing attacks, also indicating some form of timeline, saying that the U.S. will continue its operations along with Israel as long as is necessary, also insisting that some members of the Republican Guard may be disillusioned with the leadership and may be joining civilians in the streets. But this would appear to be wishful thinking on the side of the U.S. administration at this particular point. But we do have that statement from President Trump earlier in the day. He'd been making similar statements to various media outlets. Now he went down on Truth Social, putting out that lengthy statement confirming that, in his view, the leader of Iran is dead.
All right, Mike Hanna reporting from the White House. Thank you very much. Tawhid Asadi now joins us live from Tehran. What are you learning where you are? What are Iranian authorities saying about this?
Well, the truth of the matter is that the entirety of the statements that we are hearing from sources in Tehran is quite contradictory to the claim put forth by the U.S. President Donald Trump about the death of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We've got Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi coming out earlier yesterday in an interview to say that as far as he knows, the supreme leader of the country, as well as the Iranian president, the secretary for the National Supreme Security Council, as well as the speaker of the parliament, are all alive. Also, we've got this from the actually head of public relations of the office of the supreme leader, who also wrote on a social media post that these are actually psychological warfare by enemy. And also the official or state-related news agencies are saying that these reports are not true, and Ayatollah Khamenei is steadfast, firm, commanding the battlefield. This is the entirety of the statements, and added to that also we've got at least two members of the parliament saying that the reports are not true. So quite contradictory to what we hear from Washington. Tehran right now, the gist of the matter is in Tehran is based on a denial of these reports. Meanwhile, also, we have to keep in mind, Cyril, as I told you earlier, I was covering yesterday, in the areas in the vicinity of Pastor neighborhood, we heard sounds of massive explosions several times. And for our viewers, Pastor neighborhood is the vicinity in which is the area and vicinity of which actually the office of Iran's supreme leader, as well as the office of Iranian president, as well as some military headquarters and universities are located. So we are dealing with an uncertain situation. But from what I can say from Tehran, there is no official confirmation in that regard. Of course, it is a big game changer if the news is true, and there are going to be obviously repercussions down the road. It's going to be the red line that the United States could have passed, and on that we are expecting an announcement if that happens, whether they confirm or come out with something like a video or footage showing that the reports are not true.
There's still major uncertainty right now there, with a claim by the President of the United States that the Supreme Leader of Iran has been killed, and a forceful denial by the Iranians, as Tawhid was just reporting from the Iranian capital. Now, U.S. and Israeli strikes that began on Saturday have continued into the night. Iranian media citing the Red Crescent say that at least 201 people have been killed and more than 700 have been injured in Iran. Iran has closed its airspace and cut mobile phone services. And Tehran retaliated with a series of strikes targeting Israel and U.S. military assets across the Gulf region. This here was the scene earlier in Tel Aviv, where the ambulance service says at least 20 people have been injured in a strike on a residential building. The Israeli military says air defenses have intercepted dozens of missiles. Nida Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, the Iranian attacks on Israel were continuing late into the night. What are you seeing now?
Well, we can say that just in the past hour or so, it's been relatively calm. Yes, we've been hearing Israeli warplanes hovering overhead. Yes, we've seen an alert for a suspected drone near Eilat in southern Israel, but that incident has ended according to the Home Front Command. And it seems to be calm for now. But again, the Israelis are bracing for a difficult night. This is the first night of the war since Israel has started its attack on Iran at 8 a.m. local time. There's a lot of tension in Israel, given that the latest wave of attacks have managed to result in the injury of 20 people, as you mentioned there. As we've heard from the Israeli ambassador at the UN, one Israeli was killed and the rest are receiving treatment after what it seems to be that one rocket has been failed to be intercepted by the Israeli anti-missile batteries. But again, all in all, we are talking about a tense and volatile situation all over Israel. Still, the Israelis have the availability to go to shelters, to go to safe areas, and they also have the batteries that are Israeli ones, other ones that were developed in coordination and collaboration with the U.S., while the Palestinians are already suffering the brunt of Israel's occupation, already under attack by Israeli settlers, and have really little protection, if any. I'm not sure if you can hear, but this is the sound we've been hearing throughout most of the day today.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Israeli warplanes flying overhead. But we can, for now, we have not seen any alarm, but the latest
So, Nida, pause for a second. What would that be? Do we think those are like sorties from Israeli jets?
We think that the Israeli jets are flying overhead to kind of offer protection. We don't know if some of them are heading to Iran, as we've heard from the Israeli security forces talking about the largest air fleet heading to Iran, consisting of at least 200 fighter jets. So there's a lot of secrecy, as you know there, Cyril, when it comes to these events of what's happening. I guess we'll know later. But for now, we have the confirmation from the ambulances talking about the first day of the war and talking about one Israeli woman killed and 20 others injured, including one in a difficult condition.
Okay, Nida, thank you very much. And we could just hear the jets overhead there, with the Israelis saying earlier today that 200 warplanes were involved in day one of their strikes against Iran. They described that as the largest flyover in Israel's history. And that was a few hours ago. There have been more since. So it's probably, that number has probably escalated as the Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran continue. Now, Iran has warned that any aggressive action by the United States against it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. In a speech addressing the UN Security Council, Iran's ambassador says that Tehran will continue to defend itself and that all bases, facilities, and assets of what he calls hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military targets.
Responding to aggression on large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms.
Harlan Ullman joins us now. And Harlan, you're the chairman of the Killowen Group and a former U.S. Navy officer. You're joining us from Washington, D.C. It's good to have you on the program. From a military standpoint, how do you assess the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran so far? This is less than 24 hours in.
I think we made a big mistake in killing Khamenei. He's now a martyr, and if Ali Larijani is still alive, he's a very competent person. He's chairman of the Supreme National Security Council, and this is a formidable enemy. Now, whether the administration hopes he will be the equivalent of Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela and negotiate, I don't think so. But I'm not sure, because we killed all the leadership of Iran, that's going to make them more negotiable. I think we've empowered Larijani, and that could come back to haunt us.
So, again, reminding our viewers that we don't actually know. We as journalists cannot bring independent facts on the status of Ali Khamenei. We have the U.S. president saying that he's been killed in an attack, and we have Iran forcefully denying it. That is what we can bring to our viewers at this particular point in time. But your point is well taken, then. We have to consider all the possibilities here. And it is true that there's been reporting in recent days that Ali Khamenei had, of course, planned for the possibility that he would be out of action one way or another, and he had planned for various people to take on the leadership of the country in his absence. We don't know currently if that is taking place.
I think we do. I think it's going to be Laranjani because he was running the country. And I think, as I said, he's going to be empowered. Look, from a military perspective, the strike was extremely impressive. But there are a couple of issues here. Decapitation only works when you get all the leaders. And I don't think that we got all the leaders because it's very, very difficult. Iran still has substantial capabilities. Remember, it's been in the drone business for a very long time, selling lots of drones to Russia. So I think they've got a lot of stuff hidden away. And thirdly, even though we seem to have a formidable force out there, they can only continue the attack for a finite period, whether it's a week or 2 weeks. But there's one carrier in the Persian Gulf, the Lincoln, that's going to be flying strikes. Ford, basically in the Mediterranean, is defending Israel. And so we have to realize that American military capability is not infinite. And at some stage, it's going to wear out. And so the administration needs to have a policy, supposing the government does not fail, that the Iranians do not rise up, and we have chaos. What is plan B? And one of the big problems in the region, in Iran, is that there's critical shortage of water and food. The economic situation is disastrous. It's 1.7 million rials to the dollar. Even if the administration would change, Iran faces an economic catastrophe. So what are we doing to anticipate that? And unlike Libya, when we got rid of Gaddafi, when there were a lot of militias that were well armed and well organized, there don't appear to be the same in Iran. So my concern is Laranjani may seize power. I fear he's very competent. I've studied him. And I don't think that that necessarily makes the situation better for us, despite how effective the attacks seem to have been.
Has Iran thrown its biggest punch today from a military perspective, or do you think they can escalate?
No. Look, they've got the Houthis in the Red Sea who say we're closing off the Red Sea. They can say we're going to close off the Strait of Hormuz. They're 21 miles. They can say that we mined it, whether they mined it or not. Insurance companies are going to say tankers can't go through. They've got lots of different issues here that they can exploit if they're clever. My concern is that
But
if
Harlan, why
Laranjani
wouldn't they
is
already
smart,
have done it? Why? This is my question. Why wouldn't they already have used their biggest military assets? Why would they keep anything for next week or next month? Because who knows?
Oh, simple.
Sorry, go ahead.
Simple. We're going to continue the attacks in the next couple of days. They are going to escalate. They're going to put further pressure on the Saudis and the UAE if they're clever. Now, Khomeini was a dead man walking. I think he was really not a ruler who was competent at being ruler. And if I'm wrong, if Laranjani is not as clever as I think, fine. But if he is as clever, this war has just started. This is the beginning of the beginning, and Iran has a vote. And I would not like to underestimate Laranjani. I don't mean to overestimate him. We failed to understand the Vietnamese in Vietnam. They did very, very well. We failed to understand the Taliban in Afghanistan, and we failed to understand the resistance in Iraq. I hope we're not underestimating what Iran can do, but it's something to think about.
So you're anticipating a scenario that is, again, from a journalistic standpoint, I have to say, as yet unconfirmed, but is absolutely possible, where Ali Laranjani, who is the head of Iran's National Security Council, would be
National Security Council.
Yes, would be the person who would take over running the country after Ali Khamenei.
He is already.
Right.
He is already.
Well, again, only if Ali Khamenei actually is dead. I understand that you're taking that as fact. I get it. But Iran denies it. So I have to bring both of those to our viewers because we don't have... Sorry, go ahead.
Whether Khomeini's alive or not, Laranjani is running the country. He signaled on X he's alive and well, and I assume that's not disinformation. If he's dead, that's a different issue. But if he's alive, we have a problem, in my judgment.
Can you outline some plausible scenarios of where this goes from here?
Yeah. The most plausible scenario is we strike for a couple of days, and then Trump says, I declare victory. We've taken everything away from Iran. Yeah, they haven't had a regime change, but they can't do anything. We destroyed their missile capability. They're not going to build nuclear weapons. If they do, we'll come back. Hooray. Give a lot of medals to the Navy and the Air Force personnel, declare victory, and we go on to the next thing. That, to me, is the logical outcome.
All right. Harlan Ullman, thank you very much for joining us on Al Jazeera this hour. Now let's return to the United Nations, where an emergency meeting of the Security Council has been held in response to the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. Al Jazeera's Gabriel Elizondo is live with us from UN headquarters. Gabriel, bring us up to speed. I'm seeing on the feed there that the meeting, if I'm not mistaken, is now over. All the speakers have spoken. So what came out of this?
Yeah, that's right. The meeting just ended in the last few minutes. It lasted about 2 hours long. We heard from all 15 of the Security Council members, as well as Secretary General Antonio Guterres, as well as the ambassadors from Iran and Israel as well. So this meeting has now concluded. I guess there's several takeaways here, but I think that first off, the Secretary General himself addressed the meeting. He said that he was called out what he said is a blatant act of aggression by the United States and Israel against Iran, saying it was an illegal violation of the UN Charter, but then also condemned the retaliatory actions by Iran. Iran striking U.S. interests in the Gulf region. The Secretary General said that this is complete escalation now that could spin completely out of control. Now, when it came to other issues, both the Iranian ambassador basically saying that they were in the middle of talks, as we now know, and that the U.S. and Israel basically ended these talks on the nuclear program because of these strikes against his country. Both the U.S. ambassador and the Israeli ambassador said that the talks had essentially reached an end point and that there was no further justification for carrying on any sort of talks. That was essentially the message that we got from the U.S. ambassador and also the Israeli ambassador. It's clear, though, that there's very much a divide here, a divide on if these talks should have continued and now what happens at this point now that they are clearly off track. But that was essentially the summation from this very long Security Council meeting.
All right, Gabriel Elizondo reporting from UN headquarters in New York after that emergency meeting of the Security Council. Gabe, thank you very much. Joining us now from San Diego in California is Henry Ensher. Sir, you're a former U.S. ambassador and you're deputy and former deputy assistant secretary of state. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to know what you take away from where we are right now. We're not even 24 hours into this conflict, but where are we after day one, after this opening strike or set of strikes from the U.S. and Israel against Iran?
Hey, well, look, thanks for having me, first of all. But second of all, let's be clear. No matter what happens, the most likely outcome is that Iran is going to continue to behave as Iran always has. Simple fact is that we can go back literally thousands of years and see that whoever is running what we now call Iran always seeks domination in its immediate space. So I would expect that that will continue. It could be that we end up with a hybrid regime of some sort, whether it's Ali Larijani heading it or some unknown colonel pops his head up and turns out that he takes charge, or somebody else entirely, hybrid meaning military and religious combined, and they will carry out roughly the same policies that the Iranian regimes have always carried out. The least likely outcome is, of course, a democratic society, which is in polity, which is aimed at living in peace with its neighbors. That's not at all likely. So I would expect that this will wind down sometime this week, and then there will start up negotiations again while the Iranians continue to sort out their new approach. Whether Khamenei is alive or dead It's clear that the Iranians are going to have to try something a little bit different anyway, at least when it comes to the tactical relationships it has with the U.S. And the Israelis. I'll leave it there.
So Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu appear to be banking on regime change that would come about through a mix of their military strikes and a popular Iranian uprising. Do you see that as a realistic scenario?
Look, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is it really doesn't make any difference at all. Whoever rules Iran is going to act like an Iranian. Okay. Now, as to whether the people are ready to charge the gates of IRGC headquarters, look, that comes about only after it's clear that the security forces are ready to quit, and that's not at all clear to me. I think they want to survive. The other thing that I've noticed in my dealings, my occasional dealings with Iranians, is that they really are kind of true believers in the idea of Persian superiority on the one hand, and on the other, that there's a great religious underpinning to what they're trying to do, and that makes them unwilling to quit. These people are really quite ideological, even the ones who present as westernized. So I don't expect them to quit.
What is the finish line for Donald Trump here?
I think pretty simple. He will want to say that the missile programs have been wiped out, that the nuclear program has been further retarded, and that he alone has gotten rid of the Islamic Republic's leadership. I think at other moments he will also say that he has at last gotten revenge for bad Iranian behavior at the beginning of their regime, of the hostage crisis. He's taken revenge for the killings of Americans in Iraq, and he will declare victory.
So you say he wants to take out their missile program, or at least claim that he's done so. Same thing with the nuclear program, get rid of their leadership. But you also say, and this is interesting, that in your view, Iran will continue to behave pretty much as it has, regardless of who's at the top, which is why I come back to this idea of possible next steps. And you have said that you think in relatively short order, we might be back to negotiations?
Oh, I think so. Both parties will be interested in getting back to the table and seeing what can be done. Look, the Iranian leadership is going to be concerned. It's going to be more concerned about its fate, and therefore engaging in negotiations makes sense for them to try to stave that off as much as possible. And on our side, on the U.S. side, look, if there's a way to make sure that the Iranians are truly unable to reconstitute their nuclear weapons or their nuclear program, then why not? We negotiate with people all the time who are trying to kill us. That's not unusual. And the Iranians are nothing if not pragmatic, at least at a tactical level. I guess I would say one other thing, which is any other new regime that comes in, I would think that they would take the lesson that the way to prevent being invaded and having airstrikes flown against you is to make sure that you get a nuclear weapon. So I included as a possibility here that this strike, that this military action will actually push any new Iranian regime toward a bomb much faster.
Right. So you're among the group of people who thinks that this will incentivize Iran to actually keep trying or even accelerate their efforts towards not only missiles, but actually a nuclear bomb. Harry Ensher, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Iran has also launched strikes on U.S. assets across the region. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital. It is not yet known if there are casualties. And that there was the scene earlier in the day when a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say that the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Kuwait's international airport was damaged in an Iranian drone attack. Authorities say a number of employees had been injured as a result. Kuwaiti officials say the situation is now under control. And these are the scenes from the United Arab Emirates. 4 people were injured after an incident occurred at the Dubai International Airport, according to Dubai Media Office. It says a concourse at the airport sustained minor damage. There have also been reports of an Iranian drone strike targeting the Burj Al Arab in Dubai. Authorities confirmed that the drone was intercepted and debris caused a minor fire, they say, on the hotel's iconic outer facade. Caused a minor fire, they say, on the hotel's iconic outer facade. No injuries reported there. The Qatari Defense Ministry says that it intercepted 63 missiles and 12 drones fired towards its territory. Those are the skies over Doha. Officials say the attack resulted in at least 8 injuries. 1 person is believed to be critically injured. 2 ballistic missiles reached the Al Udeid air base operated by U.S. forces and home to the U.S. Central Command. Qatar's foreign ministry says that it has summoned the Iranian ambassador. Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashimi is Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he says that Qatar reserves the right to respond to the attacks.
In the name of God the Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest possible terms these ballistic missile attacks and considers this operation as